Hey everyone, welcome to the kickoff of the 2024 Mock Selection Committee. Thanks so much for joining us. We are live here in Omaha at the Let It Fly Sports Bar. I want to thank them for their hospitality and letting us use this fabulous facility, their podcast studio. We also want to give a shout out to the Hilton downtown in Omaha for helping us out and get everybody rooms, and we're excited to be here and excited for once to be all together in the same room, and I think it'll be a much more efficient selection, and I think you're really going to enjoy the production value and everything that we got going today. So first thing, thank you to everyone who's on YouTube. We did a little test there. We had some audio problems. I think we got those fixed now. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Make sure you hit that subscribe and like button, and make sure you tell everyone that this is going on, everyone that cares about basketball. And we're going to tweet out on our Twitter account, Mock Selection Committee, we're going to tweet out different things like, hey, right now we're discussing these team, or hey, if you go back earlier today in the 1 hour point, we talked about X, Y, and Z. So that'll be helpful for everybody that misses part of this. You can go back and test it out. Just to give you a kind of heads up what we're doing today, we're going to do session one here. We're gonna try and pick the field here before dinner, which we'll stop about 5:30 Central Time. So we've only got about another 12 teams to pick before we're going to stop, and then we're going to start tonight's seeding, starting with the one line and seeding all the way down. In a little bit here, we'll show you the teams that made it on our initial go through, but before we do that, I'm going to go around the room, just do introductions, tell you who you are, where you're from, and kind of what you do. Kerry, kick it off.
Starting over here. All right, I'm Kerry Miller, lead bracketologist for the Bleacher Report. I'm from the Virginia area now. I've been doing this for too many years to count, although not as many as you guys.
Graham Doran, also from the Virginia area, about 10 minutes away from Kerry. Been doing this for truly as long as I can remember. Met Shelby back in 2012. He'll introduce himself in a second, but also do the Unnamed Bracketology podcast with my friend Kerry over here.
You got to tell them the story about when you were like 6 and you had to cancel plans.
Yeah, so the story is I got invited to go over to a friend's house, and I was like, well, no, I can't. It's Selection Sunday. So unless I can get a guarantee that the selection show is going to be on, not going over there.
You were what? 8?
6, no, I was like 6, yeah.
Nice.
That's phenomenal. What's going on, everybody? I'm Rocco Miller. Awesome to be here. I'm from the Bay Area currently for the last decade. Originally from Seattle, Washington, and West Coast through and through. But love national college basketball. Fortunately, when I was a kid, we had the Final Four in Seattle twice, and the Elite Eight with the Fab Five in between those two Final Fours. So it was a tremendous childhood. I'm really sad that Seattle generations now don't get to experience that since the kingdom was torn down. But I am an analyst bracketologist, been doing it by hand for several decades before this, and then ever since Twitter blew up in 2010, it's pretty much all been public. So thanks for all the following, and this journey's been incredible. It's awesome to be here in Omaha with the fellas.
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm Tim Kruger, TK Brackets on Twitter, do bracketology for Stadium. I'm glad you brought that up because we added up for somebody. We have over 30,000 followers. I'm sure some of the same, but between the whole group, so we can reach reach a lot of people. Also happy you brought up the Final Fours. I was at one of those.
Yeah.
And looking back, it was Ewing versus Olajuwon. Hey, pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But really excited to be here. Excited to get all these guys in here. This is going to be so much fun, and we're going to get started here in a couple minutes. Shelby?
I'm Shelby Mass from BracketWag.com, formerly USA Today. I've been doing this now for 20 years. I just love college basketball.
Dave Amon, I'm the owner and operator for Bracketville. I started that online in 2008. Hard to believe it's been that many years now. Kind of started doing bracket stuff several years before that. Been a college basketball fan since back in high school, and remember Villanova winning against Georgetown in the final. That was sort of a really cool moment to see that. So I appreciate everybody. I love the interaction with fans, and getting to know this group has been great. And so the opportunity to be here together is going to be a lot of fun this weekend, and hopefully we'll all learn a lot from each other, and then hopefully give a little bit of insight into how the process actually works.
Yeah, thanks, guys. So I just want to make sure, there's a lot of people at different levels that are watching. We're doing this bracket. We have all done this for many years. So what we're doing is projecting what the committee's going to do. Sure, we have our own thoughts and ideas and so forth, but we're really looking to try and give you the best projection in 2 weeks of what the committee's going to come up with on Selection Sunday. And so just keep that in mind. It's not always what we maybe think, or, gosh, if I was doing this, I would put more emphasis on this or that. But we know what the committee emphasizes, and that's where we're going to go with this, and our discussions will be driven as such. Right now, I think it's a great time to go over to the big board and take a look. We did a pre-ballot just as a committee. And by the way, we're going to follow all the rules. This is just what the committee does. They have 12 members, we have 6. This is exactly what they're going to do. We're going to follow all their voting procedures and so forth. But we can get a picture of the big board right now. And so what we did, we sent in a pre-ballot where you can select up to 36 teams that you think are already into the field. Now, we understand the committee this year has gone down to 24 and made that a 24 selection. We decided to keep it as such because we're cramming 6 days into 2.5. So we've got to try and pick it up. Those few teams that made it in that the committee's probably going to vote in, they're all going to get in anyway. But this way, we felt we did take one team off our initial list and move them back into the at-large consideration pool, just because we thought they could get close to the cut line. So we don't want to say, well, that team's in and now all of a sudden they're not. So I'll just run down them real quick. We've got Alabama, Arizona, Auburn, Baylor, BYU, Clemson, Creighton, Dayton, Duke, Florida, Houston, Illinois, Iowa State, Kansas, Kentucky, Marquette, Mississippi State, North Carolina, Purdue, San Diego State, St. Mary's, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas Tech, UConn, Utah State, Washington State, and Wisconsin. That adds up to 28 teams. I'm not going to rattle off the list of consideration. They're right there. We actually have a few more that we're going to add to that as we pull some off that board. But what we're going to do right now is we're going to do the initial vote. We're going to pick 8 teams. The 8 teams that get the most votes are going to go into the voting ballot. And then we're going to have a discussion about said 8 teams. And then at that point, we will rank the 8 teams 1 through 8. And the top 4 ranking teams get moved into the field. They'll move over in that teams in the field column. And the other 4 will go into the holding, and then we will pick 8 more and move on like that. So right now the guys are going to all start sending in their ballots and picking 8 more teams. So if anybody has any chats already, Graham, I think you were taking care of that. If you want to look at those and give those to us, that would be awesome.
Graham doesn't even have his laptop open, but nothing in the comments yet.
Yeah, well, one thing that we did have in there that I think we're going to get to soon, 2 different parts of the Big 12. One was how do you compare that Iowa State, Baylor, Kansas triumvirate versus the 4 of TCU, Texas Tech, Oklahoma, and Texas. And I think those will be interesting discussions we're certainly going to get to.
You're raising your hand for Dave. You have a question?
No, I'm going to have to do something else here to get Tim the info he needs, so it's all right.
So we've got, what is this, probably 32 teams right here that we're choosing 8 from. In theory, these are our 8 seeds, right? So we got 28 on the board.
Yep, correct.
I am surprised Mississippi State made it in, because I feel like most of us probably have them in the 9 or 10 range, but they made it in comfortably. It's kind of an interesting dynamic since we're voting a little bit before Selection Sunday, obviously. But so just so we're not in dead air territory here, like we got these 32-ish teams, and we'll just each be picking 8 from these that we think should be in, and then the majority of those 8, then we'll then rank them once we have a consensus of some sorts, and then it is Groundhog Day for the entire weekend. We just do it over and over again. Pick 4, vote 4. when I bounce back and forth between selecting the field and seeding the field, as the committee does. But if you have any questions about anything about the entire process, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
We will have the chat open. We're doing this for you guys as much as we're doing it for ourselves.
We're texting directly to you, Tim.
That is correct.
Okay.
Taking the numbers off of this these 2 pages.
Yes, yes, sir. Yeah, the process probably seems like when you're hearing us describe it, you're thinking, my gosh, this seems like a long way to go. Why don't we just pick the teams? But going through this type of process really makes you compare all the teams to one another when you get 4 to 4 and 8 to 8 and so on and so forth. And it really makes for a process that I think is actually pretty genius when they came up with it.
And I think something that is interesting, like, Carrie's talking about these teams possibly being the 8 seeds, and, that's where we're headed with them. You don't necessarily always, when it comes to the point of picking teams you think should be in that contention, sometimes you find yourself a little curious about adding a team or two that maybe you haven't yourself put them in that position yet on your own bracket, but you think they're worth the discussion and a little bit more examination for whether they maybe belong in that group.
Tim, is it easier for you if we do them on like separate lines or just space? It doesn't matter.
Doesn't really matter.
Okay.
I think one thing that may be true for others, but is certainly true for me, I'm noticing I'm coming in pretty heavy on the Big 10 and the Big 12 in this vote.
I was going to say Mountain West.
Yeah,
I think I would just add real quick, Rocco. Sure. Tim was talking a minute ago, and I think one of the things that I think we all try to emphasize is that, and I know I've had this discussion with some people before, is our job and what we're tasked with is to try to predict what the committee's going to do. So what is that body of 12 people? That gets challenging because we're trying to get in the minds of other people based on information that we've learned over the years. I think if we all said, this would be Rocco's bracket, or Graham's bracket, or Kelly's bracket, or Shelby's bracket, whatever the case might be, it might vary slightly. Dave's bracket, I might have, if it was just say, this is what I think are the 36 best at-large teams, or the 36 most deserving, it might look a little bit different. But our job is to try to project what's going to happen.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say, we're one committee removed from the truth. So we are our own committee, and we're guessing that next committee. But the fortunate thing we've had over the last handful of years is this bracket preview show that just occurred a couple Saturdays ago. So we're 2 Saturdays later. Technically, we're Friday today, but we'll go through tomorrow and Sunday. And there's a lot of free information, clues given. It's almost like the teacher giving you some hints before the test. And so I think ultimately, if you're a big bracket matrix person, we all get graded there in kind of a weird way. But it's our final test according to that website. But I think, what I like to bring to the table, I think we all probably agree is, we don't want to waste people's time. We want to bring you relevant, educated information, provide information about the process, why the answers are the answers, why we don't hate your team, right, Shelby?
I don't know about that.
Some of them we do.
And if anybody's tuning in from New Mexico, I got nothing but love for you. But anyway, and that's what it's all about. And we've all studied this stuff for decades now, so really just trying to take some of the lessons learned from previous committees, knowing that a lot of the same people come back this year, and then also using some of that historic data to figure out how much of it matters, how much of it doesn't matter.
Just picking up on the words that were used at the reveal that you don't always necessarily hear. They use metrics a lot.
Matrix.
Talked a lot about the metrics. That was an indication that maybe this committee is going to be pretty heavy on those. I think San Diego State being 14, that to me was a bit of a tell, possibly about the Mountain West in general. but also about the way the committee values teams that have avoided bad losses, that went out and played a tough strength of schedule out of conference. We saw Iowa State maybe being punished a little bit for a bad non-conference strength of schedule. So yeah, I definitely agree with Rocco. There were some indications in there of some things that might go throughout the entire bracket.
As Joey Brackets said that one time that he was on with us, like, don't try and base it on what the committee did because they probably don't even remember why they did what they did at the reveal.
Yeah. While we're tabulating these votes, I'd like to have start a discussion about Florida Atlantic.
Okay.
Somebody wants to get
Sure. Yeah, so I covered Florida Atlantic twice in the last 10 days. Had their win over Temple, which didn't mean much. It was a quad 4 win. And it was a big day for them because that was the return of Giancarlo Rosado. Just an unbelievably important player for them. He's the backup center in most people's minds to Vlad Golden. But if they're both full strength, you watched this team closely last year and most of this year. He is their backbone. A lot of games, Golden will start with a couple fouls, or his head isn't in it. Rosado, a lot of opponents, he matches up better, and both offensively, defensively. He's a big time locker room leader. And with him being gone for about 4, 5, 6 weeks, I'll look that up later. They've had a hard time of getting consistent this year, which is why you're seeing, I think, a lot of these results. There's also been a couple inconsistencies with guys like Brian Greenlee, who went 3 games without scoring a point. He's a really key player in terms of knocking down open threes when the defense forgets about him. We all know John L. Davis and Elijah Martin are the all-stars. They deserve that, but even Elijah himself had a couple inconsistent months. So again, the ingredients are all still there for them to be great. Giancarlo is still only playing about 10 to maybe 12 minutes at tops right now. So from an Al's perspective, you'd like to see him get up to 20, 25 minutes where he's comfortable at in order for FAU to really hit their full strength. Because I think once that starts humming, everything else will start to click. They ran into a buzzsaw at South Florida. The second game I covered them. That was just a crazy madhouse environment. They got down by 27. And one of the things I liked about FAU in that game is almost any other team would have just packed it up and gone home. Those guys just kept fighting. They somehow cut the game to 1 with about 28 seconds to go. End up losing by 4, I believe. So anyway, it's a tenacious group. If you look at the last 2 years, I know we're only looking at this year, but nobody has beat them by double digits since the first week of 2 seasons ago. They fight everybody.
1 second.
Very good team.
Just everybody make sure you got the numbers correct. I'm going to need Rocco and Graham to send me your picks again, if you would.
Off the sheet?
Yeah, off the sheet. I got some numbers where teams are already in the field, so I know you just typed something wrong.
Wait, so the 8 are the top 8 on the board?
No. We're
under
picking under
consideration.
consideration.
Oh, that's why I messed up. I give you the top 18.
Did you do the same?
No.
I don't know what I screwed
Anyway,
up.
so
I can
that
tell which
is
one I screwed up.
a great summary of why Florida Atlantic is a dangerous Sweet 16 candidate. Do they even deserve to be in, though, based on their resume? I think that's more simple what he was asking. So
I was going to get there, but no.
No, I stopped you right there. That's good.
They
That's good.
had that
Just team you up.
fantastic, double overtime, neutral site win over Arizona. The biggest piece of gold as you can possibly get in Rocco's terminology.
Beautiful.
That's their only quad 1 win. 1 and 2 quad 1. They do have 6 quad 2 wins, and I think that what they were able to do with their schedule because of last year's run, they were able to schedule, get that ESPN Events Invitational and beat. What was it? Texas A&M, Virginia Tech, Butler.
Yep.
Played really well against Illinois. I don't think there's any fault in that loss, but they have 2 quad 4 losses. That's just brutal. And I've been saying for a while, I feel like with Florida Atlantic, I'm just going to wake up on Selection Sunday, average their 5 metrics, and that's their overall seed. Like, I don't know what else to do with this resume. And I would never normally do that. I'm not that much of a slave to the metrics, but I really don't feel like we've ever seen anything like this before, where there's just one good win and 2 very, very bad losses, but all the metrics say they're a top 40, top 45 team.
Right.
Yeah, and I think just real quick on that, one of the things I like to do is in the bubble breakdown, I don't think it's really needed in the top half of the bracket, top first 6 to 8 seeds. But once you start getting into the bubble land, wherever you draw that imaginary line, Florida Atlantic, out of all their, of 6 of their top 7 wins in quad 2, 5 of them fall in 2A, and that shows you the weight of those wins. That's those ESPN events wins and a couple other good wins on top of that. They did play a national schedule, as you said. So I'm just going to add that in because when you look at Florida Atlantic compared to other bubble options, in just the top 2A, they're 6-3 in those 9 quote-unquote toughest games. And a lot of the teams they're being compared against may have 7 wins, like a Colorado State, but Colorado State's 7-8 in those games. And you have, like a Nebraska who's 5-9 in those games. You have, so those are some of the teams I'm comparing them against now. So I do agree they should be looked at more as a bubble team than for sure first ballot team. So I'm with you there. But I do think that's where you start to see, out of all the opportunities they had, they've, for the most part, made the most of what they've had.
Yeah, I just wonder the human element. How much will it come into play that they scheduled tough out of conference? And then when they had those opportunities, they did seem to take pretty good advantage of them. Last year, I think, coming off the Final Four, maybe there was a little bit of we got into conference play. This isn't really what we're here for. We're here to go to the Final Four again. And so I think if you look at what they did out of conference, they came out like gangbusters. Obviously, the Bryant and the FGCU games stick out. But other than that, just really, really good playing out of conference schedule. I do think the committee might give them a little bit of a break for how they're doing in the American, just factoring in their human element. Maybe they're just not quite as invested in some of these conference games.
I think for me right now, the bigger question with Florida Atlantic is where might their seed be teetering a couple of weeks before Selection Sunday. Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, if they continue this trend of win-loss or they lose some more games on the way home, the bubble picture gets more unclear. They've also had an interesting dynamic happen to them that maybe this is something like the committee would talk about. For example, we mentioned those wins early against A&M, Butler, Virginia Tech, and even St. Bonaventure that are all right now on the net, top 75 teams. But if you look down through there, unfortunately for them, A&M has hit a major skid and is probably on the outside looking in at this point. Butler, the same thing has happened. They had kind of a slow start, then got really going, and then they've really backslid. St. Bonaventure never really got going. And, Virginia Tech was maybe a bubble type of team to start the year and maybe still are on the very edge of the periphery, but probably not going to be an NCAA tournament team. So they went from potentially having, at one point, 3 to 4 wins over the field to right now having 1. Mm-hmm. So it just kind of bears watching. This next couple of weeks is going to be big for them. Today I think they're probably going to get in. We'll see how our voting goes. But when we start doing seeding, do we feel like they're going to be? Because they got a big game with Memphis left. If they get swept by Memphis, and lose another game in there, all of a sudden it starts to get much more unclear about where they might end up.
I hope they're not feeling too comfortable right now. I hope they understand that they still have work to do.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the last 3 games, so they have a home Tulane game. They simply can't lose that. Tulane has fallen apart, and I think that brings up a great point about the American this year. They did something that no other league did, and to this extreme. There are variations of this throughout different conferences, and I do get involved with scheduling in the offseason, so I have a pretty clear understanding of how it came together. The American decided, and I thought they had great intentions going in, to maximize opportunities. They basically waited for the transfer portal to shake out all the way through September, and then finally cut the chalk or snapped the chalk and built the schedule. And what they wanted to do is have the top 7 teams play each other as many times as they could. That's why you see FAU play Memphis twice. They're playing North Texas twice. They're playing SMU twice. SMU was bad last year, but the league knew that with the portal and the SMU moves, they would probably be a top 7. And so that's why people look at the American schedule and they're shaking their head. South Florida's only got 1 loss. Nothing against you, Amir Abdul-Rahim. I love you. But you played everybody at the top 1 time, and all these other teams had to play each other twice, beating each other up. So that's why you saw Charlotte and South Florida bubble up. I knew somebody from the bottom 7 would bubble up because they had such a much better path. They didn't get the resume, though. That was the downside. So Florida Atlantic's had to go through that war. I think Tulane got mixed in there. They could have probably gone either way with the schedule. They got mixed into the top, and you see they're just getting – it's just blown them up. They can't handle the wars. and they're like 4-10 now.
Yeah.
So
The other thing I think that ultimately, from a selection standpoint, seeding aside, and this is where we remind people, selection and seeding are two different components of the process.
yes,
But if you look at the top 3 quadrants, yes, they have a couple of bad losses in quad 4. But coming into today, they are 15-5 against the top 3 quadrants. There's not a lot of other bubble teams. We're talking about some teams that are right now actually under 500 in the top 3 quadrants because they
Yeah.
played a very weak non-conference schedule in some cases, and they've got 9 or 10 quad 4 wins. They don't have that many. So
correct.
quad 3 teams generally aren't tournament teams, but they're also in many cases a lot better than a quad 4 team.
That's right. Yeah, they're not nothing. There's something substantial. And I think that's why maybe we should have 8 quads. Like, why don't we just divide it up more?
I was
Because
literally saying that earlier today.
It's exactly what
wouldn't
I
it
said
help
earlier.
it? Yeah.
Why not?
they already had to carve out 2 blocks in 1 and 2. So we basically have 6 now. Why not go to 8?
I mean, outside of
Might help a little bit.
teams like Florida Atlantic, we never talk about quad 3 though, right? We almost treat quad 3 and quad 4 as just the games that you can't screw up if you are a major conference team, which they probably are. So I think we can almost do 5 quadrants. What would that be? Quintets?
Well, I think, speaking of quad 3, I think that's actually, to me, one area where FAU really shines.
Yeah.
Because a lot of power conference teams, you'll see, they scheduled week out of conference. They end up with 10 home games against net 100 or worse. That's where FAU is. 10 home games against net 100 or worse. It's actually not quite as bad as you might expect coming out of the American. And they got 3 true road wins in quad 3. Those are not easy. Those, they may say quad 3, but those are not gimmies by any means. So I think that helps FAU for me, the fact that they won some real games and going 8-0 against quad 3.
So now you think road games against quad 3 are okay, but when Princeton was in the at-large conversation, you were just shitting all over them being good.
Did Princeton beat Arizona on a neutral court?
No, they did not.
They beat them in the NCAA tournament.
All right, Carrie, are you ready to go
Every
to the
year
board?
is different.
I'm ready.
All
I'm ready.
right.
Vanna Whiteboard over here.
All
Let's do
right.
it.
Here we go. Here's our 8 teams that are in the next voting ballot.
All right.
Northwestern,
All right.
Boise State,
I will put them alphabetically eventually.
Michigan State,
Yeah.
Florida Atlantic, who we just spoke about, Nevada,
Good.
Nebraska. How many do we got? How many is that? 5?
6.
6. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I only have 8 here.
Well, yeah, you're
Northwestern,
supposed to
Boise
have 8.
State, Michigan State, Florida Atlantic, Nevada, Nebraska, TCU, and Texas.
There. Yeah.
All right.
One just final thought.
Amazingly, can I just say,
Yep.
amazingly, not
No-
a tie. That's usually
no
the one
tie.
we have a tie.
Yeah.
on. Amazingly, I went over these. I was taking so long. I went over them 4 times to make sure. I can't believe we're not having a tie on this one.
Well, I guess I was just going to make this is off not FAU per se, but I think there's this perception that somehow some of these teams at the top of these other conferences, because they're not a power conference, we overlook them. Look at, for example, we're talking about Auburn, who's 1-7 currently against the quad 1, possibly being a top 4 or 5 seed.
Yeah.
And one of their losses is at Appalachian State, who beat James Madison twice. So it's real quick for people to say, well, you lost to Appalachian State twice. Well, so did Auburn on the road. Going to App State, they're a good team in that environment. That is not an easy road win just because they're not from a power conference.
Absolutely.
Is there anyone who didn't make this initial cut that surprises you? I don't even remember who my 8th. I did not have Florida Atlantic, but I don't even remember who my 8th was. I feel like these are good. Colorado State. Holy cow. How did they
Oklahoma.
not get in there?
Oklahoma.
I think Oklahoma is an interesting one. I think that was really, for me, kind of the bubble team for this group. For me, was whether Oklahoma.
I think that would be my surprise.
Look, Colorado State was the team that I think we can reveal they were the 29th team we almost had in, and now we don't even have them among our
There's a reason we
36
dropped
candidates.
them, Kerry.
I know, but they weren't that far gone.
All right. So that's the 8.
If
Boise
I
State.
didn't even see Oklahoma. I would have had them. I don't know if I need to revote.
Well, too late.
Too late.
I
We'll
saw,
have so many more votes.
I
I'll
saw
get them in there
Oklahoma,
later.
and I did not have
It
them.
just, and that's a good
I
point.
couldn't see them up there.
That's a good point. Just remember, everybody, that these aren't where the seeds are going to go, even though these are kind of where the 8 seeds are. These teams could be 11 seeds. They could be 6 seeds when we're all done. They're just getting voted into the field at this point.
I bet they're not 6 seeds.
All right, so
Number one on the next list.
discussion on the teams we have.
Yeah.
I guess we can kind of start with 2 Big Ten teams, Northwestern, Nebraska. I've kind of had them tagging each other, around each other all season long.
I like Northwestern more than Nebraska. I think that Northwestern has been more solid throughout the course of the year, and they've done a little bit more on the road than Nebraska. Maybe not a whole lot more, but it's a tangible difference. I just think Northwestern's consistency compared to Nebraska puts them ahead for me.
Yeah, I'm pretty much there, minus the home loss to Chicago State.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think both of them. The interesting thing is they're built their whole resume at home. 5-level tournament wins for Northwestern, all of them at Welsh Ryan Arena. Nebraska, they've had the opportunity to play 8 tournament level games, 4-4, all 4 wins at home. They both beat Purdue at home. Nebraska beat. I think they each beat each other at home. So, but you look into the quad records, it really gives Northwestern the edge in each kind of department. You see Nebraska today is only 7-9, I believe, in the top 2 quads. It's not where you want to be. That's bubble territory. Whereas Northwestern's a lot more solid, as Graham mentioned. Same measurement, 7-7. Everything after that is a fine, except for the Chicago State loss. And then you look at the terrible non-conference strength of schedules. They both have that in common. And then away neutral record, Northwestern is closer to 500 at 6-7 to Nebraska's porous 3-8.
Yeah, that I think is a difference for me. I mean, they both had quality wins at home. They both maybe struggle, but when you look at it deeper, you're like, oh, well, Northwestern's. To me, if the team's within 1 or 2 of 500, I'm okay. I just move on. But when you see a 3-8, that kind of jumps out at you. And I think you saw the last 2 games have kind of been what Nebraska's been all season. At home, they just pound a Minnesota team that was playing really well going into that game, and then they go on the road to Illinois and just get beat pretty bad and give up 105 or something like that.
Yeah.
So that's kind of their thing. They can't get over the hump on the road.
I think Minnesota played Illinois. Nebraska lost to Ohio State.
I mean,
the other
I'm
day.
sorry.
But yeah,
They've
sorry,
played
yeah.
each other too, though.
yeah.
Yeah.
but
At some point.
Nebraska just has that road win over Indiana. I mean, they beat up on Kansas State in non-conference play, but in Big Ten play, 1 road win over Indiana, which legitimately might be the worst team in the Big Ten right now. They're as bad as Michigan right now. And if Nebraska doesn't win at Michigan, now I know we're doing this right now. That game is not going to have happened by the end of this conversation. If they don't win at Michigan, I don't think they get in. So even though I voted them, they were on my pick here, and this is theoretically our 8 and 9 seeds. I don't really think they're comfortably in at all.
Yeah. Hey, Matt, if we can put up the Warren Nolan on Nebraska so our viewers can see that. And then Northwestern, yeah, the same way. I mean, they really kind of mirror each other as far as their quality wins, right? They both beat Purdue, which is a little unusual, right?
I think earlier in the season I was kind of viewing the Wisconsin and Illinois home wins as the same, and I'm not anymore. With the way Wisconsin's playing, I'm actually giving a little less credit to Nebraska for that one compared to Northwestern.
Right.
So I think that's a little bit of a differentiator. Both teams got the home win over Michigan State, but there's also that extra win over Dayton for Northwestern. So that's just a little bit more evidence for me that Northwestern should be above Nebraska.
I mean, I've been having people all season asking me Northwestern, Nebraska, because I've had on my whiteboard Northwestern pretty consistently one column over, more safely in than Nebraska, even though seed-wise they do usually appear around the same spot when you do the projections. I just something, as we've talked like the last 2 months, sometimes you just look at a resume, there's just something about it. And between Nebraska being 2-8 in true road games, that poor non-conference schedule, like I think Northwestern has made up for the road record over the last few weeks. Like they've covered that gap a little bit. Nebraska is not. So at this point, I don't even think it's close that Northwestern is convincingly ahead of Nebraska.
Well, I think this kind of leads to an interesting discussion that is occurring in the chat for the stream. There's some viewers talking about, do we ever just look at numbers? And would it be different if we only took, no team names involved and just looked at who beat who based on the number? What do your metrics look like? And only do that.
Rocco's face when you started that question.
Yeah, I got a huge problem with blind resumes personally because, and this is why I love.
Thank you.
This is why I love the committee setting, because we're all humans. It's different. Like on a graph, Kansas might be what, 17th in the net or something, and who's next to them? San Diego State. Okay, that's a bad example because that's a hard place to win. But like, just take another team.
St. Mary's.
St. Mary's. Would you give a team more credit to going into Kansas like BYU just did and winning, or a team like Utah who went into St. Mary's and won? Now, on the net team sheet, it looks the same. Mm-hmm. But we all know, and we're human, that that's definitely not the same. The challenge is way greater. And I also think it matters for the purpose of, not just historical or anything like that, but just understanding environment. There's that whole human element. How big of an accomplishment was it really? I just think that's so critical, and you can't really see that unless you study every single team's net ranking. Then you know who they are anyway. I've done that before, but the blind resume is kind of a waste of time.
And the other thing too, you got to look at like pace of game. Like was this just a horrible bad matchup for this one team that they played?
Right.
Injury factor with the game you're talking about. So, yeah, with the Kansas game. So. Yeah, absolutely. The blind resumes to me when they list three things, like quad one wins and something. I'm like, who would even vote on this?
Sometimes they list three things that I don't even care about.
Yeah.
Conference record.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Yeah.
So funny.
Yeah, but it is. And Dave and I've had this discussion. We're old school. Where we're still trying to figure out Ken Palm and KPI and things like that. Like in the day you used to that's what you did. You just basically look who they beat and that was it, right?
Yeah.
And so it's a mixture, and that's why. And this is a good point to bring this up. Committee members have this program they get where they get games broken down into like 40 minutes. They can watch a whole game. And I know one committee chair, when he was committee chair, he watched 6 games a day plus watched live games at night. So, you're talking probably 10 games a day he's watching to get an idea of, what style this team plays. This guy got hurt in the second half where it really wasn't publicized. You probably hard to find that information, so on and so forth. So there's a lot that goes into it. And it's not, now they're not going to sit there and go, well, I watched Kansas play 8 times and I think they're better than Purdue, okay? I always tell people, if you're just going to use the eye test, that means you have to watch every game Purdue plays and every game their opponent plays. And no one's going to do that, right? So, you got to put it all together.
Yeah, there's a question in the chat from Jason Roner saying, like Rocco said, if we agree a win at Kansas is superior to a win at St. Mary's, why wouldn't NCAA adjust the net to reflect that? And I think there's something we should consider here is what we've seen in the past for just sports competition in general. Like, think of the BCS standings for college football. What happened? They started out by being computers and humans and the mixture, and then they decided, we want to make it more human-based. And they just basically went with the polls and made the computers a very small part of it. And the only reason I bring that up is to basically say, in the past, when we've let a computer decide everything, humans haven't liked the results. Mm-hmm. So they're not going to change the net just because one team's above another. They're going to independently evaluate as committee members what this means to them. They're going to take a look and say, hey, you know what? That team's like a 7 seed in my list, and this team's out of the bracket. So they might have a similar net rating, but to me, one is a more impressive win than the other, and that's where that independent evaluation comes in. So I just wouldn't get too hung up on the numbers because that's just a very small part of the overall equation.
When you started talking BCS, I thought this was going to turn into an RPI discussion. I got excited for a minute there.
2 teams on this list that obviously, again, if we're going to just bulk them together in conference, and again, 2 teams pretty similar. Well, anytime you say the Big 12, obviously, non-conference strength of schedule bad. But that's TCU and Texas are on this list. I've ranked both of them lower than most people all season long, and especially TCU. I mean, I get that they had the nice road win at Baylor, overtime win, but
3 overtimes.
yeah, yeah, exactly. And beyond that, though, I mean, you look at their next highest ranked games. I mean, they've got 8, 9 losses, 3 wins, 9 losses. When you look at the thing, they have nothing really much in quadrant 2, 4-1. But you know, again, that strength of schedule at 324, and you go to Dave's metric of effective record or actual record. What's the term you use?
Effective, which
Effective,
is basically
yeah.
you take away, you know, pick a number, 200 or whatever. If it's at above 200 or home game, it's probably a bye game.
Yeah.
And conference games don't count. So it's a home game you chose to play. If you just take those out of the equation, then basically that's like taking 7 wins off the board for TCU because they played Old Dominion on a neutral court. So
Yeah,
we'll
Hawaii.
we'll, you know, they got put into a bracket there, so we forgive them for that one. But there's 7 others that were all at home, 220 or higher in the net. So if you just take those off and take 7 wins away, that makes TCU an effective 12-9.
Yeah.
And
I
then-
look at it pretty similar to that. I think, yeah, I think the hard part about a lot of, not just TCU, but Texas, Oklahoma, now Texas Tech's fallen into that group, in my opinion. So you got a 4-pack of these Big 12 teams, mostly with terrible non-conference strength of schedules. Texas Tech in the 300s, TCU in the 300s, Oklahoma in the in the 280s, and Texas in the low 200s. There's a lot of wins in there that, you know, we're about $100,000 a piece. But besides that, there's nothing great about them at all. It actually, it's hard to go through this many resumes in a row and not start to get a little bit of a hurt stomach, because you start, even, not to say the Mountain West is great or anything, but you know those types of teams are trying everything they can to play anybody they can, and it's just like 2 trains of thought. And anyway, it's just part of the deal. But it's just less and less impressive every time you go through it.
I've probably been a little lower on Texas than some other people.
Yeah, same.
One of the reasons, despite the fact that they obviously have a fair number wins away from home, which are never easy. So that's sort of that's their calling card to me. That's, you know, got them somewhere in, you know, on my latest board, low 9, high 10 seed. The reason I have them down there is if you really stop and look, they got to win at Baylor at home. But the rest of those road wins are all against teams we're talking about right now as being middle of the bracket, and then Cincinnati by 1 point, who probably is not in the bracket right now. So if you take, you know, they're not, yes, absolutely, you beat Baylor by 2 points at home. Good win. Winning on the road at TCU is not easy. Winning on the road at Oklahoma and Texas Tech isn't easy. I'm not taking them away, but if you look at, if you're trying to balance where they are, that's where my is. You know, I'm waiting for Texas to beat one of the upper echelon teams and also look good doing it, because they've had some games, I call them kind of feast or famine. You know, in that TCU game, you know, for a while they were, I think, I might be remembering it wrong, but they looked like, wow. They're like you know, that's the juggernaut. That could
Same
be a
way
top
the
4
other
or
night
5
against
seed.
Texas Tech.
And
same
then,
way.
you know, that game at Kansas, they looked like they, you know, hadn't played basketball in 5 years.
Yeah.
So,
If Max Asmus doesn't hit that shot against Louisville, we're not even talking about Texas at all right now. Like,
Yeah.
that's the separation for them.
And
so that's my concern
that
with
win matters,
Texas
actually.
is
Yeah.
the road wins have them where they are. This is also, if you take away their quad 4 home wins, they're basically a 500 team.
Yep. Yeah, and before the one this week, they were 1 under.
Yeah.
And
Right, and
I had them almost in Dayton, like the 1 spot from Dayton.
And technically, there was a gentleman, I think, that mentioned something the other day, that statistically and historically, it's not that it hasn't happened, but it's not very common for teams with an under 500 record against the top 3 quadrants
Yep.
to get an at-large bid. It happens.
There have been 5 teams that made it since, I think it's since
Since the net
2019,
era, yeah.
since net. 5 teams have made it with 1 game under 500 against Q1 through Q3. Nobody has made it multiple games below 500 against Q1, Q3. Pretty sure that's JBR Bracketology that has been pumping that out there. But yeah, and people brought that up a lot when I was trying to go to bat for Butler like 3, 4, 5 losses ago. They're done now at this point. But when then Texas, there was at one point a net refresh where their home win over West Virginia dropped to Q4, and the home win over Texas Arlington dropped to Q4, and all of a sudden they were 7-9 against Q1 through Q3. I was like, so are we dropping Texas out now? What are we doing, guys? If you're going to be that adamant about that Q1 through Q3 record, but
Yeah, and it's not all. It's just, but it is a component
It's
to
a
say if you're going
component,
to look at historically how the committee has valued these things.
Yep.
There is somewhat of a precedent that if that's the other penalty for playing a lot of quad 4 games.
That's right.
Right. I would say one thing too. You're mentioning Texas, so they could fit right in the middle of the Big East, basically. The same kind of thing applies there.
Exactly.
Number two, I would say though, when you're comparing these two, if you look at the non-conference strength of schedule, I mean, Texas is 100 points better, and their
Yeah.
record is very similar to TCU. So, you know, I look at that and go, well, that makes it pretty even for me. And I think there's a, you know, if I'm going to use any kind of eye test again, which I say you shouldn't, but anyway, I think there's a higher upside for Texas, even though it doesn't show it on the board.
question is, what did they do with that? Their non-conference
Right.
schedule is better because they played Connecticut and Marquette. They lost both of those games,
Sure.
like ugly losses.
Sure.
Well, I mean, let's take a look at that, right? They played a lot of games where it was just a dunk line because they're just running over teams at home. And then they did lose those marquee games out of conference. And despite all of those games taking up part of the schedule, they still won 4 really good road games, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, even Cincinnati is a team that's been kind of not completely, totally out of the equation as an at-large team. Really, really tough road, but I wouldn't even say completely done. Texas Tech won by 12 on the road in Lubbock, won by 15 in Norman, won by 11 at TCU, and then, of course, they have that win over Baylor at home. Those are pretty impressive results. Like, really, like, how many teams are going to have road wins like that? You talked about it being the star. I think it's actually kind of impressive that in so few quality games, they have that many quality wins.
Yeah. Just so everybody out there knows, like, we're probably, when we get to an 8 category like this with a voting ballot, we're probably not going to go through every team. But this one I think is so interesting because you could pair them up with conferences, and the same way with Boise and Nevada. Same thing. You got 2 teams in the same conference. We can kind of compare and contrast. Rocco, what do you got to say about those 2?
Well, I just think in general, a lot of these teams, so many commonalities with the way the resume is being built. Like, if you're only building your resume in your league, I have a problem with that. Like, there's a couple in the Mountain West we'll get to, where all their wins against NCAA level is Mountain West teams only. Big 12 a little bit too. Like, so if we just go back to Texas, you know, they beat TCU, Texas Tech, Oklahoma, Baylor. 4 wins against tournament teams. They've had 12 shots, including UConn, Marquette, maybe another 1 or 2 in non-conference. But they didn't do anything outside of the league. And that's where it just starts to be like, obviously there's nothing you can do about it. They've done enough to probably get in, of course. But it just, you wish you had, even if it was like a home Dayton win like Northwestern has, some variety to it. Because otherwise it just kind of seems like the day of the game, hey, let's make sure Texas gets that road win today. Our league could really use that.
Speaking of which, Boise did have a neutral win over St. Mary's.
Yeah, and Mountain West has been threading needles left and right all year. So.
Right, and they're probably one of the, you know, all season long, they've had the best non-conference strength of schedule of any of those Mountain West teams, along with San Diego
Boise
State.
has, yeah.
Yeah,
Boise's
yeah.
real-
So that's why
Colorado State's strong,
when I
too.
look at these 2, I kind of give maybe a slight edge to Boise over Nevada.
Yeah, I'm all in on Nevada now after what happened this week. They've swept Colorado State. They have 6 quad 1 wins. A refresh on their profile this morning really proved, holy crap, Nevada needs to move up. So I was with you before, Tim, but that road win at Colorado State changed a lot. I moved them off my bubble into secure territory. because they also have the TCU win, speaking of the Big 12, out in Hawaii, which not even a close game. That was the championship game, and Nevada dominated them. So Nevada's got a great – I saw them win their other big road win at Utah State by double digits, and that's Utah State's only home loss. The only team to go in there and win. So I just think overall Nevada's got a lot going for them right now.
It was actually the semifinal. Championship was Drake beating Nevada. Because it's the only good thing that Drake has done.
No, Drake beat him in Vegas.
Really?
Yes.
I thought Drake played
Yeah.
Nevada in Hawaii.
I don't think Drake
No,
went to vote.
I helped schedule the Drake Nevada.
All right, you win.
No, but you might be right. It might have been Nevada, Georgia Tech, or something in the championship. I actually think it was TCU in the
I
championship.
thought it was a semi. I could be wrong. Not that it matters in the slightest. I just wanted to bring up Drake for a second.
But, Kerry, though,
No,
you mentioned
great win for
that.
Drake.
You mentioned that earlier, though. But I think we should tell viewers too. I mean, we in a couple weeks we're going to be all like, "What do you mean this team won 3 games in their conference tournament and it seems like you didn't matter?" I get it, but those 3 games they won in their conference tournament are no more important than the 3 games back in November that they lost.
Sadly,
Okay.
it's less
I was
important.
going to
Kerry's
say, if
mentioned
anything,
a
they're less
couple-
important.
Couple back in mid-November of teams that won. Those are just as important as tomorrow. Okay, so depending on obviously the ranking of the opponent and so forth, but you got to keep that in mind. Can't have recency bias. You've got to look at the whole picture. I don't want to leave and start voting without a discussion on Michigan State because I think they've been a much discussed team all year.
Well, I would just say that I was a little surprised they even made this group.
Yeah.
Because
And we can, Mac, I'm sorry, Mac, we can pull those up on the Michigan State up on the Warren Nolan. That'd be great. Thank you.
I think if you really start to look at Michigan State, the less and less impressed you get with what you see. Obviously, Baylor neutral court win stands out. If it was really a neutral court win, we know that was in Detroit. That was a home game, virtual home game. Shows up on the record books as a neutral court game. They had a great day. Nobody can take that from them. Very, very solid performance. But once you get past that game, it just gets thin. You got Illinois at home. Indiana State is a quad 1 win technically at home, but that's not going to be a strong quad 1 win by anybody's evaluation. Same thing for Maryland, barely sneaking in there. I think when you look at quad 1 and quad 2, you just see a lot of red. A lot of red when they played quality competition. So for me, I think they're a great team. I don't think it's any surprise their efficiency metrics are so great. I'm just not seeing the wins when they're playing quality competition for me to think they're this sure of a thing in the tournament.
Can I just say, when did Warren add the future games into the schedule there? That's never been like that before,
So
right?
what I can tell you we're looking at is the Team Sheets Plus 2. If you look at, you just basically do your Team Sheets Plus, but you add a 2 at the end, and it will show you the future games that haven't been played yet.
That's a beautiful thing.
I just learned this is worth coming to
I
Omaha.
mean,
Second
There you
memo
go.
we've missed, Kerry, you and I. That's the second one.
So it's Team Sheets 2 plus Jello shots. That's why you come
so
to
that's-
Omaha.
Speaking of Jello shots, shout out to Tony Schneider, who sent you a Venmo, Tim, said happy hour's just beginning. So
Thank you,
go.
Tony. Thank you, Tony.
So that does take you to the full NCAA team sheet because they do show that when they're in meeting, they will see, like in a conference tournament game, who else they're going to play.
Yeah,
That's good.
I like that, but on the other hand, when I'm reviewing, I don't want my mind to be saying, "Oh, well, look, they've got 3 cupcakes coming up,"
Well, I don't-
or what have you.
I like it. I like it for later in the season when there's not many games.
Yes.
Yeah, when you're down to the last few.
Yes.
Yeah,
To me, the only thing I would say about Michigan State that I think the committee would discuss, and I agree that they have surprisingly a lot of red.
Yes.
And I think coming into this, Michigan State really missed a potential opportunity to sort of end this discussion by those 2 recent home losses that they had to Iowa and Ohio State, I believe. Not that either is a bad loss, but they were in a spot to probably end up with a lot of discussion about whether they're going to end up on the bubble or not.
Right.
And now they brought these last 3 games that they've got to play, including at Purdue. It's just going to be a lot more important for them. I do think, though, the committee would take out, if you go through and look, the average opponent net rank of Michigan State this year is 7.
Like
They have,
seventh best.
yes,
Yeah.
in other words, what I'm saying is they're 7th best over all of their opponent ranks. So, their net SOS overall is 22. But I think that's a really telling number if you look and say, like, of all the teams in the schedules, their opponent net rank is 7. So they just haven't had very many easy games. I mean, and again, that does, like I said, they have way too much red probably for what they should. And that's definitely a concern, particularly with respect to seeding and selection if they don't, and also they're, it's 17 and 11. So that margin is going to start getting real tight if they don't win, they don't go 2-1 down the stretch. It's going to be a very close call. I just think sometimes that who did you go play? Tom Izzo will go play anybody anywhere, right? They dominated a Butler team that for a while was a tournament team. They've really fallen off in the last month. They beat an Indiana State team, which, probably we'll see where we end up.
Yeah.
But could end up on the at-large board.
They're in the mix.
If they're and Drake both make the final, and again, we're talking hypothetics here, but, they dominated a Baylor team. I do think they like teams that go out and try to challenge themselves, and maybe that cuts them a little margin for error, fair or unfair.
One thing that disappointed me these last 2 games from Michigan State, I watched them both, and you didn't see any urgency. Like we've got this. It's okay. Results don't matter. And to me, I would be telling that team, you better fight. You got to fight. There's no guarantee.
And their metrics are odd. It's kind of like they're definitely a bubble team when you look at results-based metrics, kind of right along that cut line.
45 right now. Yeah.
43 and 44, right in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
Their predictive metrics make them a 6. I think they haven't won enough to be in the predictive category. They haven't proven, even though the predictive say that.
Right.
So I think they're closer to the other. Yeah, they're going to be a lot of discussion around Michigan State depending upon how they finish out. If they beat Purdue this weekend at Purdue,
well, then
that
they're good to go.
We'll know by Sunday where we're headed.
That'll
with
be
that.
on one of these TVs, I'm sure.
Yes.
I think the other thing I'll mention real quick is, that's why with where their net is and all their performance numbers, once they get out of the crazy extreme bubble area, they shoot straight up the seed list. Like, I think after that Illinois win a couple weeks ago, they went from close to first 4 in all the way up to an 8 again on mine, and now they're back to going to Dayton. And I think the other thing to talk about, just committee-wise, that Baylor win, there's just a few, not that some of this is Michigan State's fault by any means. They purposely wanted a neutral court game in Detroit, but obviously a home game for all intents and purposes in Little Caesars Arena up there. And Baylor had 11 days off. So they got them coming off rusty, and Baylor hit the road to play that game and then go play Duke in the Garden. So Baylor's circumstances, Michigan State just had a huge edge across so many factors of preparation. And that's, if you're looking at every team bringing their resume as if it's a physical sack, all their weight is on that win. I mean, the majority of the sack is weighed by that win.
Yeah, I mean,
I've talked about that a lot, that game is just hung there with them all. I mean, it's keeping them afloat all season long.
And if Baylor somehow sinks late or something, that could hurt.
Yeah.
Is that your new thing now? Pieces of gold and
Well, the piece of gold goes
hold in
into
the sack or whatever, the physical sack?
You deposit the gold into the sack, and then you carry it to the selection committee.
On St. Patrick's Day. Perfect.
Absolutely.
All right.
Hey, Tim, before we vote,
Yes,
and then
go ahead.
Graham needs to get in, but I was just going to, going back to since we're on the Big Ten, back to the Northwestern and Nebraska thing, because we were
Yes.
looking at the road difference, right?
Yes.
So again, on the NCAA site, they have a little extra ranking in here, but Nebraska's road record at 2-8 comes in at that ranking based on that result against that schedule at 278. Okay.
Wait, what does this mean?
So Northwestern, their road record is 4-6, which would rank 123rd. That's a pretty big difference. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it would rank 123rd, whereas Nebraska's would rank 278th.
This is just like a straight winning percentage?
No, they
like
have
an
a
SOR
parentheses,
road?
like it's like a ranking app. So if their road record is 2-8.
Yeah.
So where does that rank in the hierarchy of it's says 278. How they calculate it exactly,
Huh.
I'm assuming it's based on the strength of the opponent
Probably
that they beat away. You
I
know,
would
that,
hope so.
it may
yeah.
just be record.
Go ahead, Graham.
Well, I
Then we'll
just
get to the
wanted
vote.
to get back to Michigan State. Just looking at their schedule and the top games they played, they're 8-11 against quads 1 and quads 2, and that's not great by itself. But to me, it's even worse when you look into what are those top 16 games they played. As a reminder, looking at this, they beat Butler at home, Maryland at home, at Michigan. Those are barely quad 2 games. In the top 16 games that they've played, they're 5-11. That's brutal for a team trying to make the NCAA tournament. So I don't want to hammer Michigan State too much. They did schedule well. But, man, when they've had opportunities, they have not delivered.
Okay. Matt, can we get a picture of the board again and show people who the 8 teams now? Now we go into a ranking. So, guys, when you send me your vote, and voting is now open, when you send me the vote, put them in order of this is the best team, next best, so on. Of the
And we
8,
did.
of all 8.
We had a few teams like Butler and Ohio State, Ole Miss. They were hidden on the back. We didn't quite have room for them, so I
They're
Vanna whited
in there
them
right
up there
now.
now.
And they will come up in discussion later on, I'm
Yes,
sure.
just in case there's any confusion.
So here we go.
how
We're going
ended
to
up with
rank
them.
these teams 1 through 8. So your best team will be the first one you give me, the next, and so on down the board. While we get this voting going, I'll throw this out here. I've had the opportunity to work with a group over in Lincoln, Nebraska, from the University of Nebraska. They have these classes that you can go online and do, and one of the gentlemen over there is Jim, and he's running a bracketology class for people that want to do it, and so he's done that, and I joined them yesterday, and he just shot me a note, when I joined them yesterday about bracketing, when I was listening to him discuss some different teams, this is something that came up a lot with them, and I was doing the bracketing, so I just, we didn't have a lot of time, but he said, no one yet has mentioned average net win and average net loss. How come? Irrelevant? Seems it would be a good tool for evaluation. Anybody join in?
I think we use
Dave
that.
loves it.
Yeah. We kind
saving that for later.
I thought we kind of used that as a last-ditch effort thing to differentiate teams.
I look at it on every team I evaluate. The problem is sometimes it doesn't make a lot of sense or differentiate one team from another.
I think it has a value, and I certainly believe when you're looking at it, it gives you particularly on the average net win, it gives you a perspective on the quality of that win total that they've had throughout the season. So if you have a team, and this will be probably a bigger factor actually when we start looking at seeding later, some of those top lines, what is their actual average net win when you're differentiating for seeding? And right around the bubble, I think it comes in. Every once in a while, you have somebody that has one really bad night that skews off their average net loss a little bit, so you have to take that into account. But generally speaking, yeah, it can be a valuable tool. It'll give you at least a base, like this team's wins. If your average net win is 30 better than somebody else, there's probably means that you've had a significantly better overall profile.
Can I add one other thing that we have not brought up at all? Conference record. Thank God. I figured that would come up with Texas because they're sub 500 in conference play. That comes up all the time on Twitter, especially with the Big 12 teams right on that bubble. Like, once Cincinnati dropped below 500, it's kind of like we just ruled out Cincinnati. It's not because their record in Big 12 play. It's those 8. Oh.
What's that?
Ranking the voting ballot of the 8, just so everybody's clear.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
That last one, yeah. Oh, shoot. I don't know what I was looking at. I'll send it again.
All right. Anyway, Texas did nothing in non-conference play. Now they're sub 500 in league play, and still somehow we feel somewhat comfortably that they're in. I did not think that would be the case with any of these Big 12 teams that played a terrible non-conference schedule. But I think that because they got those 4 road wins, it's crazy that they have 4 road wins in Big 12 play and they're sub 500 overall. It's just a bizarre situation.
And I think just to emphasize one other thing, going along, the committee everybody's an independent, so they don't look at conference record. And also, I understand teams play head-to-head. It's not the end-all, be-all.
Correct.
Especially if you're at home in that head-to-head game.
Yeah.
I was looking at my seed list. That's what I was doing. Sent you those numbers.
There are a bunch in the 30s, so that checks out.
All right. Just remember to turn that screen off when I'm looking at these numbers. That's why I wasn't a drummer.
You're 2 for 2, Rocco.
I am. No more of those.
Just a
I heard Omaha's a 2-mulligan town. Is that true?
Depending on the day, I might even go higher than that if you're,
Oh,
if you're
okay.
so willing.
Yeah, why not?
If the beer cart comes by and you buy, then,
Okay.
So if you just take straight up the average, the 5 metrics, net, KPI, SOR, BPI, KenPom, all 8 of these teams are between 30 and 39 overall. Now that's not a metric on the team sheet. It's not a metric I particularly look at, but I will sometimes throw that on there, and then I will sort that way when I'm trying to make my bracket just to kind of get into the right range of who's even remotely in the conversation. Florida Atlantic, Nebraska, and Northwestern are all tied at 35.2. I found that interesting.
In the chat, we've got a comment from Alan Bykowski from Cracked Sidewalks. He mentions, would the predictives of a team like Michigan State or Gonzaga or Wake Forest potentially keep them out of Dayton once they're selected into the field?
You'll find out during the voting process.
Yeah, well, I think this goes back to the point that as teams get voted in and then we scrub through, and as the committee does this and some final results come in, things can change a little bit. I don't think they overemphasize the conference tournaments, but they will go back through multiple times to scrub that seed list.
Yes.
And things can get, where somebody starts maybe initially on the vote-in process can change a little bit.
Yep.
When we go back through and start scrubbing, 1 versus 2 and 2 versus 3 and 3 versus 4, and especially those cut lines, because it can be a real big deal, whether you're 4 or 5 on the seed list, or whether you're 8 or 9 on the seed list, or whether you're 14 or whether you're 16 or 17 on the seed list. It can be make a big difference.
Well, but I don't think that, excuse me, they're going to say, well, this team is ranked in the top 20, so they have to be at Dayton. I don't think that would be a final criteria.
I don't know when that narrative started. I don't know that I fully believe it, but a lot of people say, once you're selected, the predictives do matter more so, for seeding than for selection. I really don't. A lot of people say that on Twitter, and I don't feel like the committee has ever specifically said
somebody, that. When I've questioned some people on that, because I don't think that's the case,
Yeah.
they said they, ran the numbers and that's how it's. I said I kind of think that's just a coincidence.
Yeah.
How it's just one of those things.
There was a bracket, it might have been 22, could have been 21. It was one of those 2 years where if you looked at a certain range, I think it was 6 through 9, and you just went off of more predictive, it seemed to be that's the way that committee leaned. But then the year after, which might have been last year or 22, whichever one I'm off on, you could tell there was a nice mix of, okay, that was a resume team, that was a predictive team, and it kind of went almost every other. So it really told me that there's no bearing to it. It really just kind of depends on which way the committee wants to do it. Now, I was actually kind of believing after that one bracket came out that would be the new trend. We're all still trying to figure out what the normal is with net, because with the introduction of the net tool and the way the results are sorted, also came the introduction of listing these other metrics on the team sheet, which before 2019, none of this existed. So the data is still all premature, and the committee results are still pretty premature for us to really go off that. And I thought all we really learned in the last 4 years was that it could go either way.
I mean, I think part of it is that we've just, at that stage, when you're in those middle seeds, we've already gotten rid of all the great resumes, right? The great resumes are all taken. So at that point, you're like, well, what else do I got? Well, I've got some teams that are good enough to be in the field and don't have a great resume, but man, those are some nice predictives. So I think just kind of naturally they start to tend to go into those seed lines.
I think maybe this will probably be a point for later, maybe on Sunday when we're there, but that who ends up in Dayton can vary right up till near the end of the process, because we've had years before where somebody's playing on Sunday in the Atlantic 10 or somebody else that otherwise isn't going to get a bid, or American,
Yep.
and if that team wins, somebody gets bumped out. And so that obviously moves the first 4 up a line. So maybe you were one of the last teams that weren't going to go, or the first one that wasn't, and now all of a sudden you're headed to Dayton.
Yep.
A lot of us that are doing this now, if you go by the current leader as your conference champion, you have a South Florida in the bracket right now from the American, and you have a Richmond in there from the Atlantic 10. I don't know that either of those teams would end up being an at-large team. That, we'll see where we go. But that's a perfect example. If those two teams were not, if they were to lose, that could take 2 more at-large spots, and all of a sudden your team that's now 3rd in becomes 5 in,
Right.
and they're not even going to Dayton.
And by the way, just, it's only March 1st, but on March 17th, prepare yourself for 2 spots to be taken.
Yep.
Because both the Atlantic 10 and the American Championship are on Sunday. And as it stands right now, only FAU's an at-large caliber team and only Dayton's an at-large caliber team, 1 in each league. So no matter what, a finalist will have a chance to steal, or we might have a guaranteed.
Right, so this is just, you're
So just
building those
prepare yourself
contingent,
now.
just build your contingency bracket now.
Yeah,
I'm always
exactly.
prepared. I would add on the predictive conversation. I know we were on RPI days back then, but was it 2016 when Wichita State finished like 5th on KenPom and got a 10 seed? Like I've refused to believe that the predictive metrics are that important.
Yeah, I wonder how much things would have changed if they had
if
that.
it was net then and they were 5th in the net. I mean,
that was an incredible team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Kerry,
But
you
here
ready?
we are.
Am I ready? Oh, heck
Are
yeah.
you ready?
Wait,
Time to shine, Mr.
make
Miller.
sure I don't trip on my cord. So we're picking 4 that will go in.
4 will go into the field here.
All right, let me
And
take
those
them all off.
4 are Northwestern, Nevada,
Uh-huh.
TCU, and Boise State.
Boise State. Okay. These 4 go down into holding.
Yes. So that would be Michigan State, Florida Atlantic, Nebraska, and Texas.
So just to explain the process to any new viewers, we will now pick 8 more from these under consideration teams. Then we will vote them, and then they will join these 4, and then we'll have another sorting vote.
Yes, I believe
Groundhog
now we go to the ranking because we have 4 already. So we are going to pick 8 and the top. I'm sorry, we're going to pick 8. We're going to choose 8 teams right now.
Mm-hmm.
The top 4 of those will join the other 4, and then we will put those 8 on the ballot, and then we will discuss and have a ranking. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I had to clear that up earlier this morning when I looked. I said, I'm pretty sure I'm correct, and I was. So once we do, the only reason they do that first 8 is because you don't have any teams in holding.
Right.
Once you do that, then they just go 4 and 4. But you still pick 8.
That's why you're the mastermind, Tim.
So you stop. At tipping over water, I'm a mastermind.
Oh, yeah. That's why we had our technical issues, because I had a bet over under, would we make it until 9:30 p.m. before we spilled water. Didn't even start the episode, and Tim spilled a cup of water.
All right. Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it.
Got to give
All
some
right.
behind-the-scenes info.
Yeah, we do. It's, we should maybe have another episode of behind
The
scenes,
blooper reel will be
Yeah.
fantastic.
All right.
Blooper bracketology.
I'm sure Meg, our wonderful social media person, is working on that right now. All right. So now we are going to pick 8 teams from the consideration board. Doesn't have to be in any order. Just send me a list of the best 8 teams left over, not including Florida Atlantic, Michigan State, Nebraska, and Texas. Those are in the holding. You're going to pick 8 teams, and the top 4 vote getters are going to advance on.
8 from the far right, correct?
Yes,
Correct.
8 from under consideration column. Yes, correct. We have quite a mixture of teams there.
I know, it's like, kind of want to take some of them and move them a little bit just so I'm not looking at them because they don't deserve to be considered. But I won't do that.
It makes my life so difficult, Carrie, when that happens. Because then we got to go and look and see, oh, we can only pick 6 this time. We can only pick 4.
Oh, yeah, because of the
rules.
The rules.
Silly rules, right?
Principles and procedures that the actual committee and we follow and nobody else in the world possibly needs. Do we want to have a
Yeah, we can
discussion on
discuss.
any of these
Let's,
teams, or at least go to the Q&A, see if anybody's got...
Do we got any Q&A?
Yeah, Graham.
Well, one question that was interesting from Tony is asking whether anybody knows what happened to Sagarin being one of the team sheet metrics.
Great question.
And wondering if a third efficiency metric could come back next year, maybe Torvik replacing it.
Yeah, my understanding is he retired and just stopped doing it this year. Same with football. He was big in both. That's my understanding. Maybe he is still doing football. And then there was some information going around that Torvik had actually replaced it this year, but I'm pretty sure that's all been proven false, and it's just the two. So if anybody has more information, please jump in.
And if any other questions, let us know. We need to fill some dead air every now and then when we're all just staring at our team sheets.
Well, Tony Schneider asks, how hard is it to ignore how a team's performing now versus the start of the year since they eliminated how you finished the year as, that last 12 games counting?
Well, I think human nature has importance to some degree. I think everybody's well-versed and educated and grounded in the process of body of work versus body of work. I mean, I preach it all the time too. But I think there's something about, especially when meetings are starting and it's Wednesday and a bubble team wins a big game, you're kind of like anxious Thursday morning to wake up and see where they're at. Not saying that they belong up or belong down or that it makes any difference, but there's some emotion that kind of is a part of that. And maybe just the way you're thinking about them and talking about them, and in a committee setting, I think that has, again, some level of importance. I don't know what percentage. Maybe it's only like a couple percent. Maybe it's 20. But I think it matters. Obviously it's not something you can see. But if you're, we've had teams too in the past, like Providence last year. I would have been totally okay if they just left them out. It was clear that they were a team not motivated anymore, completely different. And if anybody watched that documentary, you could probably, that kind of showed that even deeper. But you could go back and watch our Zooms from last year. We were talking about them, and that was a team like, hey, we don't need this team as one of the best 36 because they're clearly not playing anywhere near its best 36. And there's a lot of other teams that should be considered. So it didn't happen last year, but.
I always use 2022 Xavier as my example of this because if you looked at their resume, it was still good enough to be an NCAA tournament team, but man, they were horrible down the stretch. And just, you're human. You look at that and you say, do I really want to put a team into the tournament that I don't think can win a game? Because that's just not what anybody really wants to see.
Well, then you go.
We got Nevada last year.
I was going to say, then you go the opposite direction with Vanderbilt last year, which finished really, really strong, but it was just too little too late.
Way too little too late. Well, and even A&M the 2 years ago, that was one where you could tell the committee stopped their at-large selection process early.
Careful, Dave Warlock's going to come at you.
That's right, Dave. we'll talk. I love you, Dave. But the bottom line is, not just me, like any of us that respected the process that was continuing to redo their evaluations day after day throughout championship week. There was no way. The debate was, is A&M going to Dayton or are they into the main bracket? It wasn't, are they in the NIT? And they had them as like fourth out. They weren't even the first team out.
There was no reasonable way to be left out like that unless they had made their decision beforehand.
Yeah, because all their wins in that tournament were big wins, like resume-changing wins.
There's just no way that they shouldn't have been in the tournament. One team,
Anyway.
you'd mentioned Nevada. Looking back at them, one of the things that I think they were one of the final teams I considered. So it's not like I didn't think they were.
I didn't have a problem
close.
with them.
Yeah, I had no problem with it.
I think they're my first team out.
They were 18-10 against quads 1 through 3. Didn't take any quad 4 losses. In fact, only played 3 games against quad 4 last year. So I can see where the committee came from with that Nevada decision, especially good road record. I think that was a difference maker last year. I think it could be a difference maker on the bubble again this year. If you just looked at non-conference schedule and road record and nothing else.
Princeton, we're talking to you.
Those teams had a lot of success last year on the bubble.
As I submit mine, and it will no longer sway my opinion on my vote anyway, but 2 teams I wanted to discuss here as we look at them side by side. Villanova and James Madison. Let's go in complete opposite directions. One team's 16-12 and has 3 really, really good wins. One team's 26-3 and has 1 really good win. How much does the 3 matter as opposed to the 12? Are either of them really in consideration here? I had one of them in.
I have one of them in. I have the Dukes in today.
Yeah.
It's not even posted yet. You'll see that in an hour or
Spoiler.
so. Spoiler. But yeah, I think the thing about it is you can't compare these teams in traditional ways.
Yeah.
Obviously, such a lack of data. And, you know, I get the cons for James Madison are 329th ranked schedule out of conference. They somehow got the Michigan State game. Their league got a great challenge together with the MAC. This ended up being one of the worst MAC years ever, but they still got to go to Kent State. Fortunately for JMU, that was one of the best games of the year if you didn't see it, double overtime win. And then they got Akron, the best team, but they played them at home, so it didn't register in one of these top quadrants. But they totally handled Akron, no problem. That game wasn't even close.
Yeah.
And their case, here's their case. Only 2 teams beat us all year. Appalachian State in a road game in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Nobody in power conferences goes to places like that. So,
Except for Auburn.
Yeah, and
except for Auburn. Except for Auburn.
Auburn effed around and found out.
Yeah, and I wish they did. It would make
And
it would
Auburn
make
won't be
it would
going
make
back.
these comparisons a lot easier if they did. So I think James Madison's case is simple. If they get to the Sun Belt final, lose to App State a 3rd time, okay, that's a match. You could say that's a matchup thing. You know, they got our number. We know everything about each other. We just can't do the things we normally do. I saw James Madison play at Louisiana. I was down there after the Sugar Bowl and got to catch that game at the Cajun Dome. Little ruckus after the game, but JMU pulled out a really hard win. That was in Quad 2 for a while. It just fell out yesterday. So, again, they are going into really tough places to win, even though these teams aren't better than Quad 3, and just doing the hardest thing to do in the sport, winning every time they take the court.
Yeah, you know, I agree. I think sometimes we overlook just the power of still being able to win, and we think that just because it's not a power conference, that it's easy to go on the road in conference and just win all these games. I do think, though, one challenge for James Madison, if they lose to App State a 3rd time, is that how is that going to sit? You know, if you lose to Appalachian State 3 times, it could become a very tough sell in the eyes of the committee.
It can go both ways.
It can,
Yeah.
because then you start thinking, okay, well, then we have to start asking ourselves this. Is Appalachian State a legitimate possible candidate for an at-large berth? If you consider they beat Auburn and they beat James Madison twice.
They would be, but they got some brutal losses.
They do, yeah. And so becomes where it's, I don't know, I have James Madison as one of my teams along just on the outside, because to me, I've got to make sure they're not going to hit a pothole in their last game or so. And then secondarily, let's see who else is at the cut line, because that's going to make a big difference. You know, if Kansas State gets on a run here, wins a couple games more in the Big 12, Iowa, you know, you're talking teams that could get some real power wins yet. That hurts a team. So I tend to err for now on the side of that rather than move them in and then have to end up moving them back out.
I mean, one thing to consider with James Madison, it's pretty much been all in Quad 4. But when you do look at those games in the first 3 quads, first off, against Quadrant 1, they've got a 500 record. 500 records against Quadrant 1 are pretty good. It may only be 2 games, but that's pretty good. But they are 7-3 total against quads 1 through 3. And if you break that out on a win percentage basis, that's actually very good compared to the rest of the field. So I think there's an argument to be made that it's not just the Michigan State game. It's also what they've done against Quad 3.
I want to know why KPI, Kevin Polga Index, Kevin Polga of Michigan State. Why does Kevin Polga's index hate James Madison so much? They're 94th in KPI,
Because
39th in SOR.
Because they beat Michigan State.
I know,
That's-
but it
that's
makes
his
Michigan
team.
State look worse.
That's,
But, you know, if you like the
It's an
strength
outlier
of
for
record
sure.
metric as an evaluation of how they performed against the record that they played, then that certainly is a huge caveat in the favor of James Madison potentially being one of those teams that could get an at-large bid from the committee's perspective.
yeah, and I prefer it just a little bit because of outliers like this. It seems to be the most consistent. Every once in a while, there's a weird one in SOR, but mostly consistent.
Yeah.
If you've watched our mock selection committee over the last 2 years, and this is year 3, you know we're waiting on a vote, and you know who that is. Secondly, this is only going to be known between me and Carrie, but I'm going to say it. You're a national treasure. Don't ever change.
I'm a national treasure. Okay.
Really? Is that vodka?
Isn't that movie on Paramount Plus tonight?
I'll explain later.
I have a question.
Or on FX or
The reason
something?
why I haven't submitted my vote, because I have a team I would like to vote for that's not even on the board.
Who's that?
It's the Princeton Tigers.
Oh,
back?
Princeton.
Are they
Princeton's
back
up
there?
there, aren't they? I thought they were back there.
It
No?
might be. I don't know if I grabbed it.
Well, I think the problem is some people
Oh, you know what,
treat
Terry?
them as the honor.
No,
bid.
no. We were gonna
But
put them
Cornell
on.
actually has the tiebreaker.
Yeah,
right
we
now.
were gonna
they're-
put
they're
them
not
up.
on here
We
yet.
were. That's my bad. We do have them on a slip
they're on
that we
this
can
sheet.
put up there. Yes.
Not to give my votes away.
Go ahead, but you can absolutely. They can be added.
Is there a place for write-in votes?
It's going to be a waste of a vote at this point.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because we're really.
Oh,
He
they're
picks
actually on here. They're
Yeah,
on here.
44.
Yeah. He
Okay.
picks a team that we're good. So.
Okay, that's it.
And then what we're going to do, we're going to pick these, and before we get into discussion, we're going to take a little break here, and this should be very quick. If we got it,
Yep, I sent it.
perfect. Thank you, Rocco.
Anytime.
I'm getting ready. It's whiteboard time,
Yeah,
baby.
let's get up there, Kerry, because I think this is going to be a slam dunk.
All right, let me
Kerry?
guess. Colorado State for sure. Gonzaga's probably going to make it.
Now he's reading our minds like he is as committees.
Yeah, I'm just going to guess. Even though I mentioned James Madison, I don't feel good about them getting there. New Mexico's got a good chance. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Oklahoma, obvious.
I think I got to get one more here. 60, yep, boom.
Providence.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Unanimous.
Oh wow. Okay.
All right,
Oh,
4
these two-
winners.
These two.
Colorado State,
Yeah.
Gonzaga,
Yeah.
Oklahoma,
Yep.
Virginia.
Okay.
So those.
That's right. And now these. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. You had it. You had
That's where we were. Remember in the reveal, I went, wait, those 4 have to go back in the
Yeah, we got a
consideration.
little
No,
messy
they
there, yeah.
they kind of do and they kind of don't. You know.
Okay.
So there we go. And now we're going to take after we get these up here so you can take a look at them, we're going to take a quick break. We're only going to be on 5-10 minutes. We're going to leave the stream up. We'll just have a couple of slides you guys can look at, different things. Enjoy yourselves. Take a little bathroom break yourself. And we will be back here in about 5 or 10 minutes. So and then
people
we'll
to go
discuss
pee?
these 8 and get 8 more. And then after that, we'll get 8 more. And then we'll take a break and then begin seating. So
All right.
get back with us here in about 5 or 10. Thanks.
Somebody in the stream is accusing me of having JMU bias. What? Come on, guys.
Hey, everybody, welcome back.
Hey, thanks.
It's the 2024 Mock Selection Committee. When we last left you, we had selected 8 teams to vote on and have some discussion about to get into the field. These teams are going to get, our top 4 here are going to get into the field. So let's see. We haven't really discussed Gonzaga yet. So, Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Millers, there we go.
Yeah, so obviously Gonzaga feeling really good this morning after just pulverizing my hometown San Francisco Dons in the Chase Center NBA Arena. Big showcase game on ESPN2. Game was tight all the way till about the last TV timeout in the first half, and all of a sudden Gonzaga came back from down about 5, somehow took the lead at the break, came out of the break, scored I think the first 13 points of the half and then 19 of the first 22, and the game was over. So Gonzaga gets not only a big road win to help their resume with, all they really had on the resume before was the key marquee win at Rupp Arena at Kentucky, which has aged very well for them. But also now something to supplement that road win, another quad one, and this will go down as a road win even though it was in the NBA arena. But no rest for the wicked as the Zags get ready to play St. Mary's. Looking forward to having that one on one of these thousands of televisions here. And that's always a big game locally, so I know a lot on the line. St. Mary's has already clinched the WCC regular season title. And as it pertains to Gonzaga's resume, they are still just 2-5 in their quadrant 1 opportunities, and then just 4-6 when you combine the first 2 quadrants. So right off the bat, that kind of throws them into the bubble without even looking at another object. But based on all these other results, some of the non-conference worked against them. They punished both LA schools, but it happened to be the one year where the LA schools are down. And so that's not their fault, but it is what it is. They got a nice win over Syracuse by almost 20. Syracuse wants to be on the bubble, but they're really not. So that's none of that's Gonzaga's fault. They've certainly looked the part in the last month. That's the 2 big wins they have now are in February. Yeah. And I'm so glad they got to play that later in the year, the Kentucky one, because that really was a litmus test, not only to see if they belong as an at-large, but also how good are they really? I was at the game they lost at Santa Clara, which is their worst loss. Lost by 1 point, Steve Nash in the building, emotional game there at the Levy Center. Great place to see a game, by the way. I was calling people, I was trying, and with my own eyes, I was like, I don't even know how good this team really is. They're only 7, they only bring a couple guys off the bench, about 7 deep, pretty guard heavy. The front line is limited athletically. It's not like the Gonzaga teams of old, talent-wise. There might not be a bona fide long-term NBA player. I'm not the expert on that part of it, but it just
Leave
looks
that
different.
to Joe Lunardi. He's
Yeah,
the
there you
recruiting
go.
expert.
There you go. But I'm just saying the eye test, they don't look like these loaded Gonzaga teams we've seen, and that's why they're in this position in reality. And they look very beatable. But what you saw last night, Graham Ike is a machine playing the 2-man game with Nemhard, and they're making it work, and they're playing their best basketball now at the right time. And I think if they get that win at St. Mary's tomorrow, they're pretty much in.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of what I've always said about like the NCAA tournament or conference tournaments. Like I understand it's only 1 game, but to me, like I wish more would be put on it because you're in a conference set, you're in a loser out setting, you're on a neutral floor, especially when like 2 bubble teams are going at it, like that should just be in the committee's mind, kind of not totally, but a little bit of like a playing game. Same with Gonzaga. That's what impressed me. They went to Kentucky. They had to win that game. There's just no way around it.
And they stepped up.
And they stepped up and won the game. That impressed me.
That was a heck of a game, too. Played very well. And I think that was the day they showed they can get to that next gear that we've been waiting to see. The other thing I'll add, Dave, you and I were talking about this before we went live. I know most of you haven't been to the WCC tournament in Vegas, but the way it works is the kennel is so small in Spokane, the average Gonzaga fan can't get a ticket, and the tickets are very expensive, even if they're playing Pepperdine or somebody at the bottom of the league. So what the majority of Gonzaga fans do is just go to Vegas because it's a way bigger arena. It's their chance to see the Zags live. And that tournament, they only play 2 games there because they get a bye to the semis. But that tournament's Gonzaga home games in Vegas.
They play in Orleans, right?
In New Orleans.
And to say a way big arena tells you how small the kennel is.
Yeah, I mean, they can get, people can actually go see their favorite team on those 2 days, on a Monday and Tuesday night. And I've been there the last few years in a row. It's 95% Gonzaga fans. The whole thing's a Gonzaga party.
Yeah.
And even though St. Mary's having a much better season this year, I would still predict Gonzaga's going to win that thing because it's a home game for them.
I think it's very interesting right now that we have Florida Atlantic and Gonzaga side by side alphabetically. I don't know that I've looked at them side by side all season because Florida Atlantic's been like the 6-7 seed. Gonzaga's been out. They both have one really, really, really good win. Florida Atlantic against Arizona in Vegas, Las Vegas. Sorry, Bill Walton. And then Gonzaga getting that win at Kentucky. But then you go look at the quad forward. Man, I mean, Gonzaga's got 13 games there, but at least they won them all. Florida Atlantic lost 2 of their 8. I mean, you could talk me into Gonzaga being ahead of Florida Atlantic right now.
Yes.
You know, to me, I think when you look at the Gonzaga team this year too, they played like usual, an exceedingly tough non-conference schedule right out of the gate with a lot of new pieces. And so they're learning how to play together while they're playing Purdue and Connecticut and San Diego State. But if you go back and you look at the scores,
They're not bad.
those games were pretty close. Now, a couple of them ended up being about 10, but it was not like they were getting blown off the floor.
They had Purdue beat.
You know,
In Hawaii. They did.
You know, so the thing of it is, you know, they lost it at first game to St. Mary's by 2. It's not like this team was just getting blown out of the water. They've come a long way, and that's where you want to call it a golden nugget, you know, to Rocco's thing, to go to win at Kentucky when you did, to schedule like that. You did beat USC, you did beat UCLA, and when they beat UCLA in particular, or USC, we thought both of those teams were going to be tournament teams, and they just didn't turn out didn't work out that way. So that's not a pass. I think if Gonzaga takes one on the chin at St. Mary's on Saturday night, obviously that's not going to be as good a look for them either because they're going to have been swept by them and
Right back to the bubble.
Right back to the bubble. But if you look, they tried, they scheduled well, they were competitive in most of those games, and then you add in the big win at Kentucky with really no other bad losses. And let's be honest, their net rating today is 19.
Yeah.
I don't know where it's going to be.
Yeah.
The net is the tool that the committee puts together, and it's not the end-all and be-all.
Yeah.
But comes a time, if it gets close between them and another team, and their own metric is telling them that they're 19, and somebody else's metric's telling them they're 59.
Tim's ready for something. Say it.
They're not leaving a 19 net team out. I'm just telling you, the committee members all being, oh, that's not true. They're not leaving a net team out that's number 19.
I almost thought BYU was going to crack the Sweet 16 or the top 16 reveal just because they were so high in the net.
Yeah.
Unless you have a really, really good reason to leave a high net team out of the 16, certainly we've never seen it, let alone out of the field.
Yeah, I mean, like if they were 36, that's a different story. Totally different.
So while we're on Gonzaga, a question from the chat, and I think this is interesting because you just said if they lose to St. Mary's, they're right back on the bubble, extreme bubble, whatever. I agree. What is Gonzaga's seed ceiling if they win? Kevin M. asked that. If Gonzaga wins out, they beat St. Mary's 2 more times, they beat San Francisco. I mean, could they be like with their metrics, like a 5 seed?
I think maybe a 6 seed would be as high as I could see, just because I don't think they've got enough total quality to get up to the 5 line. But I could see a 6 seed.
I think it would actually hurt them because they could end up in that 8, 9, or 7. you know, where they have a really tough second game.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a great question. Shout out to the Zagaholic Josh. I'm sure you're watching. You ask me this every day, I feel like. But yeah, I think you know, there's 2 trains of thought. Obviously, they show up Ken Palm 17, net 19, etc. As that difficult of a team to play against to the opponent. So if I'm a 1 or a 2, I'm calling the committee saying, hey, make sure they don't get in my pod as a 7, 8, 9, 10. So you can see potentially them maybe reconsidering them in a special exception for that reason. And I think in the old days you saw it, like Syracuse back with Jerry McNamara they went from like out of the tournament, they win the Big East tournament to a 5.
Yeah.
Seton
I just-
Hall that one year.
Yeah.
Got a 6 seed by winning the Big East tournament. Yeah.
It just, in the recent era, like we talked about before, just not happening that way anymore. So yeah, I think, I think I would agree with Graham. Even six seems pushing it because they have to
Yeah.
get by so many teams now. And all they're doing is beating the same team twice. It's
Right.
not like they're getting that variety.
The one thing I think could help them is the West Coast Conference tournament ends early
Yes.
in
Yes.
selection week, so they've got that opportunity to consider it before the selection week even really gets going.
Full evaluation.
Can we just agree Gonzaga at 8, Wake Forest at 9, and they play the 4th number 1 seed? Everybody in favor of that?
Hunter Sells?
Oh, I didn't even think of that factor. I was just in terms
so-
of being the 2 really good teams that are
Team I
federally
don't
seeded.
think we talked about. And interesting that we just talked about Gonzaga, so we looked at that resume. Now, if we look at Virginia's resume, I understand they're 25 plus points below them, or no, not 25. They're 20, yeah, points below on the net. But when you look at that resume, they have a little more meat on the bone, frankly.
Not on the road, though.
No, not at all on the
They won
road.
at Clemson.
Yeah.
But, yeah, and they beat Florida on a neutral in Charlotte, which helps. And they,
Zion Pullen was out for that game for Florida. Their other game, their Texas A&M win, Tyrese Radford was out. Like they got some luck there on the injury front,
That's
which
nice.
was something we talked about with Providence a lot last year or 2 years ago.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, I got a good impression of them because when I saw them, they just pulverized Virginia Tech. And that's their rival. But yeah, and obviously they play a whole different style, defensive, classic Tony Bennett. They're coming in 7-8 right now between the top 2 quads with 3 wins against the field. If you consider Wake a tournament team, if you don't, they only have 2 wins against the field. So that's concerning. And then 3-5 in their 8 tough road games in the top 2 quads with wins at Clemson, Florida State, and Boston College. But an overall 7-6 record away from Charlottesville, which is actually a nice mark for them compared to a lot of these bubble teams. The thing I will also call out on the other side of the fence is 5 of their losses are to non-NCAA tournament teams, and that doesn't include Wake. So if Wake's out, that's a 6th loss. So that's something to keep in mind too, because I know once you start getting north of 6, that you're pretty much getting left out.
I understand that, but if you look at those, there's a lot of middling ACC teams that are just missing the cut that we're probably
Yep.
not even going to look at, but they're not horrible teams. And you're talking about
NIT, yep.
games they lost, Virginia Tech, North Carolina State, 2 that jump out. I mean, that's a tough conference to go on the road and win when you're in that level,
I think
so to speak.
Virginia has a seeding problem. If today is Selection Sunday, I think they have a seeding problem. But for selection, there's a reason they're so strong in KPI and strength of record.
Yeah.
They're 21-8 overall. They're 500 on the road. We mentioned the Florida neutral court game already, but I think that at Clemson win, to me, that's an elite win.
Yeah.
It's not a top-end elite win, but it's an elite
Piece
win.
of gold.
So, I mean, really, with no losses in Q3 or Q4, I think today, Virginia has to be in.
Yeah, it's kind of like 2022 Davidson to a degree, where a lot of people kept putting Davidson first 4, first 8 out, and but they had that win at Alabama the whole time. And anyway, not the same because ACC is a higher league, but similar to the fact that you're saying resume-wise, with Clemson on the road, true road win, and Florida neutral, those 2 put together is heavier than a lot of the other options.
Shelby, what do you think about Virginia?
They bore me. Well, they really do. I don't like watching them. They probably do deserve to get in, but they're just a boring team to watch. And that doesn't affect their standing. But I think they deserve to be in. They've done enough. If they've only got 2 games left.
That probably is a really good save, though, because I feel like every year I get to Virginia, I'm like, man, for being years when they were up there, for being a good team, I sure didn't watch them much. And it's because I
Yeah.
see their game. I'll move on to something else.
If I can just throw, splash a little water on this, but the one thing that would concern me about Virginia's resume, I agree that they're probably on the right side as we sit here today, all things considered. However, when they've lost to some of these games that are non-tournament teams, they're not close.
Right.
I mean, you're talking you lost by over 20 to Memphis. You lost by well over 20 to Virginia Tech. You lost by over 20 to Wisconsin. You lost by, 16 at NC State. And then you lost at Notre Dame by 22. So it's one thing to lose some of these games and be competitive. They weren't even competitive in these losses. Whereas the Clemson win, while a very good win on the road, is by 1 point.
Yeah.
And had one ball bounced a different way, then all of a sudden we're really looking at Virginia going, well, you have a close win over Florida and a 2-point home win over Wake Forest and a 1-point win over Clemson, and you have a bunch of losses by 20-some points. To me, that's a real that would concern me if I'm voting on where I'm sitting on Virginia. To your point, Graham, right now it might be more of a seeding issue, but if they don't finish the season well,
Yeah.
I could see in a couple of weeks Virginia, because that's a discussion point. They didn't just lose.
Does anybody have
They got blown out.
opinion or data? Does the committee really look at that though?
Look at what?
Like how bad the losses were?
That's what
It's
the
on
big
the
thing
team
is.
sheet.
about it last year.
Yeah, it's on the team sheet.
Yeah, because when we were there, remember somebody brought up that,
I brought that up.
and they said, "No, we never talk about that."
Yeah, I was the WCC commissioner, and
Stu Jackson.
I'm sure.
Stu
No,
was,
no,
Stu was everywhere.
I wasn't I was Bernard Weir. I was not the WCC commissioner, but I was in charge of monitoring the WCC, and I was going to bat for BYU. I was like, they were really competitive. They lost by 1 to so and so, right down to the wire there. And then Dan Gavin's like, just so you know, what you said would never be talked like that. And you and I caught each other's eyes like, why the hell not? Like,
Yeah.
why does the margin not matter at all? But I think now that we're in the net era,
I
now
do-
that we
Yeah.
have the
New era.
predictive metrics, and
That was one of the changes for the future.
right.
So
right.
I
You're
do kind of
welcome,
think though
America.
when they talk about teams like, oh, well, why did you? It seems like they all, look. Rocco and I could sit here, and you could take Virginia side, I could go the other way, and we would both have plenty of ammunition, So
Yeah.
I feel like the committee does that with every team too. Like they can always go, well, KPI, and it would be the only time they would mention it all day, but they would, to sway their argument one way or the other.
I feel like there are a lot of teams this year that the difference between their result-based metrics and their predictive metrics is just like crazy, and I'm surprised that Virginia's isn't larger. Right, they're 32 in KPI and SOR, but around 60th in the predictives. You watch them in those games, like that Notre Dame game. Anytime they lose by like 20, you're like, this is not even a top 75 team. What is this?
Well, I mean, and Bart Torvik does individual game scores for every single game. That Notre Dame game, they got ranked as a 4th percentile team in the whole country. In Virginia Tech, they got ranked as a 2nd percentile team in the whole country. That means they think that 98%
they are
of the
Mississippi
country.
Valley State good. For
That's
those games.
exactly what Bart Torvik is saying. They are Mississippi Valley State
And
quality.
you kind of look at it and you go, well, maybe at that part of the season. No, they were equal opportunity employer, man. It was November, December, January, February. It hasn't mattered. They've had a clunker all the way along.
Not in March.
No, you're right, Shelby. All over that one. All right, 2 teams I don't think we've talked about. Just want a little bit before we vote. Oklahoma and Colorado State. I don't think we've really touched on.
I can take Colorado State if you'd like.
Sure.
So, yeah, the Rams just lost a heartbreaker 52-foot bank shot at home to Nevada.
That was one of the best games I've ever watched.
But if you watched it, Nevada had 4 or 5 chances to close it out
Yeah.
and couldn't at the foul line. So Colorado State, for all intents and purposes, however you want to look at that, they were in position to lose multiple times, and they ultimately did. And today they find themselves, they had a great non-conference in my opinion, and they're 81st on the non-conference strength of schedule, which is far good enough for bubble. And they got the big win over Creighton to win the Hall of Fame Classic in Kansas City. So that's been carrying them in a big way. All their other damage against tournament level competition has been at home and against the Mountain West. They checked off all the boxes except for Nevada. They got the San Diego State box, they got the New Mexico box, they got the Utah State box, and the Boise box. So 5 wins over the field, but 4 of them in Fort Collins and the 5th one in Kansas City, and 7 other opportunities, 12 total opportunities against the field, 5 and 7. it's amazing the Mountain West team had 12 cracks at it. They did, and their win percentage is under 500. Most years, if a Mountain West team, whether it was 8 opportunities, 9, 7, this case 12, if they didn't win at least half the opportunities, like go 6-6 at least, they would be out. So that's the case against them. They're also sub 500 in the quad 1 at 5 and 6. If you chop off 2A, like I like to do, they're 7 and 8. They're still under 500. And then just 8 and 8 with all of Q2, they get an extra win in that part of it. But
What's fascinating too is if you just look at their true road games,
awful.
their best road win is against 177. Yeah.
LMU. Yeah, so they've had 6 cracks at quality road wins, and they're 0-6. And that's standing out like a sore thumb. I've got a big column right here. Graham might be able to see it. It says none because they don't have one. We're waiting on that one. And then they got the one bad loss at Wyoming, which is the border war, great rivalry. That game was unbelievable, by the way. Colorado State, again, this is, I guess, another point against them. Had an 8-point lead with a minute to go and somehow blew that game, went to overtime. So they've had a concerning couple of them last month. They looked incredible in the beginning of the year.
Yes.
And that's why they're still in the conversation.
Every loss at Wyoming, we're like, yeah, that happens. You lose at Wyoming, but BPI thinks Wyoming's a sack of garbage. So
Yeah.
Thank God we don't have the last 10, or they'd really be in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so metrics wise, Colorado State's 68th in BPI. And just can we be done with BPI forever?
Well, especially for Mountain West, it's awful for
Yeah,
that league.
they just hate the Mountain West because they're not on TV.
And the last thought there is all they have left is the Wyoming revenge game at home tomorrow, and then at Air Force. So they're going to go to the finish line with their best road win being at Loyola Marymount, which was supposed to be a strategic top 100 game. LMU had a bad year, so some of that's not their fault. But to have the Mountain West be all-time good, or at least in the last decade, and not get any of those road wins, that really hurts.
At least their neutral wins were good, though.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not just beating Creighton. The way they beat Creighton, I think, has to.
Tim's right there.
I think that really has to be a consideration for them.
Don't let the bartender hear.
Hey, everybody. But I really just being so dominant against Creighton, I think that, to me, is that thing that kind of is just that little nudge into the bracket at this
Creighton
time.
has a little problem with the Mountain West. Just letting you know, if you've looked at their schedules over the last few years, they just can't seem to beat a Mountain West team. Oklahoma, a team that was flying at the beginning. Metrics are great, so they were up in KenPom and net, and like a lot of Big 12 teams, 280 non-conference strength of schedule. And now just, at least here on Oklahoma, they've won some road games.
Well, and what I would say about Oklahoma is, when I kind of,
Not many.
if you want to lump them into somewhere into that group of Oklahoma, TCU, Texas Tech, and Texas, I probably end up with Oklahoma on the top end of those, simply for the fact of, one, outside of Texas, their non-conference schedule was a little bit better. They also did win neutral court games against Iowa, which is not a great win, but it's it's solid. They did beat Providence, which is a team that we're probably going to be discussing here at some point. We mentioned USC. Yeah. They did beat them. We didn't know that team was not going to end up being very good. And then who thought Arkansas was going to blow 4 flat tires this year, right? So,
right.
And they played a competitive game and lost to North Carolina. So I think there's some credit that Oklahoma gets for winning 4 of those 5 games that they went out to try to schedule or they got a chance to play in the non-conference. They are one of the few teams that does own a win over Iowa State. They had they beat BYU pretty good. They do have road wins at Cincinnati and at Kansas State. So is it a great resume? No. Do I feel they're a little bit light on their win totals? They're just 7-9 against the top 2 and 11-9. So, between those top 3, because again, they do have that 8 quad 4 and that's where their 280 strength of schedule comes in. I just think those four are kind of all close together, and as we go through seeding later, if they all get in, that's going to be fun to see how we sort that out.
I mean, for me, I kind of have Oklahoma on the bad side of that 4. And I think for me, a big part of it is just looking at those quality wins and really delving into them. Yeah, they beat Iowa State, great win at home. They beat BYU, another terrific, great win at home. Who else did they beat that's been voted into our bracket besides those 2 teams?
Providence is the closest.
Nobody else has been voted into our bracket yet besides those 2 home wins over Iowa State and BYU. I think Oklahoma is very, very fortunate. They won that Oklahoma State game on the road because that could be the difference between in or out at the end of the day.
And they did beat their road wins against 3 of the 4 worst teams in the Big 12. So, you know.
Yeah. Thank God for the quad system, huh?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
As those are showing up in Quad 1 still.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I agree with Graham. My heart of hearts would like to downgrade them more, but I think when you populate all their information, you know, they're still had just enough in the non-conference to show, combined with all the Big 12 work, to show up above 500 in that top 3 quad column that we always talk about, 11 and 9. And obviously that's a lot better than Texas, even if the level of competition was a little bit weaker. They also don't have a bad loss. That really stands out a lot as well. And away from Norman, 6-6. So again, it sounds average, but there's nothing average about the bubble. And so if you're average, that's actually good. So anyway, those are just some of the pros. I tend to be more of an Oklahoma naysayer, because you watch them play. Sometimes they don't show up in the road, and they just don't look like one of the Big 12's best at all. Even when they were kind of had some inflated numbers earlier, they didn't. And now that's kind of started to level off.
Well, between those 4 teams, the 3 Texas and OU, if you do that, look at the average net wins and losses. It's the second best of all those with 27. That's not bad.
Yeah.
The wins is 3rd, but you know, they lousy non-conference.
Okay, so we are going to rank all of these 8, 1 through 8. So send me those ranked 1 through 8. And those teams are Colorado State, Gonzaga, Oklahoma, Virginia, Florida Atlantic, Michigan State, Nebraska, and Texas. Ranking them 1 through 8.
This is not easy.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. This is a difficult list to
Nobody
to
said it
sort
was going to be easy, Kerry. That's why we have you here.
Wait, he's in charge?
I was told there would be
We're
no
all,
math.
we're all here to support you.
Got quite a little soundtrack in the background.
I know, I like it.
It's bopping.
So after this, we'll have 36 teams in the field. We'll then add another 8, and then we'll take a break for dinner, and then come back, and then we'll start seeding, because we'll have 40 teams in the field at that point, and that's quite a few to do without beginning the seeding process. So we'll start doing that this evening. So all you fans looking for top teams in the country, what we got to say about them, join us after dinner, and we will do that. Meanwhile, watching a big Dayton Loyola game tonight.
We also have some good air conditioning in here, and I just want to say shout out to the Let It Fly air conditioning operators, doing a fantastic job today.
Yeah, because I'll tell you what, if you don't have it in here and these lights, it heats up in here in a big hurry. Yeah.
You get to that point, Tim, where you know it gets too hot. There comes a certain point where the jacket just can't come off.
Yeah.
So you got to be really careful with that.
And I'm a guy who likes it warm. I always compliment Al, the CEO here, that I like it because it's always nice and warm when I come in here. You know, it's winter out. You come in here and it's nice and warm. Sometimes though it gets toasty. Plus this big board behind us, which is fabulous, by the way. This is awesome.
Yeah,
It does throw off a little heat. So
it's terrific.
Boom. Ballot submitted.
thank you, Carrie.
Let me see if we got anything in the chat. If anybody's watching and has any questions, please send them. We will remember every 2 hours or so to read them. We need Isaiah Stevens in March Madness. I don't disagree with that. This is not a question in the
Same.
chat, but
Same.
man, try and pick a Mountain West first conference team. Holy hell. I mean, Ledie's going to win Player of the Year, but
He should.
man,
Yeah.
they got some dudes. And we don't even have New Mexico really in the conversation yet, but
They've got 3 guys.
But
they got
a lot
five.
of them, yeah. Dent's probably the one that deserves it the most because he's the only one that didn't get hurt.
Yeah.
Um,
House and Mashburn are
Toppin-
awesome.
Toppin's-
Toppin's great.
Toppin's gonna be freshman of the year in the league.
Yeah. And even Nelly Jr. Joseph averages like 8 points, 8 rebounds. Like he's clutch for them.
They're freaking loaded.
They have all 5 of their starters have scored at least 28 points in one game this season.
So Tony Schneider says, okay, I did buy that round of drinks, so I need to know what you guys are actually going to be drinking.
Guinness
You're
for
going to
me.
have to stick around till
Appreciate
about
you, Tony.
9 p.m. tonight, and you will find out. It's a big surprise.
Pick. Oh, of course, because they probably don't belong.
Did you forget Oklahoma again?
No. Apologies to all the Sooner Nation out there.
This is an interesting question from Bryce Horing. How is the actual committee determined? Is there a waiting list, a lottery system, or are they only ADs or conference commissioners?
It's a nomination process of some type, but I don't know how long a nomination's good for. And then also they have, it's a good question. Because there's also a regional component to it, because every once in a while you'll have somebody that has to step down for other obligations elsewhere. And then when they have to quickly backfill that seat, it usually goes to somebody either in that same region. They also try to make sure, it just expanded from 10 to 12 in the last 2 years. So out of the 12 now, there's gonna be 6, 1 from every Power 6 conference, and 6 non-Power 6. So it's always gotta have that balance. Outside of that, that's all I got.
It's more than I got.
When I did the mock in 2012, I was Scott Barnes at the time, and he just got put right back onto the committee after some years off.
Saw that.
That doesn't mean you
That's a
get
great
anything
line.
special.
Okay, text.
Scott was cool. He was the committee chair the year that Tim and I did the mock committee, and like he was there, he was helping us through it. He was very, very informative. 'Cause I remember asking him. I think that was the year that Tulsa lost to Southeast Oklahoma State in like a non-D1 game. I was like, that doesn't hurt their RPI, but you guys know that game happened, right? He's like, we know that game happened.
Well, as we're tallying this up too, we talk a lot about these quadrants, 1, 2, and there's 1A and 2A that we'll probably get into a lot here this evening when we start talking about seating. I do think, though, it's also important, the committee has mentioned this in past years, that not every quad win in 1 or 2 is exactly the same. So even though, if you're a beating team on a road that's 74 and 75, barely hanging into quad 1, that's not the same as beating a 23
Yep.
in quad 1.
Yep.
Because, and sometimes they could vary. Is it actually better to beat a 32 team at home or a 74 team on the road? And that's like right on that cut line. So they're kind of similar in terms of that. And the road win is a road win, so that's always valuable. But I'm saying sometimes people can get over caught up in just a number. It certainly matters, but it's not also an end-all be-all in every circumstance.
There's no rule book that they have to follow. If a team is ranked here, they have to be seated here or whatever. That's just used for sorting, and I really believe that's what they use it for.
Yeah, and that's also why I don't like the blind resume. It's kind of a point I forgot to mention earlier, is you could go through the results, and I think you get to a point here in March where you gotta hand pick who's a tournament team, who's a, at least you gotta do, at the bare minimum, you gotta say, okay, this is a for sure tournament team, this is bubble-ish team, and this is definitely an NIT. And then if you know exactly where your cut line is, you can be even more precise with it. And I think once you do that, you know, you could have a win at, let's just say for sake of argument, Wake Forest is out, but they're in the top 30 net. But you could have, I don't know, who's super low, like a Virginia or something. A win at Virginia, not even in the same category. But to me, I'm way more impressed with the win at Virginia because they're a tournament team.
Yeah, I think a good example is, you look at Texas Tech's resume. They beat BYU at home, beat Kansas at home. I think both those wins resonate. According to the net, BYU is a Q1A win, Kansas is a Q1B win. They beat Kansas by 29, they beat BYU by 7.
Yeah.
I have no doubt which one the committee thinks is a better win.
Exactly, and that's why just, when they're close to those things in particular, you can't overemphasize, well, you had one more of this and one less of that. You have to take those top two quadrants kind of as a grouping, and how did you perform overall against them, and how many of them are tournament teams? You
And how many are NIT?
Yeah,
Or
'cause-
bubble at least.
Yeah, because I mean, you could, like VCU, I think, as a road game, is a quad one game right now. They're about 72, 73 in the net,
It's a tough place to win too.
and it is a tough place
But
to win.
McNeese did it.
But at the same time, you're not going to equate beating VCU this year as you might another team, just
Right.
because it happens to be a quad one on the low end.
Quad one, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's interesting because the actual committee in 2024 told us that San Diego State was 14th on their list, and an easy 4 seed, a clean 4 seed, and the two big wins they have away from home are the two WCC teams, Gonzaga and the Kennel, which I agree, that is I don't care if they're bubble team or not, that's a brutal place to go get a win. I think we all agree on that. And they beat St. Mary's in Vegas when St. Mary's was not themselves. They got killed twice that weekend. And so it made me, because I kind of like to think of it from a seedless perspective, like you said, Kansas would be a much more impressive win than BYU, because that's what the seed list tells us. But this committee perhaps, just based on that San Diego State clue, maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm torn on it, because it could be they're really impressed they won at the Kennel, or they're just going straight off the net. Because at the time, St. Mary's might have been like a 7 or an 8 on 2 Saturdays ago, and Gonzaga was definitely a bubble team. And that's the only thing that made San Diego State different than the other options.
So, sometimes I do think we get so caught up in the reveal that we forget that's the beginning for this committee's journey too, right? They're going to grow a little bit over the coming weeks as they head into Selection Sunday.
It feels like family therapy.
I know. I was gonna
It's
say,
just
but-
getting started on our journey together.
But you see teams last year like Iowa State sitting there as a 3 seed. And then if the committee really kept the same line of logic with Iowa State the whole year, they wouldn't have ended up on the 6th line last year. They wouldn't have. But the committee changed their mind, which happens, and I think that's part of this is they're going, the more time they spend in a room together, the more they're willing to change their votes.
It's a long, long journey.
No, I mean, that's a good point. I was making a silly joke, but yeah, it's a good
I mean,
point.
because, to your point, Rocco, when we get into seeding later, if you go back and you look at San Diego's State's resume, other than those that win at Gonzaga,
It is
very impressive, and the St. Mary's, which they won, in a dominant fashion,
Tim, how do we not
their
have any
road
ties yet?
games in
This
conference,
is amazing.
Yeah,
their road games in conference look a lot like
We
Colorado
got
State.
20 to 1 that we won't have any time.
and everybody's getting a bite of that San Diego State apple to improve their own resume.
Yeah.
We are ready.
All right,
Oklahoma into the field.
Oklahoma in.
And if you're going to have one of the greatest college football rivalries of all time, you got to have Nebraska.
Yep.
And then we're going to go with Colorado State and Texas. Oh, yeah, Texas. Correct.
So we did Oklahoma,
Texas weaseling their way in.
I'm a little surprised we're holding Gonzaga. I thought they might have gotten in at this point.
So we moved in Oklahoma, Nebraska, Colorado State, and Texas.
Yep.
Yes.
So note that Florida Atlantic was in the previous vote. Now they're going down into holding a second time.
All right, so they get
Michigan
one more
State
shot,
has been too.
right? Correct,
Has
Terry?
Michigan State?
They get one more shot, then they got to go back in the
Yeah.
under consideration. Okay, so now, guess what? We get to pick 8 more.
Groundhog.
And now we're getting down to the nitty gritty here.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's the best part. Except for, I don't want to encourage a 96-team field,
No.
because then we'll have to come here for 10 days instead of 3.
Or we'll just say,
Or, yeah.
if you're just going to let everybody in, you don't need us
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah,
Sorry, we
at
have-
that point, Ken
we have
Palm will
40
get his
in there
dream and
right
they'll
now.
just pick right off the list.
My math foggy.
24. No, it's 36.
36, okay.
Yeah.
Good. All right. So
All
here
right,
we
so
go.
we're eight off the consideration board.
Eight off the
Is it 8
consideration.
or is it down to
You know, I will say,
6
just
yet?
looking at this
Nope.
consideration board with what we've got
Still
left, it's
8.
starting to get tough to
2,
even
4,
want to
6,
grab teams
8,
into
10,
this pile.
12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. No, we still have enough to do 8.
Getting the zoom action. There it is. Zooming in on that board.
So how we,
Get my
I got a
bad
question on more missing teams. Because, oh, never mind, I can't see. I found them. I'll save it. I'll find another one, don't worry.
Rocco lives to find my mistakes.
All right, well,
and he
while-
does a
while we're
great
working on
job of
picking
it, by
8,
the way.
Our boy Tony Schneider, our biggest fan. What other sports do you guys follow besides college basketball? Who are your favorite teams in those sports where we are allowed to have favorite sports? When I'm not doing basketball, even when I am doing basketball, I also cover Major League Baseball for Bleacher Report, and I'm a Nationals fan. I try and work that into articles. It gets edited out, but they suck anyway right now, so who cares? But used to do college football as well, but it's too much.
Oh, and that would be brutal.
You miss out on a lot of tailgate parties. Trying
I'm
to
okay
be
with that.
responsible with college football.
Listen, I'm getting too old for tailgate parties. I save my drinking for mock committees.
It's a very strategic move by you, Kerry. Yeah, I mean, I got to a point in life where I had to just go with. I've always loved college sports more than pro sports in general.
Yes.
And I'm a diehard, season-long University of Washington football guy. Hell of a year this year, no regrets. Awesome. And if you've never been to a college football game in Husky Stadium, I'd highly recommend it. It's a special place. But besides that, like, I took all my eggs out of most baskets. I follow baseball from afar, maybe 5 Giants games a year. If I'm traveling, I like to see the other ballparks.
Well, you're a Seattle guy originally, right?
Yeah, I just went to San Francisco in the summers, aunts and uncles and things like that. And at the time, Will Clark and all those guys were heroes.
I mean, I understand rooting for the Giants over the Mariners. But
If the Mariners ever make it, I won't qualify as a bandwagon fan, but I'll have to support it for sure.
By the way, your manager played right here at Creighton. Scott Service.
Scott Service, yeah.
His uncle is the head baseball coach at Creighton.
You know, the thing I like lately is college baseball bracketology at the last second. I do one on the last day now, and it's a lot of fun because the process could not be more different.
really,
And there's a couple podcasts. Shout out to the D1 baseball guys. They do a thing called
They are great.
the Nerdcast
Yeah.
every Monday. I'm like, it's like my dream podcast. We got to do a Nerdcast for basketball.
You know,
You guys kind of have one, right? So,
yes, we do. Yes, we do. The Unnamed Bracketology Podcast.
yeah, it's a better name than Nerdcast because you guys aren't nerds. So there you go.
Yeah, we are.
I'm sorry, baseball guys. But anyway, if you have any interest in college baseball regionals, just listen to that. If you like this level of detail, you'll probably like that. There's a lot of overlap. Except for they care about way different things, which is amazing.
wasn't Ole Miss the last team in the field 2 years ago
Yeah,
before they won the
it,
title?
yeah. Only in baseball, man. Like,
Only in baseball. I actually,
Hey,
love-
VCU almost did it.
and people were angry they got in. And then we found out why.
Yeah. Well, I love March Madness, but I also love the way the college baseball tournament's set up because you get that opportunity to prove yourself weekend after weekend. And it's not just
True.
one bad game ends your season. You got a couple shots at it. So
True.
I did get a funny comment in the chat from Emily Miller saying, "Show the video of Graham tackling Carey after the Chiefs won the Super Bowl."
Who's Emily Miller? I don't know.
Yes, I'm a big Kansas City Chiefs fan, but I just like football in general, college and NFL. I'm an MLB fan, but it kind of gets sacrificed most of the time because I just can't watch that much baseball since I'm doing it all year long in basketball. I'm not a huge NBA fan. Don't know why. Just never really took to it.
This guy here.
People find that very odd with me too. They're like, "What do you mean you don't watch NBA?" I go, "It's almost two different games."
Yeah.
You know, like I know the great college players from the year before, and then I watch NBA again, and 3 of them are in the league, and I'm like, "What? Who are these guys?"
It's too scripted.
This was 6-man at Fresno State, and he's now starting in the NBA. Like what?
This guy looks all straight-laced and calm. Between our podcasts, here you're giving family therapy talk, but get a few drinks in this guy during a Super Bowl, and holy cow. My hand was sore for a week from his high fives. I got tackled when MVS got that touchdown. Or I guess it was McCole Hardman who got the game winner.
It's a contact sport, Carey.
Yeah, apparently.
Being a fan isn't.
Do I have to pick 8 of these teams?
Just wait till the
we're
next
waiting on
round.
Carey? That's right.
I need to send you something too.
So an interesting question from Alan Bykowski in the chat. He says, "Is it better to have a gaudy Q1 record with losses in quadrants 2 and 3? For instance, Arizona with an 8-3 record in Q1, but 3 combined losses in quadrants 2 and 3, as opposed to a team like Tennessee, who is 5-5 in quad 1, but it has kept a clean sheet. Otherwise, just 1 quad 2 loss."
I think it's a toss-up.
Yeah,
There's not one stands out.
You know, if you were going to pin me down, I would say my historic perspective on that from what I've seen in the past is ultimately more big wins
Yes.
trump an occasional Q2, Q3 loss.
Yep.
You know, I
Which
mean,
is how Arizona got there.
yeah, I mean, and that's,
Oh, the win
you
at
know, that's
Duke
why
is
I
huge.
think they were the wanted to reveal. And I think, you know, depending on how you want to see it, they're still in that mix because of those high-end Q1 wins. Now, whether they'll still be there, you know, because there's still some games to be played. And if they lose another game to a low quad 2 or something, then that certainly opens the door even more, I think, for some, we'll discuss it later, but opens the door for, you know, at least a couple of teams, and Tennessee would probably be one of them. Carolina would probably be another.
All right, I want to talk about one of the teams on this board here. Ohio State.
Oh, man.
3-1 quad 1A. What in the world? But 5-11 quads 1 and 2. They have surpassed Florida Atlantic for the dumbest resume.
And they fired their coach.
And they fired their coach. Yeah, they're perfect under Jake Diebler.
And they were Emerald Coast Classic champions with that win over Alabama.
Well, and this is where you have to look too and say, you know, they're 1-8 on the road. There's certainly, I think, you know, we talked a little bit about this with their little streak. They're at least probably like here, going to get tossed in somewhere to be on the at-large board for consideration.
Yeah.
But, you know, when you're 5-11 against the quad 2 and you're looking at the whole season, that's still a tough ask at this point, just because you've had a couple of really good wins lately. I think they still have some work to do to overcome that type of disparity.
2 games left.
I mean, I think they have work to do, but I also think they're in the position where they still can play themselves in.
I believe you're right. Because I wonder how much discussion will go on. Well, with the new coach, you know,
I think it's a legitimate consideration.
You know,
If you're going to ding a team for saying we're going into the tournament without a coach, well, you know what? What if you got a new coach? And that seems to be the thing that has improved your play. I think it's something the committee would bring up in the discussion room.
They did lose to Minnesota with the new coach.
Yeah. Feels like they're undefeated.
He's not that new either. He was an assistant before. He's been there the whole
Right.
season.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it just
It's not like
gets
some guy they found off the street. Like, hey, you want to coach for a
No,
game?
I mean, they put themselves back in, under the consideration board.
Shelby, you're killing us.
I know, I'm sorry.
take off
And
your
they're
earphones so you could cough? Because that's going to affect the microphone.
I did think, too, Ohio State could end up, depending, they may be a little bit reliant, not only on what they do, but what some other teams do that are currently probably ahead of them.
What do they have?
They got at
left on their
Rutgers and home against Michigan,
So neither of those is going to do anything for them, really.
unless they're losses.
Well, yeah.
But,
when you
if
look
they
at
win
it-
a cup, if they get to, 21 or 22-12 by advancing in the Big Ten tournament and see where
Yep.
the bubble is then.
It is interesting. 8 of Ohio State's losses, which they have 12 of, so 8 of their 12 losses occurred in a 9-game stretch. So I mean, they've had periods this year, beginning and into the
Mhm.
season. They've looked good at those times. Looked like tournament team at those times. So could be a really interesting discussion in the room. Another question for the group from the chat. Are there any teams you've consistently rated much higher or lower than the bracket matrix field this year? I would tell you that one's been difficult for me because I found out that it was a couple months ago, I tried to go onto the bracket matrix and I noticed that it was giving me like a warning about being like a site that was corrupt or whatever. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to touch this website. So I have no idea what the bracket matrix looks like today. So it's hard for me to answer that one.
Well, that's the way you type it in, actually. So
Yeah.
the best way to do it is just Google it, and then just click the link from Google.
If you have
There
like
we
the
go.
In case
HTTPS
that's
or
happening
whatever.
to anybody.
Yeah, it's a Google Chrome extension situation. I've had it too.
Yeah, I just use Chrome, so it was kind of like, whatever. I found out I
I've
wasn't
only
missing
checked.
anything.
I've only
so-
checked it a couple times too, and I didn't see anything crazy, honestly. What about you, Dave?
Yeah, I haven't either, but I don't check it that religiously anymore. I mean, there was a
Cool if
time I
somebody on
kind of
the chat
did, but
looked at it and told us who we're high on, and then we could.
Yeah.
That would actually be a really interesting, yeah, if we heard that, that would be fascinating.
And part of that for me, I don't know if you guys agree, but I try not to look at it because I don't want to be influenced by
That's
anything else.
exactly right.
I want to stay in my lane and just trust my own process. And then, between doing all this with you guys and a couple other things I'm involved with, I hear enough opinions that I respect, and that's good enough for me.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, is I'm talking to other bracketologists all the time, so
Yeah, yeah.
I've got some other perspective. It's not just...
which is important, which is why a committee like this makes the
Yes.
decisions. It's not
Yes.
one person in a room.
Somebody said
Me-
Bracket Matrix got banned from their work computer for that reason. So we got to get banner brackets up and going.
I think it's a good segue to talk about banner brackets, Graham.
There you go.
Yeah, we'll be doing our own bracket competition this year for everybody here, but also some other well-known bracketologists in the community. We're going to be having 20 entrants this year in our first competition. We're really looking forward to it. It's going to test us in different ways that hasn't been tested before. So we're going to be focusing...
Physical endurance.
The first part is that we're going to be able to vote each other off of the... No, excuse me.
Loser needs to get a tattoo.
But there will be some bracketing actually involved with it. So
Yes.
how did you bracket your top 16 overall seeds? Because that's such an important part of the actual process the committee goes through. We're also going to be looking at where do you have teams on their overall seed list, because that overall seed list is the basis for how teams are bracketed throughout. So it's not just saying, okay, well, you're a 4 seed or you're a 5 seed. It's saying, where were you on that 4 or that 5 line? How close were you really, depending down to where this team was? So we're going to just be looking at some different things, maybe even giving some bonus points to some teams that if you just had them out of the field, or you had them in your field, but they were maybe the first or second team out, you could get some credit there too. So just really looking forward to just doing it with a group of bracketologists who not just do well with putting together good brackets at the end of the year, but they have the analysis skills, the bracketing skills that's really shown. And for me, that's what bracketology is. It's not just about saying, okay, on Selection Sunday, I'm going to tell you, what seeds I think teams are going to be in. It's like, no, tell us throughout the year, what will the bracket look like? So I think that will be an interesting experience.
How much will the swimsuit competition weigh in?
I mean, hopefully it'll eventually be, a legit site. We'll do podcasts with it and everything. Like, it can be a season-long discussion. This is more of a a mock run through it, but yeah, I mean, I like the idea that, you know, right now, if you have the 16th overall team as your 17th overall team, that hurts you in the bracket matrix. But in this, if you have it that way, you still get 7 out of 8 possible points.
Right.
Like you're not getting that penalized for something that's very minor. And also with the BYU factor, if you have their overall seed correct and they go somewhere else entirely, you still get a good credit for that. But
All
we're
right.
good to go.
Well, I've lost my 20-1 bet here.
Hey,
All
we
right.
got a tie. I
All
don't need
right.
to stand up.
So let's give the 3 teams who are going to join
Okay.
those 4.
I got,
Yes.
and then I'll put them
Yes,
in the tie
absolutely.
holding. Yeah.
So we have Providence, New Mexico, and Wake Forest.
Gross. How big is the tie?
The tie is a 3-way tie.
Yeah.
We have a 3-way tie between Seton Hall, St. John's, and Utah. They did get more love this time, Kerry.
St.
Just to let you
John's,
know.
Seton Hall, and Utah, you said?
Yes. And do we need to rank? We just need to vote one since we only need one, right?
But I think we would still need to rank them
We
to
would
get
rank
the
them
Yes.
for the
number.
top one.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's rank those 3: Utah, St. John's, Seton Hall.
Let's talk about those 3. before
Yeah,
we rank them.
that's a good point. We should talk about these 3.
Yeah. All right.
Shelby.
I've got Seton Hall, the highest of the 3.
I bet you're on Warren Nolan duty.
Oh.
This is a great time to actually compare teams side by side.
Oh.
Sounds like the music's getting going at the bar here, so might
This
be time
does,
for
just to
Tony.
let you guys know, this does turn into a little teeny bit of a club atmosphere about 9 o'clock. So it's
I don't like
a lot of
that.
fun.
I also can't believe St. John's.
Well,
This conversation.
Well, Shelby's
Meg
pulling
just
this
chuckled
up.
at you, Kerry.
While Shelby's
that?
pulling
Meg
this
just
up,
chuckled at you and said, you know, come on.
I gotta leave because I don't like
Yeah.
clubs. I'm the youngest one here. I hate clubs. Actually, you're a little bit younger than me.
Can you validate that?
Yeah, we did. We actually
He's
had
like, 30 days younger than me.
our birthdays were messed up on today as well, going through the airport, so we had to go back to that to get that worked out. So yes, we can validate that with U.S. Official U.S. government sanctioned ID forms.
I
Well,
think.
I can-
Oh, go ahead, Rocco.
Did you want to start with
I was just
Seton
going
Hall?
to say, with Seton Hall for me, obviously the thing that gives them, an edge right out of the gate is they have 2 wins against the 2 of the best teams in the league. I mean, when you beat Connecticut, who's projected to be a 1 seed, Marquette, who's somewhere along the 2 line probably, we'll find out later. Those are a couple of big wins that some other teams maybe down here just don't have, and we're not talking about a top of the bracket team right here. So those are a couple of things that stand out for them. If you're looking at this particular group, and again, head-to-head is not end-all be-all, but they have played St. John's twice and they won both those games.
Yeah, I was going to say that's. a
So
good
if
goal.
you're, that's about the only time it comes into play. But if you're 2 teams side by side for a spot, then that can come into play, particularly if it's played more than once.
Right. Yeah, and I think for me, I agree with Shelby and probably you, Dave, as well. Seton Hall's clearly above the other 2, mainly because the weight of those big wins both occurred at home, but they also cleaned house in the Big East bubble on the road. They went to Hinkle and won. They went to Providence and won. One of Providence's only home losses, actually. And, of course, beat St. John's in somewhere there, either in the Garden or at Carnesecca. I don't have that in front of me. But, again, close enough to 500.
Actually, it was UBS. They actually played them, which was a strange
They played a
choice.
couple games there.
It was
Well,
strange
Patino doesn't
for
wanna-
that game.
Patino doesn't want to play in Carnesecca. That's the
Right, I know, but it was a strange choice for that game, I thought. Anyway.
So they've got those 3, which I think are very supplemental. It adds a lot of great beef to the resume. 6 and 7 away from the Prudential Center, and 3 and 5 and 8 chances against top-notch road competition. Those are the 3 wins they got.
Matt,
And again-
Warren Nolan up, please? I'm sorry. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
no problem. And so everything else checks out for the most part. They're teetering that 500 line once you remove quad 4. They're 10 and 10. So there's just not enough reason to boot them out. I think you can definitely take them. The cons are of course their nets in the mid 60s. The performance stuff across the board is pretty low, lower than you'd want. But for selection, they're a 39 strength of resumes as of this morning. 3 somewhat sideways losses, but I don't think any of the 3 are that bad. Rutgers is a rivalry loss. Providence is a bubble loss. Nice road win exchange program between Providence and the Hall. And then the neutral USC loss was at the beginning of the year in the event down in San Diego, which was almost like not that USC has a lot of fans, but it was definitely much closer to USC. So I am totally good with Seton Hall being in the field personally, and that's where I'm at.
Plus they
Yes.
have 3.
To me, the only negative is, their non-conference, their best win ended up being Missouri, which, unfortunately didn't have a good season. So if you're going to dig into it and say, well, what did they do outside the league? Seton Hall's best win is Missouri, whereas St. John's did beat one of the other teams on the list in Utah in a neutral site game.
They did.
Also beat North Texas on a neutral court, and North Texas isn't great, but that's not an easy team to play
No.
either. So they probably have a slight edge there. It's just really, to me, the fact that you beat Connecticut in particular and also beat Marquette, gives you a slight edge in that category.
Motion to just
I would
skip the
say-
vote. It sounds
I
like
would-
we all have Seton Hall at the top of
Yeah,
our
I would
list.
say watching the two of them, season-wide, you'd have to say Seton Hall, but watching the two of them now, it's pretty close as far as who I think the better team is.
I think St. John's is the better team now,
Yeah.
but I think Seton Hall clearly deserves to be in the tournament
Has a
over
better
St. John's.
resume overall, yes. I would agree. And I think it's closer and could, obviously we're going to end this week, but next week it could flip around. But
Here's what's interesting about their remaining schedule. At UConn, they win that.
They'll
and
sweep
they're
them.
good.
They'll
They're
sweep them.
in. But they could also lose at home to DePaul. You do that, it's not looking good.
Right.
And Villanova is the other team there
Coin flip.
coin flip.
Yeah.
But if lucky for them, it's a home game.
do we have anybody that's not in favor of Seton Hall?
No.
We do not, so as committee chair, I will say
Board 'em.
Seton Hall is in.
Put them on the board.
We're going to save Tim some calculation time here.
Yeah. I think it would have been, this one would have been pretty easy.
Knowing the way I vote, it would have come out Villanova out of those 3.
Right. Yeah. All right, so those teams are going to be left over for probably tomorrow.
That is
So,
interesting that we were considering St. John's over Villanova. Wow.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're considering any of them over the Sycamores. That makes me.
I also had Indiana
I had
State on.
Sycamores as my list.
Okay.
All right, so now we have 8 in the ballot, and we just had something happen. I don't know that there we go.
And
Okay.
Drake, too.
We have 8 in the ballot, so I think we pretty much, we haven't talked about Wake Forest.
That's a
Well,
good
do
point.
you have Pepto-Bismol anywhere around here? Or? You might need a few little cups. Yeah, the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, I love Steve Forbes. I love watching this team play, so it's just more out of frustration out of anything. While I mentioned Pepto-Bismol. Of course, got the big win over Duke. We all saw it. Home game. Nice win over Florida. Home game. Nice win over Virginia. Home game. This team away from Winston-Salem is a whole different can of worms. They've had 9 opportunities at true road games in the top 2 quads, meaningful road games. They're 1-8 with the lone win being over Boston College. That's a really horrible percentage. And overall road neutral, played in a really strong event for their MTE, and they're still sitting here at 3-10. It's just really, really tough to look at, for me at least. You remove the quad 4 thing that Dave and I talk about a lot. They're 12-10. I think they're okay on that part. But overall, quad 2, top 16 games, they're just 6-10. It's far below 500. And if you take the top 2A, their most important 13 games, they're a 5-8 ball club. With only 1 win in quad 1, the Duke win. So, I mean, it's, to me, there's more reasons to leave them out than to put them in my opinion. Bad outweighs the good here.
beat Duke. That's all that matters to the committee sometimes.
And that could be true. And you know, having Stephen A. and Skip talk about court storming for 3 days probably didn't hurt either, because their logo's on there every time they show the clips. But
Just
besides,
a constant reminder that they won that game. Yeah.
I just pulled up their team sheet and they didn't have a replay of it, so it was nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with Wake, probably the biggest advantage they have, which is usually a dangerous place to be, if the only thing you really have going for you is some predictive metrics
Yeah.
and a good, but not like crazy good net number, this resume just yells bubble
Oh, yeah.
all the way around it. And so,
Oh, yeah.
because there's a little bit of good, there's a little bit of not so good, and there's just a whole lot of meh,
Yeah.
right? And so that's kind of where, but the biggest thing I think that puts them most at risk is the fact outside of their home arena, they are 3-10.
Yeah. Well, they're like just a totally different team. I mean, look at the scores. And besides the win at Georgia Tech, which is quad 3 now, so it doesn't just pop or anything, but they won by 29. They've demolitioned so many teams at home. The scores are crazy in a lot of those. Even a hot Pitt team came in and lost by 33 just a week and a half ago. But that doesn't get you into the tournament. Every chairman, probably our whole life, has always said the classic 3 sentences of who did you play, where did you play, and how did you do? And that middle sentence is killing Wake Forest, which is where did you play? Because all their damage is done at home.
And
Forest is a worse version of Nebraska.
Oh, yeah.
Because what happens is you go and you get the big win against Duke, and then you go to Notre Dame
And you
a
look
few
like whole
days
different
later.
team. They look like a whole different team.
And so that's where if you start looking at this, the basketball part of it, the eye test, you're like, what doesn't compute here? You had this big win, this next game's important.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying any games are easy, but it's a road game, but that's just one, did you fix this, or are you back just doing the same thing we've seen? And it's been unfortunate because I've seen Wake play many times. There are times they definitely look
Amazing.
like an NCAA tournament team.
No doubt.
But they just have so much of this kind of head scratching stuff going on that it makes it hard to feel really good about their spot.
I mean,
Games tomorrow.
it's hard to feel good about their spot, but at the same time, to me, they're similar to Gonzaga, just a little bit worse version of Gonzaga, where you've seen what they can do when they're on, and that's something to be said for that too. They're also 2 games over 500 against quads 1 through 3, which is typically a very good place for a power conference team to be as far as getting a bid. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of obvious resume flaws here, but they have kept a clean sheet in quads 3 and 4. I think that matters, especially because it validates what we all think. We all think Wake Forest is a good basketball team, and they haven't dropped that bad game. They've had plenty of opportunities to do it. I would even argue that when they played Miami was pretty good, took that game to overtime. I think it's a tough call with Wake Forest as far as in or out. I think there's certainly teams on that board I prefer to Wake Forest. But I don't think they're one of those teams that would be towards the, I don't know, And now that I look at the other teams, I'm like, oh man, Wake Forest really is getting down to the edge of that listing.
Yeah, and here's the kicker. The final week, they play two more home games. Can't really impress us more at home. They'll perhaps probably collect another tournament level win when they final game at home against Clemson, which, whatever, that doesn't hurt. But tomorrow is their last chance to show us what they got on the road at Virginia Tech. It's a quality enough road game. And again, it's still not going to look great to be 2-8 in their 10 toughest road games, or 4-10 in this other category. But it's a tight. You can stomach it a little bit more than you can right now.
Well,
and I think that game against Virginia Tech is going to tell us.
I mean, at some
almost
point,
everything.
you get down to fine margins, right?
Yeah, that's what. It's
When you
about.
got to these cut lines, it's fine margins, some little thing here or there. And yeah, if you go and you can't basically go the whole season and not win a decent
Exactly.
a decent road game, it gets much harder to say we belong.
I think when you just look at that list, I think when you examine Wake Forest individually, I'm like, yeah, I could see this team in the tournament. And then you look at who they're compared to, and it's like, I can't see them topping that list or get close to it. I really can't.
It's the classic.
Let's just talk real briefly about New Mexico, because then we get kind of a hard stop here. So
I like them.
I'm,
If they get in, I'm picking them to the Sweet 16 probably.
I'm surprised they're still on the board, frankly, but go ahead.
Yeah, so here we go again. New Mexico, it's been I've had them in my first four to Dayton for a variety of reasons, and you know when they lost to Air Force, obviously was a tough one to stomach, and we knew it was a quad 4 loss, and I think they were 278 in the net at the time. Air Force was. So one individual day, one bad result. The interesting thing was they didn't necessarily drop at all
Yeah.
for me because some of the other stuff got better. Their road win, they swept to Nevada. Nevada keeps getting better. That's pretty huge. However, New Mexico is this classic team where 5 wins against the field are all against the Mountain West.
Yep.
Their athletic director requires 10 home games. It's actually 9, but they pushed for 10 this year. And I work with them pretty exclusively. So that's because the pit gets $14,000. It's a huge revenue stream for the athletic department. It funds other sports, things like that. Way bigger thing than bracketology. But that will get you the 270th ranked non-conference strength of schedule when everybody else in the Mountain West is going out and playing neutral court games in Vegas.
So frankly, doing what they're doing, 273 is not bad. You know what I mean?
VCU's the same way, by
Yeah,
the way. VCU's
yeah.
got the Rowdy Siegel Center always sold out, so it's a huge revenue stream for. I had VCU and New Mexico both wanting to play each other in the Veterans Classic at Navy that first Friday. Would have been a perfect game, at least on paper. And both ADs ended up backing out because they wanted an extra home game. So just gives you an idea of how those two schools are. Nothing against the coaches. I mean, the coaches didn't like it because they knew they need these games to get in. But with all that being said, they only had 10 games fall into the top 2 quads, and they're exactly 5-5. Luckily, all 5 of those wins are tournament level. 4 of them in the pit. The road win at Nevada gives them a little bit of road juice, but the other 4 opportunities, big opportunities they had on the road, they fell short. So just 1 and 4 in those big road games, and then every other game they've won, which I think helps. Helps show okay, it's not like this road problem. We just couldn't get the big ones, and they're 9 and 4 away neutral total. So it's a lot of big mix. There's reasons to like them, reasons not to like them. The strength of resume is the one that doesn't like them. They're 61 right now. So it's been tough. There's been times where I had to pick a team to leave out and I left them out. Now I feel much better about them than like a Wake, but it's one result for them, and the rest of the pool of teams can shift that. And we'll see what happens tomorrow.
I would say to all bracketologists, look at their resume, don't watch them, because if you watch them, you're like, how in the hell can this team not be in this
That's how I feel. Like I'm probably going to end up picking.
They're loaded.
I mean, then they're just so athletic and so talented. I mean,
At least 3 pros, maybe 4.
Oh, yeah.
You break these 8 teams in half, right? Gonzaga, Michigan State, Wake Forest, New Mexico, all look like tournament teams when you watch them play.
Yeah.
The other 4, not so much.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Ken Palm loves them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think to me that I feel comfortable myself about them being on the right side right now, just for all the reasons you said. The one thing that probably maybe keeps them lower when we get into seeding perspective sometime down the road is the fact that they just have 5 wins against the top 2 quadrants.
Yep.
That, you know, when you're
It's not a big
coming up on
sample.
4 months into the season and you have 5 wins
Yep.
against
And four at the pit.
against what you would determine is potentially
Yeah.
quality competition, and you're 5-5. So you're kind of you know. So to me, that's again.
Yeah.
I've seen them play. You know, there's so many things that point to them being in,
Right.
and they have those big wins in conference. You know, the Air Force thing aside, you know, which was kind of, you know, what the heck happened there.
Yeah. Perfect.
That's
storm.
just to
They
me,
played well.
they're just, and some of it's the schedule, but there's just not a lot of beef in the top 2 quadrants.
I think what hurt was just that New Mexico game. If you watch the game before, they played UNLV. UNLV absolutely destroyed them.
Yeah.
And then the next game, you're like, what? You know?
UNLV's the great wild card in this
Yeah.
league.
Oh, yeah.
The thing I'll say too, the reason why a couple times I put New Mexico out, even though you're never supposed to look at conferences, it's just really tough sometimes to put all 6 Mountain Wests in when it's only an 11-team league, and 5 out of 6 are basically bubble teams.
Yeah.
Well, in San Diego
You're right.
State's the only sure
Right.
thing,
Yeah.
and I just felt like with the remaining schedule, somebody somewhere is going to fall off, but nobody has. And even that Air Force game didn't knock them off. So I think we're in it for the long haul.
Yeah, I think
And, but what happens, let's say UNLV goes off and wins the conference tournament, right?
Then it's like,
You know, then it, you know,
then you have to shut somebody out probably.
I think one thing that's interesting for me looking at this group is New Mexico's loss to Air Force really stands out like a sore thumb out of the entire grouping. FAU, you can say the same thing about losing at home to Bryant. I'd actually argue that that's not even quite as bad.
Bryant
as
can play.
Yeah, Bryant can
They
play.
got some dudes.
So I'd argue the single worst loss anybody has is New Mexico at home. And then if you look at FAU, they went on the road, went down to Phoenix, beat Arizona. It was Phoenix or Vegas?
Vegas.
T-Mobile. Yeah.
Vegas beat Arizona on neutral court. New Mexico doesn't have anything that stands out like that. So I'd argue that, you know, they have the single worst loss, and they can't compete in the top echelon with quality wins either. So I think New Mexico is in decent shape for a tournament bid. I wouldn't say good shape.
And here's the kicker, and it's thank God the Mountain West set this up right. 2 of their last 3 are big road games at Boise, at Utah State. In my opinion, they got to win 1.
Yes.
You win one of those, you can back up that Nevada road
Yes.
win.
yes.
But then if you get to the end of that, because they're 1-4 now in their big roads, if they lose them both, they go to 1-6. Now it's a little easier to leave them out.
Yeah, in other words, this is what we talked, I know we've all probably said this, down the road, more teams tend to play their way out
Yes.
than play their way in, or they give reasons to be left out.
Yep.
So you're right, they have perfect opportunity to just take the bull by the horns
a
and
team like
win
Boise-
both those road games, and it's done.
And if it's a team like Boise who's closer to the bubble, they can switch spots with them
Yep.
and push Boise.
That's what Nevada did.
Yeah,
right?
push them down to the pressure
Yep.
cooker.
Yep.
Okay. All right, voting is open. You can keep discussion going if you'd like, but if you would like to vote, go ahead. We are ranking these 8 teams: Gonzaga, Florida Atlantic, Michigan State, Virginia, Providence, Wake Forest, New Mexico, and Seton Hall. 4 will move in, 4 will go into the hold, and they'll be holding a long time.
So when you get my text, you're putting them in, you're getting them in order, right? Like
Yeah,
my
yeah,
top
absolutely,
choice.
absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. I've just discovered I got 2 little flaws here I got to correct during.
I noticed the team I voted for wasn't even on your sheet, but maybe I should stop snooping.
I mean, 3 of us had Indiana State.
Yeah. Well, they were like my second
Well,
team.
they were on
last
here,
time.
but they were. I didn't add them up because I knew they weren't going to make the cut when I
Come
said
on, I had them number 2.
No, but by the points they were not going to make it.
Okay.
All right, I see what's going on here.
I need to like make some notes on where I'm voting teams.
It's okay to change your mind every time, I sure do.
That's the point of the discussion.
Yeah.
That's me. Okay.
It's okay to have these occasional audits.
Oh, hey, I'm doing it, so yes, it is. That's why I'm taking a little bit of time when I get the final score to go back and double check some of the leaders to make sure I wasn't messing anything.
No, yeah, you got it right. Yeah, it's great.
I see it now.
Way to go, Tim.
Yeah. Trophy for Tim.
It's a tough vote, really. Going through this list, there's not a lot of separation between these teams.
It's just the beginning of the journey, Graham.
You didn't do an all-nighter last night and sort them?
No,
We intentionally came into this with a clean slate.
Wanted
Oh,
no
that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool.
Like, we both did, what, brackets like a Sunday night or something, really haven't updated since then.
Beautiful.
I did too, and I wish I had maybe had a little more of a slate.
All right. There you go, Mr. Tim.
Got any questions in the chat? Let me see. While we are waiting for voting, how far out of the field do you rank teams when doing the bubble? Oh, that's Dave goes real far. I barely even picked my first 4 out.
I mean, generally speaking, the sort of the
Dave's
common
preparing for the '96 team field.
common practice is, you know, at least 8, right? You kind of do your first 4 and next 4. On my seed list, I list the next teams that I would put on what I would consider under consideration. Not like way down, but like about the next 7 or 8 that at least, put it this way, they're close enough to at least get a peek
Yep.
to see whether they might be worthy of moving up. And those, the bottom of those change. Because, you know, like right now, I have UNLV in that group.
Yeah.
As soon as they
As long as
soon
Ohio
they lose
State.
again, then you can kick them out.
Right, but I mean, you know, if you look at the way they're playing right now, you know, them and Ohio State joined the list. But in that next group of like, well, at least they deserve a spot to say, well, let's at least take a peek at the resume.
Right.
Then he added, as a follow-up, what does it take for a team to be eliminated from consideration? It's just, you get to a point where
The bad is
you
way
can't win
far.
enough good games anymore to do it.
Well, and or the math just gets like really
Right.
impossible. I mean, if you're already at like 14 losses, the math probably just isn't going to compute. You're pretty much having to win your conference tournament at this point. Because if you get to 15 losses, you're going to have to at least get at a minimum probably to 19 wins. That's the precedent we've had. And then you better have like, you know, the year
Literally strongest
Vanderbilt got
schedule.
in, they had like the,
Right.
yeah, just a crazy strong schedule.
I am pretty reluctant to just erase teams. Like, I think I waited until Miami lost to North Carolina to like fall to 13 and 14 overall or something. Like, Xavier was 2 games below 500 before I was fine. Like, no, you can't.
I'm with you on that.
I mean, if you somehow pull a miraculous turnaround,
Yeah.
we'll reconsider. But
It's not in stone.
But yeah, I mean, there's just some math things that just don't work. You know, no team 500 has ever gotten in.
Right.
No
I don't
team
think-
1-5. I think the team 2 over has.
And I think the last one to do that was like Villanova in 1990 or something.
Louisville
no,
way
Vandy-
back was
Vandy.
16, 14.
You know, Georgia was the one year Georgia got an 8 seed at 16 and
16,
14. But they, again, they had like the
Yeah,
the
the
schedule
Vandy-
that year
Vandy
was
got
like
in with 15
ridiculous.
losses.
Yeah, because
Vandy,
they-
Florida, and Alabama all got in with 15 losses. Like, the committee loves their 15-loss SEC teams.
But again,
The
they
Vandy
had
team
extremely
2
strong
wins over
schedules.
Gonzaga.
Yeah.
They beat Alabama.
They're rewarding him for that.
With Sexton.
But you have to.
And then was it Florida that had 3 wins over
1 seed.
LSU or something like that? Like, they had a 3-game sweep of like a 3 seed, and that kind of did it.
You have to have
Didn't
something
Vandy do that to
extraordinary.
Florida?
What's that?
Vandy did that to Florida?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to have just something extraordinary to counteract that.
Yeah.
And getting to 17 and 15 wouldn't work. I mean, it's just not going to be good enough.
Like, even with Butler, right? They have the number 1 strength of schedule, and they're now what, 15 and 13. It's just I don't see it happening. Like, they just didn't get enough.
Well, and then sometimes your eyes can tell you, you know, I mean, people know by now I'm a Butler grad, you know, they had a great year compared to where they've been. Thought for a while it was going to really be a magical run, but it just seems they've just run out of gas. I mean, they're not the same team in the last 2 to 3 weeks. And so at some point you just look and you say, well, I hope they can pull it around. The math is almost impossible now. And I just don't see you're going to all of a sudden go on a run and beat Connecticut and Marquette and Madison Square Garden to
Well, they might.
pull that off. I mean, if they do,
Good for them.
I'll
There's
be,
a team that can win road games like that in the Big East.
yeah.
Been the Butler Bulldogs.
So,
All right, Rocco, I have a question for you. Not from the chat, it's from me.
Uh-oh.
As a scheduling guy, what is stopping Gonzaga and Drake from scheduling a game after the MVC and WCC championships if they were to both lose.
They could do it.
Yeah. Why don't we ever see that?
Happened.
I know that they did like the Patty Mills year when they wanted
Yeah.
to prove that they were healthy or whatever, but I don't know why that's not a normal thing.
Right. No, there was some chatter about it last year. It just didn't happen. I think the main priority is as soon as the staff feels like they're in, they don't want to play it. Why risk it? No point.
Yeah.
It's got to be a perfect storm. First of all, you got to have two teams that are still left over with a spot. Princeton still has a spot too.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that. But they had their tournament late,
Right. Yep.
so that's just going to screw that up. And then, so you got to have that, which there's not many teams that can do it. And then you also have the factor there happen to be two, probably the two best leagues that go early. And then they both have to be extreme bubble.
Yeah.
They both have to feel like they're almost out to do it, or even like first four level. And if not, if they feel like they're anywhere in from there, they're not going to do it.
What was that?
I mean, Princeton's in that exact scenario of like
I
they
know.
could really use a win like that.
Right.
But there's not, because the WCC
Their
championship's Tuesday night,
Right. The Ivy's championship is Selection Sunday.
and they play the semis like Saturday, right?
Yep.
So they,
So they're not going to waste their legs,
yeah.
fly into the middle of the country and play in a neutral game, even if we get our fine friends at Salt Lake Community College to give us the gym for a day, which they do a great job. Shout out to those guys.
Yeah, I'd love to see that
I know.
in the future. Like, it's just like set aside. Like you intentionally don't schedule that 31st game so that you can have that opportunity to pick up a quality win.
Right.
Sort of a bastard version of the bracket busters.
I would love that too. And I think it would be great if teams from those leagues, they know who they are, WCC, Missouri Valley, if you're a projected top 2 or 3 team, just leave the game open.
Yeah.
Don't play the non-D1. Just leave one open.
Seriously.
It's not, you could go play
You
an
can
extra
always get the
exhibition game.
non-D1 team later.
Or do it before the season opening day, do an extra exhibition game.
Chicago State's always looking for games.
Except for this year, they're really.
Well, personally, people, one thing I would love to see for the committee to do that I think, could help some of this is to say, listen, if you're in a power conference, if you want to be considered for a bid, you have to play at least one road game against a non-power conference school every year.
That would
I.e.
never happen though.
Well, I understand it probably will never happen, but if the committee was serious about wanting to do that, you could make it a requirement. I mean, Auburn did it this year. I mean, North Carolina's done it in the past. There have been other schools that have done it. It's not like it can't be done.
The second the committee adopts that is the second we no longer have an NCAA tournament as we know it.
Because, I mean,
Yeah,
let's
that
just
way
say it gives somebody to actually have one of those on there, or they're at least have to required to play in some sort of a neutral site somewhere.
I know. Yeah, I wrote a proposal up during COVID. We all had a lot of extra time. And I still think it could work if the NBA gets involved. I think that's the only way it's going to work. But if we took the first, so I think the G League, I don't know a lot about the NBA either, but the G League catches my eye every holiday season because they do that 4-day deal in Vegas, Mandalay Bay, no fans, it's all scouts, and it's for the entire NBA calendar, something big, like 30 to 40% of all G League call-ups happen from that showcase. So it's just all scouts, and each team plays 2 games. You play a game, you get a day off, you play a game, and then you leave. It counts towards the standings, but it's all for a showcase event. So, and the NBA teams are, I think, off. So literally everybody working for the teams is there, evaluating players, and then all these call-ups happen. So I'm thinking for college, especially with NIL, with, the only ways you're going to get the Dukes and the Carolinas and the Arizonas of the world to play in something like that is if there's money and the NBA's there, because that could help lure a kid. And just do the same format, Thursday through Sunday. Everybody plays 2. If we could get even extend it all the way through the mid majors, just take the top. You can draw the line wherever you want. I propose the top 128 because I'm a sicko.
Yes, you are.
But and I want to see how those teams get a shot too. And you can seed them all. Just do a little 14 pods, it counts towards their non-conference. Everybody saves room for 2 games. You go to Vegas, no fans, Mandalay Bay, all scouting, combine, helps their NBA future, throw some NIL. It's a built for TV event, just like the G League, but it would have way bigger ratings. Anyway, just an idea, and I want to do it in February, by the way.
So, something that I think could
Whoa, wow.
happen in the
You're
future.
just throwing all kinds of roadblocks on that one.
You
Do it
keep
in February.
no
We might have to
different.
do it in the
You keep
holidays,
your.
but you know what I'm saying.
Something I really do believe could happen with NIL in the near future is you keep your same conference, same schedule as normal, but you also join other leagues for the year. So a group of teams gets together and they have their own standings. So you might have one year Villanova and Baylor and Arizona and Duke are all in a league together, playing a league schedule as they still play their ACC schedule, still
Yeah,
play their
you
other
can do that
non-conference
too.
games.
So like in
They
high
could
school when we
absolutely do
were in
this.
2 different conferences.
And this could be a really good
Similar.
comparison for the committee and some great ratings for
Hey,
college
Kerry?
basketball.
It's time to break out the Guinness after that conversation.
Alrighty.
Well, I just want to say, we just saw the first rendition of it this year. Liberty, Charleston, and Florida Atlantic did a 3-year agreement. They turned it into a 1-weekend event. Everybody plays everybody, but it's a 3-year deal where each school gets to host. So this year FAU hosted, next year will be Charleston, then Liberty the 3rd year. But they call it pods in the scheduling world. We're already talking about doing that next year with Mountain West teams, WCC teams. Hopefully, if a power team feels like they're like a Wazoo, like you get somebody like that. Anyway, it's a creative way, similar idea. Everybody plays everybody, and then you sign a long-term deal so everybody can host it once.
Yep. Great idea.
I'm ready.
Are you ready? Ready,
I'm
Chair? All right, here we go.
Literally standing.
Florida Atlantic in,
Huh? Okay.
Why'd you act surprised by that?
Michigan State in,
Because I have Florida Atlantic title.
Virginia in. And just to show everybody's vote counts, by 1 vote, Gonzaga's in.
Thank you.
Ooh, interesting. I'm surprised Seton Hall didn't make the list.
So they
barely
are going to
made
go
the-
down to the holding area. We will get back to them tomorrow when we start really getting into the end of the line here.
Which will be good because we still got some games going on tonight.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, big night for ASUN seating.
We are going to leave the stream. Are we going to shut down the stream, Mac? We're going to keep it up. Okay, so we're going to leave the stream up. So you'll just have some. We'll just put a thing. We'll be right back up there. We're going to take a little break. Probably be back in roughly an hour. So come on back, and if you're fans of the Blue Bloods, it's time to join us because we're going to be talking all about you.
Going to be talking some seating.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks for joining us so far. It's been awesome. We'll see you in about an hour. Hello, viewers all around the country. Tim Kruger, we're back here at the Mock Selection Committee. We are back live here for the next, 4 hours or so. Got a lot of fun stuff planned for you tonight. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to dig right into the seeding. We've gotten 40 teams in the field right now. We're going to stop right there with more selections, and we're going to move into the seeding process. One thing we want to mention that we discussed a little bit at dinner is make sure everybody understands we know there's 2 more weeks of the season left, okay? But
Really?
for our purposes of our bracket, we're going to stop. Tomorrow night's the end of the season. So, you may see us like, well, there's only 1 game left or what have you, but there is in our season, right? There's 1 more game left for most of these teams. So that's where we'll stop on that one.
I can hear you.
Okay, good,
Can
good.
you hear me?
Yep. You're good. You're good. You're good. All right. So what we're going to do now is we are going to go back into the teams in the field. And just like we did when we started selecting teams, we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to pick 8 teams. The 8 with the most votes go into the voting ballot, and then we will discuss them. And then the top 4 out of that group will actually rank all 8. The top 4 will be the first seeds.
Yep.
The bottom 4 will go back into the holding pattern, and the whole process starts over again. All right?
I feel like we don't have much to discuss here. We all know who our
No.
1s and 2s are,
Let's
who
just-
the candidates are. We'll just get the 8, and then we can have our conversation.
Absolutely. So everybody just pick away.
I just got to remember what freaking numbers they are.
Well, we've got cheat sheets.
I think we're going to have a very spirited conversation about that fourth number 1 seed.
So we're doing the top 8.
Yep.
Yep.
The G teams that we want to consider for the 1 line.
Yep.
You don't have to worry.
Yet. It's the first text I sent you, I just sent you a copy and paste it.
I don't think Kentucky was
That's
that
just
text.
working smarter, not harder.
Amen. There we have it, people. First one in. First time ever.
Wow.
So close.
I think you deserve a round of applause.
I'm going to go ahead and preemptively move Purdue, Houston, and UConn over. If they don't make the 8, I'm walking home.
Tony Schneider asks, while voting, what did you guys have for dinner?
Chicken wings.
Caesar wrap of some sort, fried. It was really good.
Naked wings with salad.
Aren't you
I think-
healthy?
Carrie and I both did the hot honey chicken sandwich.
Damn right.
You had one job, Rocco.
I'm assuming that first one's supposed to be 4 to 6.
Yeah,
Okay, got it.
100%.
Brendan Anderson
Real
asks,
estate.
if Nebraska were to win the Big Ten tournament, what would be their seed ceiling?
7.
7.
Well, okay, 2 caveats to that. One, it could depend a little bit on who they play in their path to get there, on how high they could climb. But yeah, I mean, I probably think 7's probably a good, without knowing any other things that might go on around them, that's probably would be fair.
Taking some liberties there. Pretty sure those
Yeah,
6 will be unanimous.
I don't think
We'll see about the last 2.
the committee would take all of that into consideration. I'm just saying. I'd see more 8 maybe.
You think if Nebraska wins the Big Ten tournament, they would be an 8?
Well, I guess it depends on where they have them when they start out, where the committee would have them. But obviously they would play, well, they could get a double bye out of this. So they probably would play till Friday. So, that by that time they would have voted them into the field. And if they have them at, say, a 10, I can see them only moving to an 8, depending on, it just depends on, I guess. I mean, I think 7 is the absolute highest I would go.
Yeah, I agree. 7 is probably the ceiling. I just can't imagine that they could scrub far enough up the field to get to a 6.
I find it hard to believe that Big Ten tournament champion would be that low, but I guess.
Happened with Michigan a couple of years ago. Made that crazy run.
When they
got a
plane crash.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we have them all, Care. Purdue, you got them.
I got 6 of them.
Marquette, Iowa State.
Okay. Was it 100% unanimous?
No, I was the one dissenter.
You were the one dissenter.
Yep.
Who did you have instead of Iowa State?
Kansas.
All right, so those are our 8, not necessarily in that order, although you really could argue that exact order if you wanted to.
I would argue that. I would argue that.
You're saying everybody had Iowa State?
He said he did not.
I did not either.
Didn't you really?
No.
It didn't matter. I mean, everyone else did, so it's not going to matter. But
I do think, for this vote, I was thinking about who to consider for the 1 line, and that doesn't necessarily mean I would vote that way.
oh, you had Kansas too. I'm sorry. Yeah, I got you. All right.
All good. Sorry.
Oh, I feel better now. Rocco had Kansas.
So the committee, the real committee.
So I guess the number one thing I would start off with is, we have Purdue top of that list, and I think for me, Purdue is a pretty solid overall number 1 seed. So I guess I'd just be curious if anybody thinks they're worth discussing for any other spot than overall number 1.
I've got UConn as a 1 overall.
I would not have had Purdue.
I'm not sold on it.
Say that again?
So Shelby, why do you have UConn over Purdue? What makes you?
I just feel that since the reveal, they've lost 1 game and it was a road game. A tough road game against good competition.
Superior opponent, yes.
Yes.
I got it.
Let it fly.
Yeah. And Purdue lost to a team that was, at that point, not really considered.
I mean, even after Purdue lost to Ohio State, I still had Purdue at number 1 overall. So then for Connecticut to, after that, lose to Creighton, I didn't think it was close, but
I think the big thing for Purdue is it's not 1 or 2 really elite wins. It's like 5 really elite wins. And when I say really elite, I mean like truly exceptional away from home over opponents that we think are national championship caliber contenders themselves. I just think their wins are so far above and beyond anybody else's. That actually the one team I think can compete with them in an odd way isn't UConn, it's Houston.
Yeah, I agree.
Because Houston has put together some really strong true road wins. But even then, I just think Purdue, they've just done too much.
Here's the thing. They've won 7 top 25 net games. 6 of them were away from home. Try and beat that. I mean, nobody comes close.
Well, okay, this is where I'm going to bring in the average net stuff, right?
Yeah.
So Purdue has by far the best average net win, 86. That is an incredibly hard thing to do. One, you can't play very many quad 4 opponents because there's just no way your average could get down that regardless if you win them all. So to get to 86, I mean, you have to play a lot of good teams. You got to beat a lot of good teams. The fact that they're win neutral court over Arizona, who's on our list here, Tennessee, who's on our list here, Marquette, who's on our list here, all on neutral courts, I think outweighs the fact that they've lost, an overtime game at Northwestern, a game at Ohio State when the whole team's rallying around coach being fired, the whole situation there. I don't know. I think probably just from a resume standpoint, Purdue, for all those reasons, would stand out, at least to have a bit of an edge over the other two.
Yeah, pretty clear Purdue. I don't have much to add there. It's just, they're 22-3 in meaningful games. It's the most amount of meaningful games any team in the country has played because of the reasons Dave said. They only had 3 quad fours, and one of those 3 quad fours is an Eastern Kentucky team that just clinched the ASUN. So they purposely went out and wanted to play teams that were not wasting anybody's time, making them better, and all those top-heavy wins are just overwhelming, I think, to the other options.
Yeah. The odd part is, we're not discussing them yet, but we will here in a minute. The only other team in this group that has that kind of a average, that's close to their average net, under 100, is Arizona. Average net win of 97.
Nice.
I'm going to agree with Bob Cox here. Turn the NBA off. It's March.
Oh, is that what you guys said? There you go, Mac.
I think
You can leave this one on. You can watch that game. I just think the TV behind Dave should probably be off. We don't need any copyright issues.
Let's be honest. We're talking about the 3 or 4 of the really elite teams this year in college basketball. And we're also in a situation this year where we don't have 2 of these teams fighting for the same region.
Right.
We're not debating Kansas and Baylor, or Kansas and Iowa State together, or somebody that they're both going to want the same region, to where who's 2 and who's 3 or who's 1 and 2.
Marginal difference.
Not that it doesn't matter.
It does.
It does, but it's not as critical as some other times.
I was the bracketing people. I did that with you. I had to explain to them. I go, this rarely works out like this, where everybody is regionally set and their first pod is regionally set. Like it very seldom works out like that.
Yes.
All right, well, let's debate that 4th number 1 seed, right?
We just did, and we said it was Arizona.
No, we did.
Oh.
Well, I got a problem with Arizona. I'll just go ahead and say
here we
that
go.
to start off. Their strength of record is 11, and I don't think that's by happenstance. I think they've got some serious resume holes. Obviously, Dave, earlier you talked about when you have the problem between, maybe being okay against quad 1 or really elite against quad 1. Like, I'd prefer to be elite too. And so that Arizona being so good against the top part of their schedule, I think definitely would make them a worthy 1 seed if they were to be placed there. But I just don't think they've done enough when you compare it to some of their competition with North Carolina and Tennessee, especially North Carolina being so good on the road. I think that's a difference maker. And Tennessee has done a terrific job of not taking bad losses throughout the course of a very difficult schedule. And I think with Tennessee in particular, we can look at that quad 1 record and think, oh, maybe they haven't been the best against that top part of the schedule. And I think there's merit to that. But they also visited UNC in a true road game. That's a really tough ask of any team. They played Purdue in a neutral court game. That's really tough. And they played a full-strength Kansas, not a Kansas with a Kevin McCullough injured. So
Tennessee wasn't full strength.
Yeah,
Tennessee
I think
was still coming back.
When you look at all of that, I do think Arizona, for me, has some resume holes that I think could put them below both North Carolina and Tennessee.
Well, I'm going to stick with Arizona on the 1. The committee on the reveal had Arizona as the 4th one, and they said there was no discussion. They were there. End of story. So if they were that far ahead, I don't think enough time has passed to have them fall down since their loss was Washington State.
Yeah, they did have the 1 loss to Washington State. The reason why I agree for today, at least, Arizona's 8 quad 1 wins obviously pops. 4 high quad 1 wins is better than North Carolina's 3, who the committee had next in line, and equal to Tennessee's also having 4. The road win at Cameron, I think we all know, is pretty special. They're the only team to win there. And
Aside from Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
besides Pittsburgh, I'm sorry, you're right.
When Duke was down 2 starters.
Right.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I forgot about the big game. So one of 2 teams to win there, and beating Alabama, albeit in Phoenix, somewhat of a pro-Arizona place. Still got that win, counts as a neutral, Michigan State neutral win. I just think it outweighs, so far at least, what Carolina has been able to bring to the table and Tennessee this far. But I do believe, again, we're going to have to make decisions this weekend, so maybe Arizona's okay for this weekend. But I think with Tennessee's runway, going to Tuscaloosa tomorrow, Marquette's runway, coming here to play Creighton, we will all be there. Free plug.
Really?
And then also, even Carolina themselves ends with Duke. So I actually see a path for all 3 of them to actually just, Arizona can't do anything about it.
Yep.
They have no pieces of gold, maybe a piece of silver left with a home Oregon game, which doesn't mean a lot. And those other 3 teams, Arizona can do nothing wrong, and those other 3 teams can all leapfrog them.
So besides the average net stuff, I would just say if you look at, like, from a non-conference standpoint, and you're comparing North Carolina and Tennessee to Arizona, Arizona wins hands down.
Yes.
With Alabama, won at Duke. You know, I know Michigan State, we've had already a long discussion about them today, but, you know, there still would be a on the board, you know, a quad 1A. They also, you know, trounced Wisconsin, which you can't, those kind of high-end things, right, help separate. And then you also look at, like, if you look at because Arizona's only played 2 quad 4 games, they have 20 wins against the top 3 quadrants. Okay, I was going to double check here. Purdue is the only other. Purdue has well more than that. But if I look down through here, like Tennessee, you know, they're at 17, and North Carolina's at 17. So again, these are minor differences, and I'm not saying that they're going to necessarily end up there 2 weeks. If Arizona loses again, that definitely opens the door for somebody else to walk in. But the committee had him there before. I just think that they're still, their overall body of work, they've had a couple of goofy losses, I get that. But I think that their non-conference performance right now probably gives them a slight edge for me.
I think for me, you know, you talked about the non-conference schedule. What about the conference schedule?
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
If I ask you who's been the best team in the ACC season, you'd say North Carolina without hesitation.
Mm-hmm.
If I asked you who's been the best team in the SEC season, what would you say?
Tennessee?
You thought about it, though, right?
Yeah, I would.
You had to think a little bit about it.
Yep.
Who's had the best
I'd say
season
Alabama,
in the
but-
Pac-12? Who's had the best conference season in the Pac-12?
Well, Arizona.
Washington
It's
State.
Arizona now.
Well, they're in first now.
With Washington State, right? Like,
They got
the
swept-
fact that
they
you
got
have
swept
to
by
think
them.
about that.
But again,
They
They got swept by Washington State. I think
head-to-head
that's a
only
problem.
goes so far.
I think when we're looking for the one line, we're looking for these 2 teams who have separated. I don't even know if Arizona has separated within the Pac-12 season from Washington State. I
but
think
they
there's
haven't-
something to be said about that, just from an emotional standpoint, because the committee members are human.
Just because, yeah, but they haven't. North Carolina hasn't played Duke yet again the second time.
And I think that will be a huge
Okay,
game
so, I
for,
mean,
for choosing between
To Rocco's point
Arizona
earlier
and
about
North Carolina.
Yeah.
the MAAC, you know, one team played 1 game, one team's played 2, so obviously they're done with Washington State. North Carolina still got Duke. I don't think they, you know, it's no shame against Arizona that Washington State's played so well and become a really, you know, strong
Top
team.
of the league.
I mean, I would say that Arizona has played 10 games against the net 100 plus at home. So every quad 3 and quad 4 game they've played has been at home, except for 1. Do you know who the 1 game they played that wasn't at home against quad 3 and quad 4 was?
Oregon State.
How'd that game go?
Well, yeah. See, you know, to me, I'll be honest, I was surprised that the committee had North Carolina as their 5th.
Yes.
I would have
Right.
at that time, I would have thought Kansas or Tennessee,
Yes.
Yeah.
right? Because, again, if you're going to point that, then we can't just forget that North Carolina lost to Georgia Tech,
Right.
right?
But we knew they were 5th overall at factoring all of that in already.
Right.
And Arizona has now lost at home to Washington State for a sweep.
But do we know?
But
how
North
much that
Carolina
Syracuse
also-
Yeah,
loss
North Carolina's
actually
lost
factored
too.
in?
I think that's a
Well,
great point.
We have to go off of what they've said, but
Yeah.
I would say,
Haven't they?
you
Oh, I
know,
guess not.
North Carolina
I
lost
agree that if you
a couple
win your-
days before the review.
That's right.
If you win
Syracuse.
your league, or at least have the perception you're the best team in your league, there's an extra feather in your cap. Certainly, just winning the title
Yeah.
is on your resume and discussed. And Arizona's in position to do that, so I think they're going to be able to check that box, barring a catastrophe late. You know, I guess the counter argument is in 2019, the top 3 teams on the seed list were all from the same league, ACC teams. So it matters to a degree, but at the same time, your body of work and your story is your story. Arizona's, with these heavy weighted wins, you know, per the committee's priorities, has shown why they belong where they are today. But I do think, again, I think the opportunity exists for at least 3 teams on the 2 line to bring heavier bags to the table when it's all said and done.
Yeah, and there's no question. Again, we're thinking about we're going to have to stop tomorrow.
Right.
But,
Which Tennessee plays at Alabama tomorrow. That could be
Yeah.
enough weight. I don't know yet.
yeah, like I said,
See what that looks like
when we
on Sunday.
re-scrub the list, we might look at it a little bit differently on
Sunday
on
morning.
Sunday. And
Yeah.
Arizona could lose again. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
I don't think it's a slam. I mean, it's close.
It's really
Yeah, it's
close.
really
Yeah.
close all the
So-
way
And
through.
Carolina did win at Virginia since the
Yes.
reveal, which helped the resume a great bit for another road win against the field.
You know, I think this is actually kind of a good point here. As you were talking about, Tim, it's close, right? Like when I'm arguing for Arizona, it's not like me, or excuse me, against Arizona.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean I think they're a bad team.
Right.
I think if they're the 1 seed, it's like, oh yeah, that makes total sense.
Well, the other thing I
But
will
I
say,
think there's a better option.
I will say this, and feel free to disagree if someone doesn't see this.
disagree.
Okay. But I think, all things considered, I think the committee would choose to put a West Coast team as the number 1 in the West if it's close.
Maybe. I don't know.
Oh, now you're
Well, because even
stretching.
when Arizona was a 2 for a few weeks, at least in mine, I think most of ours, they were still slam dunk to the West.
Yeah,
Right.
and it makes it easier to balance the region strengths if there's a 5.
Yeah, Carolina was a 1 for
Yeah.
weeks and still going west because they were the clear 4th one. So I don't know. I don't
No?
know.
Okay.
Here's my question. Is
Good
this
try, Dave.
Well, I just thought, a lot of times
Two weeks out from Selection Sunday, right? Isn't this where we always are? Debating 3 teams for the 4th 1 seed, and then once we have all the data, it becomes a lot easier. Once you know who those conference champions are. I mean, I would personally lean North Carolina right now. I have no problem with Arizona being that team. I'd have no problem with Tennessee being that team, although they're not going to get there based on this conversation thus far. But I think by the end, we'll probably have more of a consensus on who that 4th 1 is than we do now.
I would agree.
So we want to vote?
It's unanimous, Arizona.
I mean, is
Well,
there-
Are we going to talk about the other teams? No? Okay.
Is anybody
I mean,
considering
the
Marquette or
reality
Iowa
is-
State?
It's fine. It's fine.
They would
I
just hold
asked.
over, right?
Right, yeah, they would.
So I think to your point, like, I don't know that it really matters other than us knowing who we think are going to be those top 4.
Yeah.
You're right. I just asked.
I mean, I do think it's a fascinating discussion because it's not 100% clear cut. It's
No.
not like
Yeah.
there's this, we have a big gap after the first 3. I mean, the first 3 are pretty clear cut. And then
Yeah,
you got 4, 5, and 6 right now who you could go round and roundabout depending on which piece of information you want to go with.
I'd go with North Carolina if they hadn't been so adamant there was no discussion. 1 through 4 were set. That was it. Period.
I don't know how adamant it was. Just casually mentioned.
So, well, you try to punch the guy. That's pretty adamant.
I mean, do we want to, I don't know if it matters, do we want to compare Houston and Connecticut for 2 and 3 before we vote? I think we probably should.
Yeah,
I think it's a close call.
I can do that.
That's kind of what I was saying when I said, do we want to talk about the other team?
I thought you meant Iowa State and Marquette.
No,
That's
no,
what
I was
thought
talking
you
about the other
talked
teams because we had talked about UConn or Houston.
We can talk Houston versus UConn for sure.
Yeah, so I made the switch this morning to put Houston 2, first time I've done it. And mainly because a couple things changed since Monday, several things that I don't think were obvious at all. But, you know, Houston themselves, excuse me one second, I'm gonna pull up something here.
I mean, they've picked up just so many quality wins since the reveal, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, all they did this week on the court was beat Cincinnati at home, which they were supposed to do. Didn't move the needle per se, that one result, but what happened to their 3 best road wins significantly upped their profile. Their win at Baylor got better because Baylor won at TCU on Monday night. Their win at BYU got significantly better because BYU won at Kansas on whatever night that was. And then their win at Texas got a little better because Texas pounded Texas Tech on the road. So now, compared to UConn still doesn't have a road win against a bona fide tournament team. They have nice wins against Carolina, Texas, and Gonzaga, but that same Texas team's almost nullified because Houston beat them on the road. The area where UConn's got the edge, and why I think it's kind of the simple bracketologist mindset when you put UConn to, is they're 9-3, quad 1 to Houston 7-3, and they have 6 heavy quad 1A wins to Houston's 5. But as you go down from there, Houston's stronger everywhere, including, except for away neutral, UConn 10-3, Houston 9-3. However, Houston wins the battle between the heavy priority true road wins in the top 2 quads, 5-3 Houston to 4-3 UConn. And both SOR and predictives, you can look at any of those, Houston's higher.
Yeah.
And so now I think there's I think even on Monday, there was only a couple categories Houston was winning. Now Houston's winning more categories.
I can't argue with any of that. My debate on it, though, would be if you look at the season as your non-conference and your conference season, right?
Yes.
In the non-conference, Connecticut has wins over North Carolina, Gonzaga, and Texas. You know, Indiana turned out to not have a very good year, but they beat those 3 teams are all voted into our field right now. Houston does not have a non-conference victory over a team in our field.
Dayton.
Okay, Dayton, they have one, yep.
And then probably not
But
Utah's
Utah
close.
may or may not get in,
Right,
Xavier,
right.
Texas A&M. So, again, that's what I'm saying. It's like for me, if I'm splitting hairs over 2 teams that are basically even,
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to the non-conference season and say, well, Connecticut has a win over North Carolina, who's a team we're talking about
It's a big win.
for the one line, plus Gonzaga, who we voted in, and Texas. Now, to me, again, I don't have a problem one way or the other. That's why I've continued to keep Connecticut barely ahead, is those non-conference wins.
For me, I think Houston's quality road wins over Baylor and BYU really stand out to kind of put them over the top. And I think, neutral, Dayton, at Texas, you could argue how truly important those are, certainly of some value. But for me, when it's that close and I was already leaning Houston, I think the metrics just sell it that's the clincher for me. KPI 2, strength of record 2, BPI 1, Ken Palm 1, Net 1. I mean, all of the metrics think this is a top 2 team in the country. They're a little bit more skeptical of UConn. And so, if I thought UConn's resume was stronger, I'd probably stick with that anyways. But I actually think Houston's road wins push them over for me on a pure resume standpoint, and the metrics are just the clincher on top of that.
Could I just ask one more question of the group? So, I can't. All right. So, if both teams played their best game, Connecticut and Houston, who wins?
Don't know.
Oh, no. That's
If
close.
Connecticut plays their best game, they're the national champions. They beat Purdue too, but Purdue has a stronger resume, just like Houston has a stronger resume. So that's why I'm putting them in that
I'm
order.
not sure, though. I'm not sure.
I'm
I
pretty
think-
sure it's Connecticut.
I'm sure, yeah, but that pressure defense that Houston has,
That-
UConn doesn't face that every night.
No.
That's all I'm saying.
They look
Yeah,
like
I
there's
think it's
7
too close to
guys
call.
out there.
I mean, I
It
respect
would be
the
a
heck
great
out of
game.
Houston. Yeah, it's hard. UConn, of course, had an incredible run last year. They've had an incredible run for most of this year. Creighton, right here in Omaha, we are steps away from UConn just got popped. Houston, only the game at Fog, they got popped. So they've each got one of those on their record. It happens to the best of us. I think, I just think it's too close to call. Very different styles, and I mean, when Houston's involved, obviously officiating's huge. If they are calling the physical fouls, that could throw Houston off their game. If they're not letting them play, UConn probably be in trouble.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah, but UConn plays a pretty physical defense this
They
year.
do. They
This
do.
year, much more
And
than
they've
let's
got
say
the rim
last year.
protection.
Yeah. So I mean, you're right. It'd be.
it'd be awesome. I'd love to see that game.
I
Oh,
just
I
don't
would
like
too.
to bet
I mean,
against
it was really
Calvin
just,
Sampson. I just.
Thinking
agree.
about it, sometimes
Yeah.
they'll say, well, who do you just think is better?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shirt skins thing. They do that. They do that when they come down to it's even. They go, all right, shirt skins. Who wins?
And I think in this limited net era, we've been trying to become experts on for what the committee thinks. Typically, that number one overall team in both their metric and in the KenPom metric, they tend to, like Gonzaga's been that team a few times.
Even when other indications were they wouldn't be that high.
Yeah, exactly. I think that you can win over committee members a little easier when you have that, especially now since Houston isn't a big conference. Because Houston, a lot of years, has been close to this conversation at least, and now that they're building a resume and the resume metrics back it up that they're a notch better than UConn. Now, that's why I made the move today. Because before UConn had that, Houston, it just flipped.
I mean,
Probably because of those road wins I explained.
yeah, and I don't want people to think, Houston's a great team, so this is not this isn't a,
Of course.
it's just, to me, I'm trying to figure out which order I'm going to put them in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a lesser
And
of two evils.
it's as neck and neck as you can possibly
Yeah.
get. I just went back to those non-conference wins and said I think North Carolina slightly
It's a good
trumped them.
argument. Yeah.
I mean, I would say this. UConn has played a few truly, elite road games. They haven't performed well in those. They came back against Kansas, but they got popped pretty bad, like you said, against Creighton.
Yeah.
They lost to Seton Hall as well, who is a team that we have in the field. So if you look at that, they have 3 losses in true road games to teams in our field. They have 0 true road wins over any team in our field. Houston, other than getting popped at Kansas, they've been competitive in the rest of those games.
Yes.
And they beat BYU in a true road game. They beat Baylor in a true road game. These are like top of the top end elite road wins. I think for me, that's enough to put Houston above UConn.
I think it'll be interesting. We might get a little litmus test from the committee. Are they going to value the fact that Houston didn't have the non-conference win, that UConn did? Or to a lot of times today's point, when you flip that around, I think I added up here, UConn played 7 teams 300 and above in the non-conference. That's a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
In Quad 4 area, though, Houston didn't play as many. So there's that factor. And then I think Houston was one of 4 teams to take the jump from the American to the Big 12, albeit Houston knew full well they're an elite program, whatever league they're in. And they didn't quite schedule as soft as UCF and BYU and Cincinnati did, the other 3. But that's part of their justification for not signing up for as many elite events. They did play the Charleston Classic, which had a nice field, a bunch of teams in there that we're talking about, beat Dayton there, beat Utah there. It's not nothing. And the event matched them up with Drexel in the first round, which really didn't help a whole lot.
Sure.
So,
All right.
anyway.
Ready to vote?
At least they played some
We've
good-
really had a good conversation
discussion.
about those 2. I don't know that we changed
So
any minds,
we're ranking all 8 of these,
but
right?
all
there?
8. That is
In
correct.
order?
In order,
In
that is
order.
correct.
I lost Iowa State's number. Oh, wait, there it is.
It's 1-800-CYCLONE.
Oh, okay. Should be a local call from here.
I keep looking for Connecticut at the top of the list instead of the
So
Yukon.
UConn, yeah.
Alex Berngard asks, how much does it really matter for 2 overall versus 3 overall, since both will still get preferred pods and regional sites?
Yeah, very marginal.
I think Alex is telling us to move on.
It matters for banner brackets more than it matters for the actual bracket.
Yeah, it matters to the slight degree. Obviously, if they both run through their regionals, which rarely happens, they'll play each other in the Final Four either way. So from that standpoint, none.
Jersey color.
There are some things in the, again, we were just talking, during our break, we were talking about policies and procedures. There are little nuggets in there, at least the ones I read, I didn't read the one you sent, over the years, that say, you know, if you're the strongest one or the weakest one, and this goes all the way down the seed list, they're trying not to pair you with another strongest of the next seed. So it can start to matter there, but they're both in the middle, so they really don't have a strong position in that area either. So like, for example, if you're Purdue, who's number 1 overall, they're not supposed to throw you the strongest 8 or the strongest 9. You're supposed to get one of the weaker of each. Last year, Purdue was the 4th number 1, and they got the strongest 8 and the strongest 9, which is why FAU played Memphis next to them. So those are the areas you can maybe see a subtle difference, and I only know that because I spend, you know, in a what should be a 20-minute bracketing exercise, I spend about an hour 20 because I think about all those little things just to try to get through the nuances. But yeah, besides all that stuff, which could matter in your 4-5s and your, you know, those further rounds down the road, could matter in your 2-7s. So if you are the 2 overall seed, maybe you get a tiny easier draw by like a couple percent.
Well, the
I
only
think
other,
there are definitely some seasons where it matters a lot, but right now it does not.
Yeah.
You're talking
as of today, probably
UConn's
not.
the one in the east, Houston's the one in the south. Who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
But
It could potentially matter for geographical balance of the regions,
For
potentially.
it could theoretically also matter if Houston were to work its way up to be number 1 overall. So if you're 3rd, it's much harder to get to 1, depending on how much further the gap is.
A new question from Tony Schneider about the new NIT rules and asking Rocco, what do you think of the new NIT rules for seeding and who gets in, who gets left out?
I think it's a tragedy, mainly because one of the beauties of the NIT was any league you're in, there's 32 leagues in the sport. And if you were to win it and then lose your conference title, it got those league champions opportunity to play in a significant tournament. Meant the world to them. Also made the NIT a little more fun when you get like, last year we had UAB North Texas for the title with a splash of Utah Valley in the Final Four. We saw Lipscomb make a crazy run to the championship. I'm not even an NIT person at all, so I'm not claiming that. I don't watch most of it. If a non-power makes the Final Four, I might turn it on for a while, like those examples. But it's a huge deal to those programs. It's a huge deal to those coaches that are trying to move up the coaching ranks to get those opportunities. And what the NIT ultimately decided was, even if you're a Michigan fan or a Butler fan, that there are more of you, and even if 10% of you are the only ones turning on out of 100% of your fans, because the other 90% don't care, that's a bigger overall number than the 80% of Utah Valley fans. And that's all about TV, all about ratings, which I get it drives their sponsorship. The other element of it is, earlier in preseason time, probably October, Fox announced they're starting a 16-team tournament next year that is only going to be like Big East, Big Ten, their conferences at the top. And NIT felt the need to do something to compete with that and get some of that market share of power school audiences. Such a sad but true sign of the times, but the teams getting screwed are probably the ones we would have wanted to turn on the NIT for anyway,
Right.
at least in my opinion. So that's my thought.
I mean, UAB North Texas, literally the only NIT game I watched last year.
And it was terrific.
Yeah, it's fun.
Round 3, baby. Round 4, actually.
Tim, do we have an answer?
No, it's my fault.
Oh.
You were asking for Iowa State's number a minute ago. I figured you were at the bottom of your ballot.
Takes me 1 minute per number.
I've taken the liberty to add some teams already in, so it won't take me.
Graham, note to self here, during the next vote, don't ask any questions that Rocco needs to answer.
This question is directed for anybody but Rock.
That's going to be the new policy.
Well,
We
while
do
we're
love the questions, though.
while
Absolutely.
we're assuming that Marquette and Iowa State are going to fall into this next vote, we might as well discuss them real briefly while we're waiting.
Good point.
Well, no, we have to pick.
Oh, that's right. We
8.
got to pick 8.
They'll
Yeah,
eventually be.
well, we could talk about them anyway.
Yeah.
So we're ahead of the game, I guess.
Non-conference schedule.
Yeah.
I think for me, Marquette is a clear step above Iowa State.
Yes.
I think the really interesting discussion for me is that Iowa State versus Kansas call. I think that's a really tough call. And I think we're going to get further into that discussion. But I think Marquette, when you just look at the strength of schedule they played out of conference, the way they performed against that schedule, and then just in general, their high-level quality wins, I think Marquette, for me, is going to be above Iowa State when we get to that vote.
That's because you're Kansas.
Kansas lost to both of them, so like it doesn't matter to me.
But Iowa State's ranked higher in the net. Isn't that what's important?
Yeah, I think just this is an area where Iowa State playing 9 games against Quadrant 4 has to matter.
Yeah.
If you also look at the resume metrics, Marquette is above Iowa State in strength of record and KPI. You know, marginal differences, but I think certainly statistically important differences when you're that high up in the rating system.
Okay. Very close. Not at the top, though. Purdue.
Yeah, we knew it would be close.
Easy number 1. Extremely close. Houston edges. Oh, hold on 1 second. Yes, Houston edges UConn.
Interesting.
And then Arizona is the number 4.
There we go.
So our 1 seeds are Purdue, Houston, UConn, and Arizona.
Should probably tweet about that.
That'd be great if somebody can do that.
Do you have the keys to the castle?
Pieces of gold.
Okay, now guess what? We get to pick
Pick 8 of these.
8 of these, and the top 4 will advance.
Correct.
With a minute 13 to go, Marist 56, Fairfield 53.
By the way, Red Foxes has to be top 10 nickname
It's
ever.
a sweet one.
Yeah.
It's a sweet one. Poughkeepsie, tuition up to $80,000 a year. Not an easy place to go, but if you're good at basketball, take advantage and go to Marist.
How do you know tuition?
We talk about it during schedule. It's a good time of year.
All right, so we're voting for 8 more here?
We're just picking 8. Yep. Next,
88.
the next 8 from the from the teams in the field board, we're picking 8 from the left side over there. We can get a shot of the board there, Mac.
Cool.
All right.
Keep me out.
To this system, this won't come home faster.
Oh, what am I doing?
Picking 8, right?
Yeah, we're picking 8. Are you new here?
Just making sure I heard what it is.
This first day.
I'm picking 13. Deal with me.
Come
I feel good about picking 6 of these. I think it's ugly.
Mm-hmm. We're not putting NBA teams, in, right?
Okay.
I will say why people are voting. I do think a really good discussion for that 8-9 spot will be interesting, because obviously you're probably going to be talking about Iowa State, Kansas, possibly Baylor in that mix, and 3 teams from the same conference.
Go by conference record.
But I mean, the biggest disparity, obviously, is the Baylor and Kansas played significantly better out of conference schedules.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's not even in the same ballpark.
Right.
And so how do we think the committee? I think we knew a little bit from the reveal that Iowa State got dinged a little bit for that.
Yeah, they were 11th.
Whether results since then have been enough to potentially push Iowa State up.
Yeah, so since then,
Baylor lost 3 in a row.
they beat Texas Tech at home. They went to Houston and lost by 8. And then they beat West Virginia and Oklahoma at home. So, and Iowa State beats everybody at home. They're one of the best home teams you can find in the country. So I feel like Iowa State's similar to where they were. But Texas Tech, Oklahoma home wins are still wins against the field.
I mean, we say Iowa State got dinged, right? Because we thought they were probably going to be 9, somewhere in that range. So they were a little bit lower, but
Same seed for me.
same seed line. But they were, if it was between them and Baylor for one spot, they played one game and Baylor won it. Maybe it was just that simple. Maybe the committee was just a little bit higher on Alabama's metrics than we were. It's as simple as that. The non-conference thing might not have even been really a penalty at all. So I'm not about to apply that down the line all that much based on a 2-spot difference in the top 16 reveal from what we were expecting. I might be dead wrong. I know with Kansas State landing as a 3 last year when they were like 326th in non-conference schedule, I feel like it's not that big of a deal up top. I feel like it's going to knock you out if you're on the bubble,
Right.
but
True.
if you've done enough to earn a 3 seed in conference play, they're going to give you a 3 seed.
I think this is where, when they talk about metrics, a team like this is where they're probably actually being serious, because you get a team ranked 7th in resume, 9th in predictives at this point. It kind of, without having the same kind of resume that Kansas and Baylor have, in my opinion, because Iowa State's got 2 road wins, but they're both in conference against the Big 12 8-9 line mush of TCU and Texas. Maybe Texas is lower, we'll see. But besides that, they have nothing away from Hilton. They have great wins at Hilton, obviously leading with Houston. But outside of that, we don't know a lot about them. And you go to their road record, which always matters, and they're under 500. They're 5-6 away neutral. So this is where I think the committee's just weighing how powerful are they, and it's almost impossible to answer based on results alone, because blowing out Lindenwood and Prairie View A&M's not going to teach you everything. So you can bank on metrics a little bit to say, okay, it might be risky to put Iowa State as low as a 4. They probably haven't earned the right to be a 2, and that's why I think they're, in general, a safe 3. I still believe, based on the committee backing us up a couple weeks ago, and just the fact that they each have more wins against the field and better wins away from home, I still like Kansas and Baylor both better than the Cyclones.
I think for me, the reason I like Iowa State over Kansas is it's not a resume thing at all. I think Iowa State's resume is worse than Kansas's resume. I believe that. But when you look at how Kansas has played without Kevin McCullough, I think that has to enter into the conversation. It just does. They are not the same team without him. And on top of that, when he did play his last couple of games against Kansas State and Oklahoma, those were 2 of the only 3 games all year he's had an offensive rating on Bart Torvik of under 79. 2 out of 3 games all year were his last 2 that he actually played in. So the question is, even if he's back, is he healthy? I don't know. I want to see that. I want to see, is he healthy enough to make Kansas Kansas? Because what we've seen recently isn't good enough to be a top 2 seed.
think the fact that we don't
Parliamentary
know.
procedure guy Kerry
Except
and
we do.
Rocco.
Say what?
Okay, so I don't think this has ever happened.
We have like a 5-way tie.
We have a 7-way tie.
How is that even possible?
Everybody picked, because we're not ranking them, we're just picking
Yeah.
and taking the top 4, okay? Yeah, so everybody's pretty much in agreement, except for the last team, for a couple of people. So,
Well, who was the last
do
team?
we want to just rank these 7 and then come up with 4? Or would that be the easiest way to do it?
No.
I think take the last team
this
out.
is where the procedures and whatever has it in there, like at the discretion of the chair to break ties
Yeah.
or whatever. Like
Yeah,
you-
right, so-
You can just decide that we're only doing 7 for this vote instead of 8. Like we could just move the
Yeah.
3 in and just these 4 and then the new 3.
Well, no, okay, so, hold on, I'm getting screwed up here. So, hold on. So we got 1, I'm just looking at I didn't really write these because I just looked at the end because they were all the same. All the first 7 were the same. That's what I was saying. So, let me read off the first 7 first. Kansas, Alabama, San Diego State.
What do you mean the first 7? We're only picking 4 to add.
Oh, well, that's what I mean. We've got 7 tied for 4 spots.
It's a 7-way tie. So there's nothing that moves in automatically. We've decided nothing.
No, because, okay, so.
I thought you were saying it was like a 7-way tie for that final spot.
No.
No.
Oh my gosh.
No. Okay. No, everybody basically put the same ones down.
All right.
So we picked 7. So we have 7 tied.
I
That's
think
what I
we
was
should
saying.
rank them to get the 4 that we need.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So,
So,
let's,
let's just rank those, or we
Let's
can
revote.
discuss
I've
them
got
if we
them.
need to.
I've got them
Yeah.
down here. So
All right. Alabama, Auburn, Baylor,
let me read them off.
Kansas.
Let me go alphabetical order for you here.
Go ahead.
Alabama, Auburn, Creighton, Duke. I'm sorry. Alabama, Auburn, Baylor, Creighton, Duke, Kansas, San Diego State.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I'll just say
That's a
right
shocker.
off the bat, I don't think Auburn and San Diego State belong in the conversation with the rest of those teams at this point.
Does anybody disagree with?
No.
No, I don't think we're talking for the 2 line. I don't think
I don't
either
think
one of
at
those
all,
teams.
For sure.
Okay.
No.
So let's remove San
Fine
Diego
with that.
State and Auburn, put them back into the under consideration board.
Well, in the field.
In the field, excuse me.
And then maybe rank these 5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that seems reasonable, right? Because there is, looking at the voting, there is some discrepancy between who would be the number 4, so.
So these are the 5 we're considering for the 2 line?
Yeah.
Well,
These-
no, what we're.
Yeah,
they
plus-
all joined those.
Plus
So-
the other,
Plus those others, right?
right, right.
So we'll rank these 5 and then we'll have.
Alabama, Baylor, Creighton, Duke, Kansas.
I think we could probably need to do as well. But let's vote.
So we're voting in order now.
Yes. This has to be in order, correct.
Those 5. Alabama, Duke, Kansas, Baylor, Creighton, correct? Soundtrack here, the Let It Fly bar. Something else. We had Hammer Time earlier, now we're getting MC, or Ice Ice Baby. Well, tell you what, comparing these 5 teams, Creighton 6 Q1 wins, Baylor 6 Q1 wins, 6 Q1 wins, Alabama 3. Everybody else has 6.
I think this gets back to Dave's point earlier. We're trying to predict what the committee is going to do, not necessarily what we would do.
Right.
All right, so
Predicting what the committee's going to do.
I don't know. They've got UNC and Kentucky to compete with, so. If the people at home can't hear this, we've got Ice Ice Baby by Vanilla Ice blasting
Literally
throughout
just
the bar.
said that.
Did you say that?
Yeah.
I guess I was too concentrated on voting. Get those ballots out.
Are we allowed to take a hiatus?
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta go hall pass.
Yeah. Who used it last?
I do think, though, committee, obviously our goal is to try to project what we think the committee's going to do. I do think it'd be interesting to have some discussions, particularly around like Alabama and Auburn as relation to how it's going to play out, given what their, particularly with Auburn's case, their record against Quad 1 versus their metrics. Because it's sort of it's kind of an odd dynamic.
Tony Schneider asked us to tell our best Rocco story now that he's gone.
Just so that he doesn't take forever voting.
I do think you have an interesting point, Dave, on Auburn.
I thought you were going to tell a Rocco story.
And I think what bothers me about Auburn is it's kind of that consistency situation. I don't think Alabama should be as high up as the committee had them either. If we're really picking on not doing it against Quad 1, I don't think Alabama should have been ninth overall at the committee reveal either. So I do tend to think Alabama's metrics across the board are so nice, and they played such a strong strength of schedule out of conference that the committee's going to be more reluctant to punish them. But you've talked about it already today, Dave. Auburn lost to Appalachian State, right? Like,
Okay, Creighton is out. They're back in the teams in field.
I didn't have them at the bottom.
Let's bring the coaches up here right now and
Yeah.
have them just tell them that.
that was all Tim Kruger voting.
I was one of them.
Well, I would say this, like with Alabama, yes, they played an incredible, the number 3 overall strength of schedule, number 16 non-conference. And because they played so few Quad 4 games, again, their average net win is 102, which is truly remarkable to be anywhere near 100.
Right.
At the same time, as we sit here right now, their best non-conference win is Indiana State, followed closely by Oregon. So, they have a home win against Auburn, a solid road win at Mississippi State. That's not an easy place to go win. Swept Mississippi State, beat a good Florida team in overtime, and then just absolutely pummeled South Carolina at home. Alabama's really, really good, but it's just when you start talking about like Auburn being 1-7 against Quad 1, even though they don't have a loss outside Quad 1, is that good enough to be considered for like where we're talking about? And we'll get to them in a little bit, but when you're talking about the very top of the bracket, that kind of a deviation seems something just doesn't quite compute.
I was looking the other day, Alabama and Auburn, a combined 37-1 against quads 2 through 4. Average margin of victory, 22.5 points. Just beating the hell out of those teams. But if you take out the head-to-head games where they each won at home, they're 2-12 against quad 1, with the wins being the Indiana State game and what was the
Mississippi State.
Yeah, at Mississippi State for Alabama. That's it.
You said 2-12?
Yep.
Yeah, I've got Alabama as 3 Quad 1 wins right now.
Right, but if you take out
Can we get the
home win over Auburn
Warren Nolan
and
up
Auburn's
again,
home win over Alabama,
please?
Oh, I
Thank
got
you.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry about that.
Huh? And it may well have refreshed anyway.
There we
since
go.
then, I don't know.
No, it's
Thank you.
correct.
No, we don't have these types of leagues playing today.
It doesn't mean the net didn't refresh.
True.
So yeah, that home win over Indiana State, which could easily fall to Q2.
Yeah, I just don't think Alabama, for me, has, and they do have really good metrics. They do across the board
Yeah.
have really nice metrics. Nothing about them says 2-seed material to me.
No, I agree.
Yeah, similar for me. It's similar to Iowa State in that regard because either of them they're both getting to the 3 line with performance, blowing teams out, things of that nature. Alabama actually, compared to Iowa State, has one more quality road win, 4-4 in that top 2 quad true road opportunity category to Iowa State's 3-4. But I would say they're very similar in the fact that their resumes are top 10 still, performance are top 10, Alabama a little better, and you know, away from home, all Alabama has is the road win at Mississippi State against the field, and Iowa State's got TCU, Texas both away, and Iowa State's got 7 wins overall against the field, with 6 of those at home, of course, or sorry, 5 of those at home, and Alabama's got 5 at home as well, with just the 1 on the road. So those two, to me, that to me is the true comparison. I think the committee, when they convened 2 weeks ago, they probably looked, the reason Alabama was 9, Iowa State was 11, probably because Alabama's schedule is ridiculously harder, a top 20 schedule every year, I might add, and even Brian Hodgson, who's now the Arkansas State coach, and Coach Henry at Georgia Southern, and Petway at Kennesaw, all 3 Nate Oates assistants this year went and scheduled like Nate Oates. Go check those 3 schedules. And I love it because I think it makes your team better later, and it obviously helps in bracketology too. So yeah, night and day, just a little bit better road team and a way better schedule, otherwise pretty even with Iowa State.
Was I in a fog earlier? Did we discuss Kansas and Iowa State? I don't think we really have, right?
Not really much.
I mean, I'm a firm believer in Kansas. I'm sorry, but
Same.
I mean, they've got way more quality wins than Iowa State. It's not even close.
Kansas has more wins against the field than anybody in the entire board with 9, and that's better than Purdue.
I mean, they've got 3 wins
Houston,
against the top
State.
5.
I mean, it's what Graham said earlier. We did briefly discuss Kansas, but
Yeah.
how much does the
Yeah.
McCullough factor weigh in? Like, if you're evaluating what they are right now, they're just not the same team.
It's tough because
I understand, but
yeah,
you still have to go with the games played, and you can't assume that they would have.
Right.
and there's no official word for his future. They finished the season with some juggernauts at Baylor tomorrow. That'll tell us a lot. At Houston on the finale, and a home game with their local rival, Sunflower State action, K-State, in between. It's a nice little sandwich.
Now, here's where the committee would be getting the information from the school. You know,
Yeah, and if he sits
how
all 3 of
McCullers
those
is
out-
doing. You know, how's he?
Yeah.
What's the prognosis? Is he going to play in the NCAA tournament? That's all information we don't have that they would have.
Graham, call him.
Exactly. If he sits all
Call
3
him.
of those out and they get their butts kicked in all 3, including a home loss to K-State, we're all going to agree with you.
Yeah.
They're a totally different team. But if he sits out and they, you know, because a team like Kansas, if you're getting a scholarship to play at Kansas, the bench guy could be, I mean, he's not, I love McCullough too. I watched him at Texas Tech. He's an elite defender. He's a key piece. But talent is all over their bench too. They can find that next little sweet sauce of mix of the right 5 on the floor in the right situations in these next couple games and be almost just as deadly as they were before. So that's the part. That's why it's hard to penalize them. It's also important to bring up.
Don't forget they were planning on having Arterio Morris as part of the
True.
team.
I mean, I think the other
True.
side to all of this is if he comes back and he's healthy, I think the committee has to look at these recent games and say,
Sure,
well, what
that
if they
that
had
is the
him?
flip side.
Maybe,
That's a side I'm kind of looking at.
yeah,
you know?
I mean, I think that's a legitimate side. So I
Not
think
to mention,
there's a lot of seating variance that could occur based on how
I mean,
he's feeling.
here's what I'm
at
getting
the
back
end
to
of
when
the
it's a close, because it is pretty close, right? The committee's always aired on the team that went out and played people.
Yeah.
You know, they've
Yeah.
always aired on that when it's been a tight tiebreaker. And when you're looking at 332 versus 40, that's not close.
That Kentucky win has aged well recently too. So I think we've always been consistent about the Houston, Connecticut, Tennessee, Baylor, but neutral court versus Kentucky.
Yeah,
is looking
Kentucky,
a lot better.
yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That changed their resume quite a bit lately, you know?
A tricky factor with Kansas too is like even when they were, excuse me, in the mix for a 1 seed, we kind of had to ignore their metrics, right? They've been like 15th in the net like all season long. We like looked past it. So now that we almost have a reason to doubt them, we almost want to believe the net and the predictive metrics more so.
Isn't it so odd because this is the year supposedly the Big 12, you know, rigged the system. And all the other years, it seemed like Kansas was rigging the system and being at the top no matter what happened. And this year it kind of flipped around. Yeah, I agree with you.
And they saved the Big 12 a little bit by actually playing a non-conference schedule. Them and Baylor, they were the only two.
I think this is one of those where, maybe we vote tonight and then tomorrow we see what the results are and we're going to scrub it anyways after that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, it's a little bit like the end of the one line, right? That end of the two, top of the three.
Yeah. There's teams
You
push
could, there's
knock on the door.
2, 3, 4 teams in there that either that, put it this way, that last spot on the 2 line is very much in play.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, and yeah, that gives us a chance to talk about the matchups a little bit tomorrow. We have Kansas at Baylor, which is massive for that discussion. We have Alabama hosting Tennessee, huge for that discussion.
Yeah.
And what's going on with the Cyclones tomorrow?
I'll just say this last little note. I think the only other thing
UCF on the
probably
road.
from a perception standpoint that maybe dings Kansas a little bit more than usual is it, they have lost to 3 teams currently that would probably not be in, which is very kind of un-Kansas-like. I mean, one, that just happens during the season. But, they lost at West Virginia and UCF. Kansas State's a rival in overtime, so kind of throw that one. That one doesn't really matter to me that much. But those other 2 were kind of like, that's kind of un-Kansas-like in a way. So I think, they've got 7 losses already. It's just, like you said, there's just something that seems off recently. That could all change if they go
Win
and
in
get,
Waco.
yeah,
Yeah.
go win at Baylor tomorrow. And,
Right.
oh, well, okay.
Yeah, on these 8 teams, one thing that stands out to me comparing the resumes, 7 of the 8 have at least 11 Q1, Q2 wins. Duke only has 9. I feel like they're pretty clearly at the bottom of this, and I would have been fine if they didn't even make this cut, to be honest.
One thing I will briefly say about that Kansas-West Virginia game is I think, Kansas State and UCF were kind of more typical games when a team loses. West Virginia was just hot. They hit 12 of 21 threes, and it's tough to win a road
Yeah.
game
Yeah.
when somebody hits 12 of 21 threes.
I'm just saying
Bob Huggins came back for that game too.
it's kind of a little bit of the luster, right? You're just like, oh, Kansas lost that game? That's all I'm saying. It just is kind of a little bit of an
Feels
outlier.
different.
But just until recently, I've always held Kansas right on that 8 spot. And it's just,
I
I've
thought I
been
was gonna
debating
move-
it right here because they just lost a couple and they didn't look very good doing it. And I
Yeah.
don't know about McCullough. That's the only reason that I dropped him 1 spot is because I'm like, well, if he's not going to play, this is not quite the same team that we saw earlier in the year.
That's fair.
Yep.
But he could come back or the team could get better, or he could still come back and play well again and be a moot point.
True.
I mean, back to the Baylor versus Iowa State discussion you had earlier, Rocco. I think for me, it's just been Iowa State kind of just creeping up, kind of getting further and further up. But it just reminds me of what we talked about at the bracket reveal when Dave almost got me to change my vote from Iowa State to Baylor, which would have been the right move based on what the committee did. And I just keep looking back at Baylor, and it just always looks better when I dig into their resume than what I have in my head. Every time it always looks better when you look into it. And I think that's a real question of, if we're debating Iowa State versus Kansas, should we really be bringing Baylor into that conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I have Iowa State worse than all the teams we've talked about except for Duke. I think the main reason is I get that Iowa State's got only 6 total losses and Baylor has 8, but that strength of schedule stuff can start to explain that. The amount of weight Baylor brings to the table with a road win at TCU, which kind of cancels out Iowa State's TCU road win. That only leaves Iowa State with a Texas road win, whereas Baylor also has the Auburn season opener in the middle of South Dakota and a win over Florida in their championship game in the whatever it's called, the Legends Classic, I believe, in New York. 4 high-end wins to Iowa State's 3, a much stronger road profile, at least significantly enough, 7-6 versus 5-6. And I get that performance-wise, Iowa State's been better, according to those, and even resume-wise in some cases too. But I just think there's more proof in the pudding for Baylor. 8 wins against the field to Iowa State's 7. Just all these little key areas, and again, always to me it goes back to how much weight away from home can you bring to the table, and Baylor's clearly carrying a heavier bag.
Yeah, and 3 of Baylor's losses are in overtime.
Yeah.
And, quite frankly, if I remember correctly, and that's the dangerous thing as I get older, right?
Yeah.
But, that did not they had a chance to wrap up that Houston game and missed a free
absolutely.
throw
Oh, yes.
late,
Yes.
and then,
Yes.
ended up losing in overtime. So, I mean, kudos to Houston for winning that game on the road.
Baylor led for 1 possession. That was it, the entire game.
But,
Wasn't it Misi that missed the free throw that would have won the game?
Yeah, he missed
Right.
several layups during the game, too.
all I'm just saying is, though, take even that aside, 3 of their 8 losses are in overtime to very close games.
Yeah.
So it's, it's those 3 are very close. Maybe metrics is what gives Iowa State a slight edge at this point, but the deeper you get into it, I don't know. I've kind of always been on that, had Baylor 1 spot ahead until just recently, because they lost a couple of extra games, but I could see that coming right down to the wire on how you're going to order those 3.
Yeah.
I mean, we've talked a lot about just, layup lines and dunk drills and all of that, and that's been a lot of Iowa State's schedule. Really, like, if you look at it, I mean, they've played 9 games in Quad 4, and then they've gotten 4 home games against Quad 2B and Quad 3. They haven't played a single road or neutral game in Quad 2B or Quad 3. So those games that, it's like Quad 3, but they're more dangerous. When you go on the road, they just are more dangerous.
Yep.
And Iowa State hasn't had to deal with any of that this year. I think for me, Iowa State still probably has a slight edge there, but it's not clear by any means.
Are we ready to vote?
I would say the voting is open.
I would say.
So we're voting on Alabama, Baylor, Duke, Iowa State, Kansas, Marquette, North Carolina, and Tennessee. And please rank them in order, and the 4 highest scorers will move on into the field as our number 2 seeds. I should say be seated, already in the field, but be seated on the number 2 line.
For those of you just tuning in to find out about Metro Atlantic action tonight, Marist has defeated Fairfield 58-55, and Quinnipiac goes into New Rochelle and absolutely hammers Iona 82-64. Quinnipiac a full game ahead now in the loss.
And they will now gain our automatic bid into the field
Get the
from the MAAC.
Tom Pecora, first year. Well done, buddy.
Congratulations. Kerry has his work. He's got to go find an empty magnet, put
I'll do that later.
Quinnipiac into the field.
We got
And I will say, Quinnipiac has another game Sunday, but they're playing last place Siena, so hopefully no hiccups Sunday morning.
Well, we won't. We'll already count. We're ending it tomorrow night, so they're our champion. We're crowning them, baby.
All right.
We're crowning them.
Congratulations to the Bobcats. And on that note, final night in the Sun Belt. I don't think we announced it yet. Appalachian State hammers Arkansas State, who was locked into the 4th seed, so strategically probably not showing their cards. But that gets the Mountaineers officially as our Sun Belt representative, and James Madison certainly in the
Certainly in
at-large.
play now. In the at-large,
team.
yes.
Yes.
All right, there we go.
Last but certainly not least, the all-important race for the 4 seed in the Ivy 4, which is one of the greatest races
Rocco, did you vote yet?
in sport. Brown defeats Harvard in overtime, 71-68. Brown on a hot streak.
You have voted, right?
And I will vote now.
We got a question from
Yay.
Alex Bergard in the chat saying, so say theoretically Kansas and Iowa State play in the Big 12 tournament, could that be a tiebreaker if they're close? And how much do conference tournaments matter for seeding?
0.
Matter. They don't matter as much as some people do. I think they matter more than we think they do.
Probably.
To some extent, they definitely matter.
Yeah, I think for that situation, that would matter unless it's in their final Saturday.
Yeah, that would. Yeah, if it's early in the tournament for sure, like a Thursday or a Friday game.
Well, they're not gonna play each other that early.
I think it depends on the situation. So if you're talking about in 2 weeks from tomorrow in the Big 12 championship game, the committee at that time is trying to decide who's going to be 8 and who's going to be 9 on their final scrub, and those two teams are playing.
Yeah.
And they've each beaten each other once. That's a perfect example of that game, all else being equal, could determine who's going to be 8 and who's going to be 9.
And we had that in whatever it was, 2016, when Texas A&M beat Kentucky. We're like, okay, A&M's the 3 and Kentucky's the 4, and then turned out that game didn't matter.
Yeah.
They had it the other way. So that's why certainly the Sunday games never seem to matter. They can say 100 times that they do contingency brackets. It's bullshit. They don't do contingency brackets.
Well, they do just in case there's an auto bid steal.
Yeah.
Right.
They don't do
kind of
it
that
to
large.
accommodate for the Big Ten tournament or anything like that.
But I do think
Certainly not for the at-large 36.
I think sometimes as fans, we can overreact to a game in a conference tournament based upon the whole
Absolutely.
season. But there are those points, that would be one. If you have two teams that are very, very similar and they're playing for a third time on a neutral court,
Yep.
you know, and
You
for a
could
seed
that-
line, it could matter. You know, it depends on how close they think they are.
We often act like the 8-9 game of the ACC tournament is like the be-all, end-all or whatever.
Yeah.
And then we also have New Mexico loses at home to Air Force. We're like, happens. but we think that game is the most important thing ever sometimes. It's crazy.
It's because I mean, our tendency is to always recent, right? We have recency bias.
Yeah.
I think we also want the conference tournaments to matter because we spend a ton
Yeah.
of times watching them, and if none of the games matter, we're like, what's wrong with us?
Okay, we have winners in this
All
order.
right, our 2 line is on its way.
In this order, North Carolina is your number 5 seed. And when we get to bracketing Sunday, remember they cannot be matched up against Purdue.
Correct.
So no
Tennessee?
Midwest.
Marquette till after tomorrow. And then Kansas. So now I just want to point.
Leave these here since we're just adding 4 to them rather than putting them down and then putting them back up.
Well, I want to rest you as much as possible. It's a long weekend, so yes, please leave them.
Okay.
I just want to point out to everybody. So there's a perfect example. I believe Iowa State got in on the first vote,
Yeah.
and now when we reevaluated it and talked.
Iowa State was swayed for sure.
Talk to
A little
them,
bit.
it changed. So that happens frequently as we go down through the seating list. So just because a team got put in, oh, look, they put us in a 2 seed. Well, hold on, that's not necessarily the case. So there's a perfect example.
And this is not, it's not bracketed by any means.
No.
Like that Purdue would not play North Carolina. They can't even play North Carolina. This is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep,
left
we're
or
just
right.
going across, and then we will.
bracket on Sunday.
Yep, and we will also do a scrub, so things could change. All right.
And this is the real advantage of why you have a committee or a group to talk these things through. Everybody can make points and then we go vote. Because it makes a big difference to hear other points of view and, okay, maybe I hadn't thought about it that way before.
Right. Instead of somebody, you feel like you're being convinced to vote a certain way, you're being shown a different point of view.
Correct, and I think it also is like, you consider just after hearing the discussion, the first vote goes through and like, oh, everybody's for Iowa State, I'm not, so I might as well just vote for Iowa State, and instead we had discussion, and I'm sure that doesn't happen with the committee, but probably deep down in their heads, it probably happens a little bit, they're thinking, boy, maybe I'm way off on this one, So, yeah, to Dave's point, it's great to have a discussion and work this through. Okay, and we may have another discussion at flip-flop them. Who knows,
Yeah.
right? All right, so now we want to add 4 more to that group. So we got to pick 8 again, and the top 4 will get in. So 8 off the teams in the field board.
We've 24 left, so we can do 2 more rounds of this before we need to start lowering the number.
Oh, I love when that happens, Gary.
Well, and the cool part is too, since for our purposes, our season will end tomorrow night.
Right.
So there's a lot of big games tomorrow that could potentially impact a couple of little spots on these seed lists before we're all said and done.
We are thumping. I have to keep telling myself, like, these are theoretically the 4 and 5 seeds. So who am I gauging in that sort of range?
Yeah, I'm like getting to some tough questions about whether I think this team's more of a 5 or more of a 6.
So do you want to talk about Kentucky or no?
I was thinking Dayton.
Yeah, I agree.
There's some serious dancing going on in this place.
I don't know if there's actually any dance.
In my head, at least.
But there's some dance music going on, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
Well, I'm seeing this game out of the corner of my eye. And I keep thinking there's somebody over there doing something. I've looked at that several times.
Oh, man.
Throat's craving Guinness right now. That's what's going on. Do I have 8 in here? And I'm like trying to find a 9th. What am I doing? Nice. 69.
I already voted on that team.
Oh.
Let's see. We got anything in the chat? The only reason why Baylor beat Iowa State was because Iowa State's buzzer beater came 0.2 seconds late. Yeah, I remember that. I was like looking through the Ken Palm schedules, trying to remember which game was it that I thought it was Iowa State Baylor, but that one did not go to overtime. That's why I didn't check. Al Peterson asks, how much will the committee enjoy bracketing an SMU UAB American final starting at 3:15 on Selection Sunday?
SMU should be a pretty straightforward 12 with at least their performance, but they lost their best 6 games. We're looking all year for some sort of big win. They got the road Florida State, but it didn't work out to be that big of a win, and that's their best win. UAB, awful non-conference, really turned it on in the league, picked up some good wins in the league, beat FAU in fact. That might be enough to put them as a 12 as well, even though they're going to be maybe net 100 something, 13 at the worst.
UAB has.
They've gotten so much
Is
better.
it Yaxel Lendeborg
Yeah.
or whatever? Holy
Transfer.
hell.
Yeah.
JUCO transfer. In that game against Memphis, he went for like 28, 18, 10, and 5. It was just ridiculous. And they did the same thing to Florida Atlantic in that overtime game.
Yeah, they're very good at Bartow.
Yeah.
Unbelievable at in that building, even though they just lost to Wichita, but and Rice. So I don't know. Maybe I should take
Check that.
Yeah,
Check
okay.
that.
The crowd is on fire and they sell it out. I'm just assuming no fans went to Rice or Wichita, but because they're both near the bottom. But they beat North Texas, FAU, Memphis, Tulane, South Florida. South Florida's only loss in the league was at Bartow. So there you go.
Well, one thing we'll all know is we're all probably going to have a contingency for that game on Sunday, unless
Oh, for sure,
Memphis
because-
could potentially earn their way back in
Let's
to be
just cheer
considered
for,
before
let's
that.
just cheer for chalk, man.
Yeah.
No, but there's only one guarantee in each. That's what he's saying.
I mean, Memphis could play their way if they beat Florida Atlantic again.
You're going to need one in the
In first
A10
sec-
though.
Yeah, but the
Yeah.
A10 for sure, because somebody's going to be playing Dayton.
I don't
Well,
think
unless
Richmond can
or
get there.
Dayton will lose beforehand, and then you'll definitely have. Well, then you'll already know it'll be between one of these two.
Yeah.
That's almost easier.
It might be if it ends up being 2 teams in like the top 5. The only way it's different is if you get a real wild card like a Rhode Island or somebody
Yeah.
out of nowhere, where they might be more like a 14 or a 15.
Yeah. Well, you gotta,
Hey, Dave, would you check your numbers one more time?
I may have hit the wrong one.
Vote for Butler.
No.
I'll cancel out your vote for Princeton.
I already voted, so I can report that Princeton 65, Columbia 57 with 6:03 to go.
There you go.
Shelby,
Cornell and Penn tied.
Yeah.
Which for my bracket, that's big because I have Cornell as the champ. If they somehow lose,
Did I?
You correct, Dave?
I think so.
Okay.
Omaha must be a Kansas City Chiefs town.
It is.
Not big time.
Well,
Playing some
it
Taylor
is.
Swift.
Because
It is and it isn't.
I'm getting down to where I might be on a couple of those teams, but
I mean, I think there's probably a couple predictable teams that are going to join this group.
Well, considering we had a 7-way tie before, and
Yeah.
picked 3 of them. I think it was Auburn, Creighton, San Diego State.
Yep.
Not moving them yet. Do we have any predictions on the other one? I'm saying BYU.
BYU.
predictions
Yes, I think it will be BYU.
for
Who gets the
Who joins the
fourth
fourth
slot?
slot in the voting group?
I gotta
Alabama.
I gotta
Baylor,
combine
Ohio
being
State.
Vanna White with this being a guessing game.
Hey, that guy's on TV.
who are
Oh
they?
no, Kentucky.
Hey, Joey Brackets.
No, I think it's going to be Kentucky.
Dave.
Absolutely.
Dave, I sent you.
Yeah.
Dave, I sent you a text.
oh,
At first,
oh,
I forgot
I got
Kentucky
you.
was
Yes,
part of this thing.
that should have been at the top.
Okay, so
That should have been the first one.
you want your last one kicked out?
Yeah, kick the last one out.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. I thought we'd already I thought they were already in that group. That's why I didn't do it.
Digging all this space for
Sister
Carrie
Jean.
standing up.
Digging all the space.
Yeah.
Gonna explore the studio space.
Got
So much
nice
more
little
room
arm
for
rest over
activities.
here.
Just thinking that maybe, and the only reason I'm asking some of these guys on their votes is it gets a little confusing at this point to make sure.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. I thought I didn't put one team in because I thought they were already in. I didn't look close enough on the board over there to see.
Was it one of these 3 teams?
Yes.
I got to check something.
I texted you something.
Oh.
Graham messed it up.
Did you text me?
I mean, that's okay. I'm just asking.
No, Shelby, you were
alright.
spot on,
You're
man.
right.
We didn't have
Okay.
to. We didn't
Get
have
rid
to
of my
correct
last
you.
Team and put that team in instead.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember them being on the board already and totally forgot about it.
Which one? Which one?
Okay.
Auburn.
Sorry, it's going to take a little
Great.
longer.
Omaha.
All right, we can.
Don't we have to say that in honor of Peyton Manning anyway?
Yes.
Omaha.
We can start talking about some of those teams that we just put back if you want.
These 4?
Like, well, we've already talked about most of those.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe
Except
like
Duke.
we don't have any questions or anything. Like, let's talk a little bit about Kentucky.
Yeah, they're definitely in this range somewhere. I think they're one of the 5 best teams in the country when they want to be.
Yeah, I mean, their recent play has drastically changed their fortunes in terms of seeding. I don't think they were ever in jeopardy of missing the field by any means, but going down to Auburn, a place. So let's put it this way: before Kentucky went to Auburn that morning, Auburn had played 6 SEC home games. 4 of those 6 were against NCAA tournament projected teams. Auburn's average margin of victory was 22.3, even playing that level of competition. Kentucky goes in there, college game day, crazy atmosphere, just lights out defensive game plan, holds Auburn to an unthinkable 59, beats them by 11. One of the best wins I've seen all year, just because, going into that night, we would have maybe all agreed that Auburn has the best home court in the country. Kentucky changed that in one game. And then from there, they also just won, I thought, one of their most gritty, challenging games. They could have folded several times at Mississippi State, another quality team, tough place to win. In fact, wherever Kentucky goes, it's a tough place to win. That's most teams, especially schools like Mississippi State's biggest game of the year, most expensive ticket of the year. And they found a way to gut that thing out. Very impressed.
They should have beaten LSU, lost on a buzzer beater.
Yeah.
They had Dillingham scoring 21 in the final 25 against LSU.
That was a sandwich game.
Shepard scoring 23 of the final 46 against Mississippi State. Like, those two kids are unreal. And
to your point,
so asinine that he won't start them.
yeah, to your point, Rocco, I think for me, if you're looking at a mark to say, has a team maybe reached a point, that Mississippi State game was just the kind of game that Kentucky had been losing this year, right?
Yeah.
They'd get a big win, and then they wouldn't be able to back it up.
Right.
So after the Auburn win, and then after beating,
different.
and then really pounding on Alabama for a while. I mean, that game was never really close, even though they gave up 95 points because the pace of the game was crazy.
I mean, they were scored at.
It was just almost
will.
looking for a letdown. Every reason to go to Mississippi State in a game that Mississippi State really obviously wanted to have,
Yeah. And they started a little slow.
right? And then it just to kind of battle their way through it. That, if you're looking, if I'm on a committee and they still got some games left, but that could be the game that ultimately turns that
Right.
tide into taking them from that 5-6 line up to that 3-4 line before we're all said and done.
I agree. And I just think on-court wise, that was a significant game because it almost changed the personality that we thought that they were, and enhanced it substantially, in my opinion.
And just now, that moves them to 5-2 against Quad 1A,
That's amazing.
which is,
That's amazing.
that's
the Carolina win has aged incredibly well, of course. And then the Florida thing, they both won on each other's home court, so good for both of them. It's one of those exchange road win programs. But Kentucky was so topsy-turvy for a little bit in the year. They're still only 7-7 against the top two quads. That would be the, you always have to bring up the case against them, right?
did I not have 48 on
I
there?
think for me,
My bad.
when we
My
look at
bad,
a
you
team
do.
like
Okay.
I got it,
Kentucky,
I got it.
we have to start with their metrics as the baseline. And their metrics are 20 net, 20 strength of record, 20 in BPI, and then very similar in KenPom and KPI 17 and 18. So to me, their metrics would indicate a solid 5 seed, and to me that's the starting point because I know they're better than that. They're 5-2 against Quad 1A, and that is worth a seed line bump by itself. So if their metrics say 5 seed, they have to be a 4 seed.
Okay, we got a tie.
The only other teams left on this entire teams and field board with at least 3 Quad 1A wins. BYU have 3, and is this Clemson? No, Boise State has 3, and then Kentucky has 5. Everybody else is 2 or fewer.
All right, we have a tie.
Okay.
It was a 6-way tie for 4 spots.
Lead the one.
I'm not the only one voting. Creighton, Auburn, San Diego State, Kentucky, Clemson, Illinois.
All right, where's BYU at?
I believe they're in Provo.
Yeah, Provo.
That's right.
Missing,
You might want
They
to check
didn't
the
move
Marriott
it, did
Center.
they?
just missed.
These 6. Purdue.
One of those teams sticks out to me pretty clearly as a team that I would try to bump down, which would be Clemson. I don't think Clemson belongs with the rest of that group, personally.
I'm fine with
I think
that.
they're worth a vote. Just saying.
Yeah, they're worth a vote. Absolutely.
I wouldn't automatically kick them out.
So should we just rank these 6 then?
I think so.
Probably
I think
text
so.
them.
So we're ranking,
San Diego State, Creighton, Auburn, Illinois, Kentucky, and Clemson. Do you need me to separate them or anything? Kind of stacked them down.
So
I can see 'em.
those 6.
Yeah, the ones on the bottom there.
Those 6, yes.
Should I stay or should I go down? What's the opposite of standing out like a sore thumb? Standing out in a good way. That is,
Like a healthy thumb.
yeah, a healthy thumb. That is that Kentucky Q1A record. That's for damn sure.
quick order, Tim. I can send them to you.
Thank you.
You gonna screw up again?
Probably. That's why I sent them in early, so I can get time to fix my bad ballot. What do they call that? Cura ballot? Alan Bykowski says, ultimately, they still lost to UNC, Wilmington, Texas A&M, and LSU. Should that be considered?
Of course,
Yes.
it's always considered.
But,
Should also be considered they've never been fully healthy.
Yeah.
well, I think, this is where, when you talk these things through, a lot of new pieces to start the season. How does the team grow? So, okay, well, they lost a game at home to UNCW, who's not a bad basketball team, by the way.
Not playing well lately, but I love them.
Right, but I'm just saying, okay, they had a slip up early in the season.
Yeah.
But when you go,
Classic.
the kind of wins that they have now, to me, it's not that it doesn't matter at all, but you can't get stuck on because if you're going to do that, we can go back and say, well, North Carolina lost to Georgia Tech, which technically is a worse team than UNCW.
I mean, I would go a step further to say not only are they 5-2 in Quad 1A, but the 2 games they lost to Tennessee and Kansas, I thought they looked like the national champion for parts of those games. For portions of those games in their losses, I looked at Kentucky like, yeah, they can win the national championship. That's how good they've been when the lights are on. So I think Kentucky's just truly brilliant performances in their toughest games. For me, that really resonates.
I mean, the Wilmington game was so bizarre. Like, Justin Edwards was out. Rob Dillingham had by far his worst game of the entire season. Aaron Bradshaw was playing his first game, and they were trying to work him in, and it didn't work. Not that they get a mulligan for it, but if that's the only really bad loss against them, I feel like there are excuses for it.
Well, and it's
Yeah.
also, Kentucky's also 8-4 away from home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do love that.
Listen, I know them and Florida split, but it's not easy to go get a win in the swamp. Certainly,
not. I think
Mississippi
Wagner
State
was out.
they're like you said, Rocco, they're every team in the SEC in basketball.
Biggest game by far.
Yeah.
That's the game that's sold out before the season starts, no matter who's on Kentucky's team. And it's a classic Kentucky team, a disproportionate amount of freshmen, one really significant sophomore, one significant senior. But I think they scheduled teams like Wilmington early to try to toughen them up and play Wilmington's a team that plays a ton of seniors and upperclassmen, a couple guys in their COVID year. So they wanted to play those games, knowing it was risky to lose because they want to get – Kentucky, I think, learned when they played St. Peter's and lost. St. Peter's had a bunch of older dudes. Obviously, nobody's as talented as Kentucky in the first round. But they want to start testing themselves in that way against those types of teams now. And they're trying to learn from their mistakes. And so, anyway, that's why I thought the Mississippi State result, some of these recent results where they've really started to mature, it's a good sign for the tournament in general for their future. Obviously, a super high ceiling, dangerous team. But at the same time, their entire body of work is just as important. And I think, their top 14 games, they've only won half of them. They just happen to have a high gear with NBA level talent that allowed them to go 5-2 in those big Quad 1A games. However, they lost a chunk in the middle because those were the games that they either took their foot off the gas, didn't focus as hard, or just had matchup issues. A combination of all three. I'm
Mac,
sure.
if you can put a camera on the board, thank you.
7-7, but 7-7. So that's what's holding them back from being like a 3 seed.
Okay, we got 4 new entries
We have our
into the
8.
voting: Auburn, Kentucky, San Diego State, and Creighton. So we're now going to discuss Alabama, Baylor, Duke, Iowa State, Auburn, Kentucky, San Diego State, Creighton. We just talked about Kentucky. I will talk about Creighton. How's that? Everybody okay with that?
Have you seen them this season?
Yeah, I saw them once. I think it was a home game against UConn.
That's a good one to remember.
Yeah.
Sure it wasn't versus Butler.
I actually did not see. It's the only game I did not see.
Coach was telling us.
I was overseas. I did not see that game. I was watching the updates on my phone. The last, and actually what happened was did everything freeze? The last minute 22 took 20 minutes of real
Yes, it
time. And I thought my phone froze. I'm like, I'm updating. What's going on? What happened? It's like,
Yeah, well, it's not the Missouri Valley Conference anymore. We're going to the Monitor a lot more often in the Big East.
On the flip side of that, they're not Valley officials either. So the Valley officials probably went to the monitor and said, "No, that's it."
Some of them actually rotate, but Creighton's high enough ranked to where they're probably getting the big time.
We
usually.
get the same guys.
You'll get some big.
Would you like me to mention a couple that I really love, but I won't? All right.
Yeah.
Obviously, the UConn win really helped their resume because it was, it looked a lot like Alabama's resume. Pretty good metrics, but not a lot of meat on the bone at the top, especially. They're kind of disadvantaged by the fact that there's so much middle in the Big East, so you're playing against 55s and 56s every night. Games, certainly any team in the country could lose on the road, but, win at home, it's okay, but it's not, high end. Their schedule was kind of backloaded, obviously, with UConn and now Marquette. So, and then the road game at Villanova to finish out. So they've got a lot of, and they had Seton Hall in there too. So they had a lot of Q1 opportunities at the end. But they've got two, top 10 wins. That's huge. The Colorado State win did not age well. They were top 25 pretty much the whole season until lately. So that's, it's still not a bad loss. Don't get me wrong. Their resume is pretty clean. Don't have just that one home 99-98 game against Butler that people tell me Butler could not miss. Dave, you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of their biggest offensive games anyway, yeah.
It was insane.
Played a really good schedule. They didn't have, I guess, looking back, that MTE looked like it was horrible, and it ended up really being horrible because they lost to Colorado State, which wasn't a horrible loss, but at the time it sure seemed like it, coming off last year playing in Maui where you played three high-quality teams off the get-go. They have won for being, they've won 13 games in Q1 and 2. Yeah. I mean, so they've accumulated a lot of wins in those top two tiers. They only have, they only have 9 other games, or 8 other games in the lower Qs, so that's helping out everything.
Yeah, I was going to say they played 21 games in quad 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's
It's tough to schedule.
and you go
like that.
13-8 against that mark. That's pretty solid, particularly when you add in, the win over Alabama and then that, dismantling of a potential 1 seed in Connecticut. I think Creighton's resume right now, along with its metrics, put them in a really good spot.
They got 4 wins against the field. They potentially could have as many as 7 or 8, depending on if Seton Hall gets in.
Right.
And so that's pretty good. And, kind of got lost because it's way back in early December, but they did go on the road at Nebraska, a team that we have in the field, and beat them by 30 points. So,
And
now,
and
On the road and lost.
not many
to
people
UNLV
win in that
December.
yeah. And that luckily counted as a road game because it technically wasn't.
Yeah.
It was out in,
One of the casinos, right?
yeah. What's the one?
Mandalay Bay.
No. It was out in Henderson.
Oh yeah, Dollar Loan Center.
Yeah, the new arena out
Yeah,
there.
Big West tournament.
Yeah.
Location.
And again, oddly enough, I've seen UNLV two times since then, and they played the same. Like when they played Air Force, they just looked like $1 million, and that's how they looked against Creighton that night.
Oh,
and then
my
you
gosh.
see them play other games, and you're like,
They got
what?
smoked by Air Force and lost to Southern University.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Some injury issues there.
Yeah.
But UNLV's not
Yeah.
important in this discussion.
No, but it just Anyway, again, nothing bad. They've lost a couple overtime games. The Villanova won in Providence, so Carter hit about a 50-footer, the buzzer to tie it. I think Dixon hit a big one at the end in the Villanova game. But anyway, I think they're right in this range, is 3-4. That's right where they've edged up to be.
Before the loss to St. John's, they felt like maybe the top 3 seed. Like,
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
If they beat St. John's, there's no way that you could have kept them out of the 3 line.
correct.
And then the 2 line was eventually in play for them.
Yeah.
Beating Marquette, and they already beat Seton Hall. And then if they won on the road, Villanova won 1 or 2 in the Big East tournament, that would be definitely in play. I don't know that they can get there now. They'd have to have a whole lot of help. But I think they're solidly in. This is their group. Bottom 3, top 4. This is where they are. They're right there with their old nemesis, San Diego State. Right? They seem to follow them around.
See, I think the team that they're right there with is Duke to me. I think
That-
those
that
two
too.
are nearly
That too. Yeah,
inseparable.
good- good.
And I'm having a really hard time
Yeah, good point.
finding separation
Yeah.
there.
Yep.
Sometimes they wear shorts that look like each other too.
Well, to me, I was just going to say this about Kentucky and Creighton,
Shire and Shireman.
putting them two together.
There you go.
But this would be the difference for me and what I mean, I think the committee might lean toward Duke in a close call,
Always.
but I think this is where you go back.
I say
So
that as a
like
Duke fan. Like,
for like, right? You know, Duke has played 14 games against the top two quads instead of 21. Right? So they've won 9. Kentucky, if you're looking at that, they've only played 14. They played 14 games too. They're an even, 5-5 and 2-2. Whereas Creighton, on the other hand, has played, like I said, 21 games against the top two and have 13 wins.
of these.
Right, so if you're just looking overall quality of wins piled up on top of each
Yeah.
other, to me, Creighton should be ahead of both of them.
Of these 8 teams, Creighton is tied for the most Q1 wins and tied for the most Q2 wins. Like,
I mean, if you
Ridiculous.
value quad 1 and quad 2, there's not too many teams that have played 21 of those games
yeah.
and won 13 of them.
Right.
That's a pretty good amassing. I mean, at this level, it's not Purdue, but we're not at that point right now. So that's pretty impressive to me when you break it down to the overall quality of wins.
Yeah, they definitely have had the chances. I think if you're just talking Duke and Creighton side by side, I think the difference on the Duke positive side is in less
Hey,
opportunities.
Max, can we put up the Warren Nolan again? That'd be great. Thank you.
In less opportunities, they've matched them in quad 1 wins at 6 and 2 less opportunities, so a much better winning percentage.
Yeah.
They've been able to accumulate. If you get down to Q3, where a bunch of ACC types of games fall into, they have more overall wins there, so less quote-unquote bye games by 1. And then I think just the road records, Duke 5-3 in the top 2, where Creighton's 5-5. Again, matching each other in wins, but Creighton 2 extra swings of the bat, not connecting. And then away neutral as a whole, same exact thing. 8 wins apiece, but Creighton had 14 chances, Duke's only had 12. Another better win percentage for Duke. And then if you needed an extra tiebreaker, both resume metrics and predictives prefer Duke as well on both sides. And that's why I just didn't have enough juice to throw Creighton above them.
Yeah,
I would say, for me though, when I look at the 2 most impressive wins of either team, I go Creighton. Not just for the UConn win, but I cannot. Tim, you've kind of pushed back against this at the reveal, but I get so hung up on Creighton didn't just win at Nebraska. I mean, they absolutely dismantled Nebraska, and we've seen what Nebraska does at home. That is a team that does not like to lose at home. So for me, that win is more convincing than it probably shows up on a team sheet. The other thing that Duke has in a negative way is a lot of their wins are really close to being downgraded in quad. So we got a lot of quad 1Bs like Clemson and Wake Forest and at Pitt and at Virginia Tech that just, those aren't convincing for Q1 wins. If you're going to be a Q1 win, make it against the field or have it be a team that's clearly in the field like Wake Forest. We're looking over here on whether Wake Forest is even in the field. They're in our holding pattern. That's a Q1 home win. Like, I think the wins for Creighton are better for me, even if Duke has maybe put together a better Q1 winning percentage.
Yeah, the only other thing that when I get down to tweaking teams that are really close, Duke also has 2 sub-100 losses, and Creighton has none.
Duke has 3. No, 2, that's right.
So you lost to Arkansas and you lost to Georgia Tech. So those are both sub-100.
Yep.
Both sub-125 actually losses, whereas, Creighton's worst is, UNLV, on the road. So it's in terms of a net loss. I mean, again, that's not the end-all be-all, But if you're in a smidgen of trying to figure out two teams, that's one other thing that I look at.
Let's loop one more team in before we vote. Auburn. I don't think we've talked much about them. And I know people have a lot of opinions about them.
Yeah. I'll just say mine aren't good. I have a very negative opinion of Auburn as a protected seed. I do. I just cannot get over how many opportunities they've had to excel, and they just waste them over and over again. So for me, like if I were to compare Auburn to Creighton and Duke, I don't think it's a comparison at all. I think Creighton and Duke, for me, blow them out of the water. And based on how Auburn performs against Q1 teams, they probably would get blown out of the water if they played on a neutral court.
What sticks with me is a clean resume. That's great.
Very clean.
You know, clean resume. They've beaten 2 top 50 teams in the net. That's it.
Yeah.
That's
Both at home.
like to your point, that's tough to have them in. Now, look, there's other teams in this mix that have warts, okay? But that's tough to put them at a 3 seed with that kind of a.
I think it's tough to put them at a 4 seed. Like, I think that, to me, is the question, is do they even belong on the 4 line?
Right.
I think they're a borderline 4-5 seed for me for these reasons.
I hear you. Here.
Yeah, I think somebody has to take the pro Auburn side, so I'll take a stab.
Good luck with that.
They had a lot of holes as well, in my opinion, but
Every single one of their wins is by double digits.
here's just like the pure basketball side of things. When they played at Ole Miss was 14-0 at home, and it's a regional battle, bus ride. Place was a madhouse. Auburn went in there and tamed them, and that was before we knew what Ole Miss was. At the time, that made Ole Miss 18-4. They were 18-3 going into that night, 14-0 at home, and Auburn popped them by double digits. So at the time, we thought they had a really good road run, and obviously Ole Miss has slowly drifted to the point where you can't even probably put them in anymore. But Auburn as well. Again, no loss. One of the only teams in the country with no losses outside of Quad 1, for whatever that's worth. 1-7 within Quad 1. That one rivalry win against Bama, obviously a great one. But they've pretty much been a locomotive against everybody else.
Yeah.
And to the point where when you look at every listed metric, they're either top 8 or top 16, which means if we were to seed them a 5, or the real committee were to seed them a 5 or worse, how upset would the opposing coach be drawing a team that potent as either a 12 or even a 4 in the second round?
That's what happened with Houston in 2022, though, for the same reason.
Yeah.
They couldn't win in Quad 1.
Yeah, so it's a fascinating case. I'm not saying one way is better than the other. I'm just saying I've had a hard time. I've reserved that last spot today, 16th overall for Auburn, because I'm like, man, nobody below them has really sold me.
Yeah.
And we know at least against bubble-ish and below competition, Auburn's going to probably steamroll you.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. I feel like of all of these teams, Auburn is the one that I would not even consider picking to lose to a 14 seed. Every other one, maybe I would, if we're going to put them as a 3.
Joe Lenardi's on right now
Yeah, he is.
talking about us, so
Talk about the 4th number 1 seed.
that's right.
Let's see if he pops up again. I want to get a picture.
Well, the bracket committee, they decided that Arizona is the 4th number 1.
But
No, I mean, Auburn just has dudes. Like, they go 10 deep. They got
yeah,
They don't have an NBA player. I mean, Janai Barum is awesome, but they just have like 10 B+, A- players. So when they get a lead, they just drill you. Like their second 5 is like the most efficient 5-man lineup in the entire country, because when they get their reserves against your reserves, they're going to beat your ass. And that's why they win by 11 or more every time they win.
All right, everybody wave at Joe.
Yeah, there he is.
so yeah, here's my point about the draw potentially. So if you're the AAC champion or the Atlantic 10 champion right now, Richmond or South Florida, we'll just use, and you win your league, both those teams could actually win the double, which would be regular season and tournament, and you're still probably not getting above a 12 line, and you get Auburn. I mean, Coach Mooney or Coach Abdur-Rahim is going to go bonkers in their press conference. How are we playing that good of a team? So that's kind of the human element of the committee trying to say, okay, how far should we drop these guys for having trouble in Quad 1 when
we're going to scare the hell out of somebody else by putting them as a 5 or below.
I mean, I think they have to be behind Kentucky, right? So that's where I get to the point where
I
it's
agree
like,
with that.
If Kentucky's a
Yeah,
4,
Kentucky's
they
earned
have to
that.
be at best a very bad 4 seed. They have to be, 15th or 16th.
Exactly.
at
I
best.
think for me, they've ended up, like you said, spot 16.
Yeah, until further notice.
Well,
But teams could
I-
get too many road
I-
wins and stuff and
it-
pass them.
yeah, well, we're not talking about them right now because they're not in that group. But when we get to that next level, if you start talking about like, okay, well, talking about Illinois and Auburn next to each other.
I like Illinois over Auburn.
Now, that gets real interesting
Yeah.
because while Illinois has, if you pull
Another
them
very
up,
talented team.
the metrics, are going to favor Auburn a little bit, not drastically. So, you're going to look at quad 1 and think, well, Illinois has got 4 quad 1 wins, but they're all in the bottom part of quad 1. And, for a while, FAU was an elite win.
Yeah.
And maybe FAU will, turn the lights on here the last couple of weeks and remind us of what we all thought they were going to be after they beat Arizona. But,
It's true.
they have a close home win against Michigan State, but then it's, Ohio State and Maryland, so I'm just saying some of Auburn's competition in 1 has been tougher. You could argue. And so then Illinois also has the loss, that inexplicable loss at Penn State.
Are you
Still
checking
trying to
the
figure
board
out
to
how
see
you.
where Illinois is and why we're having this conversation.
How you
Yeah,
possibly?
right.
I'm just saying, down the road that could come, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
Well, are we
I
ready
say
to
right
vote
now
on
the
this group?
voting is open.
Okay, let's go vote.
Oh yeah, Illinois is not in the group.
No,
No, don't.
that's why I
vote.
say I didn't want to go there, but it'll be interesting down the road.
Let's go, Pete.
So we're ranking these 8, right?
Yes.
That is correct.
Alabama, Baylor, Duke, Iowa State, Auburn, Kentucky, San Diego State, Creighton. Probably not in that order. It is getting rowdy.
It's nothing, Kerry. This is nothing.
I'll say some of my votes have been a little bit different than I anticipated before we
Yeah,
started
I
discussion.
would have to agree with you. I've been some very good logic by some people have made me rethink things, which is what this is all about, right?
Yes. Indeed, absolutely. Boom, that feels good.
Rocco. Speech.
Checkmate.
Hit the clock.
Yeah. We got professional lacrosse on.
Let's see. So we're voting on 3 seeds. Yes.
I don't know what this is.
There's an
Professional
interesting question
Alright.
earlier in the chat.
I
from
voted
Tony
what I
Schneider.
actually think and then rather than what I actually put on my board this morning.
Tony Schneider asked,
lacrosse. True committee member right there.
do we prefer the quad system that the men use or the women's system, which is Q1 is just 1 versus 25, 1 to 25, doesn't consider location. 26 to 50 is quadrant
That's
2,
like
doesn't
baseball,
consider
kinda.
location.
Yeah.
Quad 3 is 51 through 100, doesn't consider location, and quad 4 is 101 plus. no
That's like what
location.
we used to do with just top.
Isn't that what
it was just
RPI
RPI top 50, RPI top 100? Yeah.
Baseball's still kind of similar too.
Why are you looking at me funny? What did I do?
No, I'm looking at the board.
No.
Well, I think obviously the biggest thing that the net does though is it does try to incorporate the fact of the difficulty
playing
of winning
road.
on the road. So
In
it's
fact,
much
they need to
harder.
do more, in my opinion.
It's much harder to beat a team 50 on the road than it is a team 35 at home.
Yeah.
Oh, it definitely is.
you know, because there's not a whole lot of difference between those teams, but beating them in their home gym
Yeah.
should count for more, thus quad 1 versus beating them at home, which would be a quad 2.
Yeah, and I don't know what the data is for women's basketball, but I think in men's it's pretty obvious that winning on the road is the hardest thing to do in the sport. And last year, I wish I bookmarked it or something, but maybe I'll dig it up before Selection Sunday. There was a study done on all quad 1 wins across the country, and something crazy like with all the disparity already built into the net, something crazy like 70% of quad 1 wins were home wins.
Yeah.
Even with the disparity. So that, anyway, I got to find that, because I hope somebody puts that together again this year. I wish I had the time to do it.
As we
But
talked
that
about,
shows you how hard it is. I mean, even with that built in.
there should be 8 different sections. I guess you wouldn't call them quadrants. I don't know what you'd call them at that point. But I think there should be 8 as opposed to 4, and I think we should really be looking at like quad 0 as being like these really truly elite. I'm talking top 5 net at home,
Wins over Duke.
wins on the road over a top 20 team or a neutral court versus a top 10 team. Like we need to truly separate that out even from within. I don't even think Q1A is enough to really get at what it is to get that ultra elite win. Because those are your pieces of gold, Rocco.
That's right.
When teams have that piece of gold,
Those are all
that should
platinum.
be
Those are pieces of
they're
platinum.
platinum. They need to be separate.
Yeah.
Which is why, you know, I know this, we had this discussion this afternoon when we were voting them in.
Yeah.
But if Gonzaga holds on decently at the end of this next week and a half, there's that big golden nugget from that win at Kentucky, particularly when they beat Kentucky.
Yeah.
All right, this wasn't, because the Kentucky team in November
Yeah.
is not the same team that's on the court right now. And so to beat them now,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the end, it's one game, it's not the end all be all, but
It says a lot, though, because of all the other things we talked about Kentucky that we were impressed with lately, and Gonzaga played them within that time range and beat them then, because they both had similar backgrounds. Gonzaga had some chances early, didn't come through in the Purdue chance, other chances didn't come through, and so they've both been developing, growing teams, including my own testimony of seeing Gonzaga lose to Santa Clara. I wasn't sure if they were a tournament team. They looked pretty beatable that day, and had, you know, they've had some injuries early, but those guys are out for the year, and so a similar journey as Kentucky in the sense that they haven't hit their ceiling and they're on their way there, and Gonzaga beat them on that collision course. So
Using Gonzaga to go back to the quads and the net and all this stuff, what I want them to change is have in neutral, there should be semi-home and semi-away.
I like that too.
Connecticut's win over Gonzaga in Seattle.
Yeah,
that is
yeah.
at least
Arizona,
a semi-road game.
Alabama, yeah, and Phoenix.
North Carolina's win over Oklahoma and Charlotte is not a neutral game. Michigan State's win
Spartans.
over Baylor is
There you
not
go.
a neutral game. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
there's at least a dozen of these every year that it's just like they're neutral in name only, and they end up helping the team a lot, especially in Michigan State's case.
Totally.
And maybe we would see more schools actually schedule home games, which is more fun for the sport. If you're not going to get the advantage of calling it a neutral court game,
Yeah.
may as well get some fun home environments.
But I think
Like
to
Kansas.
that point, and I'm not going to say this happens across the board, because I see it a lot more in like the Mountain West WCC arrangements. So like, for example, Utah State had San Francisco come to play at the Jazz Arena this year, won on a freaking tip-in. Kudos to Utah State, love you too. The reason why that game got played is because they played at San Francisco's Chase Center last year. So they make the agreement up front. They call it a neutral. And so they both know they're going to get that on the team sheet. So they got that built-in home advantage, but they both give each other neutral opportunities. So it's kind of a fair fight. I believe Michigan State Baylor might be doing that. And they might be playing in like Dallas or something next year. Don't hold me to it.
Yeah.
But that, I think
It's fine.
My overall point is if the staffs didn't, if they didn't get credit for neutral, they might not even do those games to begin with.
Exactly.
So it would change up the strategy if you introduced a new wrinkle to it. That's my point. In a lot of those.
Okay, we have four more
Arizona,
teams.
Alabama's gonna play in Birmingham.
No ties? Oh, thank God.
Closest vote
For that last team.
A 7-way tie.
For that last team, it was close.
No, next
All right.
year, Arizona, Alabama in Birmingham next year.
You ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, we got Iowa State,
Uh-huh.
See that shot?
Baylor,
Uh-huh.
Alabama.
Uh-huh.
By a hair, Creighton.
Uh-huh. I was right.
And do we have any coaches still here? They're going to buy me a drink now. All right, guys, we're going to take a little break. When we come back, it's happy hour. We're going to have a couple of great topics to discuss before we move on with some more seating. We've got 3 lines done. We're right on track. So thanks for joining us. Just hang on. We're not going to close down the YouTube, so just take a break yourselves, and we'll be right back in about 10.
Get yourself a beer, please.
Yes. Hey everybody, welcome back to the mock selection show here. Everybody hear me okay?
I hear you.
All right, great.
No.
Great.
Listen, we gotta address the comments right away.
Well, let's go.
I bet Shelby just shotgunned 3 Bud Lights. That's the first comment.
No.
But we're going with the Let It Fly Lagers, but I'm going to Guinness, of
Yeah.
course, as everybody thought. No car bombs yet. Maybe tomorrow night I'll go with the car bomb,
All right.
or after we're done filming.
So it is happy hour. We actually pushed it back an hour because we got such great discussions over the 1s, 2s, and 3s right now. We have those on the board over there. We'll show you in a minute. Right now, we thought every night we'll have a topic or two. We'll probably have a couple tomorrow night. But we always chat once in a while about this. We post our brackets, and then immediately we get a lot of comments, and we just kind of figured, well, what fan base maybe is the most agitated when you post your bracket and giving you feedback? I would say overall, because you know there's different levels. There's people that think they should be in the field and aren't, but then there's a lot of people in the seating. I would vote number 1, and I know Graham agrees with me, Kentucky.
They haven't been that
What do you
bad
think?
with
Do you
me
get
this
feedback,
year.
Rocco? Or does everybody just love everything you do?
Well, yeah.
I'm pretty good at tuning stuff out, so sometimes I don't even notice or it doesn't fully register, and I just carry on. But I'll tell you this, like on our Field of 68 stuff, we almost always need to talk about Kentucky. I think because they know us.
It's going to drive the bus.
Yeah, there's a bunch of percentages with that particular program, so they're certainly in the mix. I've just today I put in James Madison over Providence, so I'm hearing from some Providence people. Nothing but love, baby.
Yeah.
And then just maybe because I'm more in the West, but I did 2 weeks ago got a really hard time from a few New Mexico people. Nothing. Again.
Okay.
I don't consider it a hard time. It was just like I think they were surprised that somebody had them out because they are a very good team as we discussed. But I had my reasons, and it wasn't that ugly. I'll be honest. And then after the Air Force game, I had them back in, and I think that confused them even more. So, I think the trick is you got to keep everybody on their toes, stay nimble. It's a good opportunity too to educate people on bracketology because literally each time you go through the process, you're doing yourself and the public a disservice if you don't start from scratch and do a reevaluation of everybody, even if you have all these assumptions about what you think, where somebody should be and who's better than who, just go through the process every time. It'll always be worth that extra hour or two to get it right.
I always find that like Twitter is obviously interesting, but there at least it seems like most of the basketball fans have a pretty good idea of what we're doing. This year, Stadium decided to put their brackets on Facebook. So I was like, the first time, like, oh my gosh, look at all these comments. This is great. I like interacting with the people and trying. After about 2 of those, I'm like, oh my God, they just don't. And finally, somebody came to one guy wrote and he goes, people, if you have no idea what bracketology is, please do not post a comment on here because what you're saying is not relevant at all. This isn't a poll. Just because your team beat some other team doesn't mean they should be number 1. That's about how it was. But I agree with I've had all those fan bases, so I agree with those. New Mexico, I've had, yeah. What about you, Shelby?
Which is good.
This year, it's been Auburn fans.
Really?
And, before the reveal...
I saw your votes. I can understand why.
Before the reveal, I would not put them above a 5 seed. But the morning of, I moved them up, I think to a 3. And they were, finally you got a 3. Well, then they came out of 4. And I wanted to say, see, I told you so. I didn't do it. I just kept quiet, but to their credit, I didn't get called any names. I didn't get called out nothing. It was more fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's about it.
Most of the time it is fun. I agree with Rocco. I'm trying to educate people a little bit well, this is why I had to do it like this,
I think Kentucky fans no
Yeah.
matter where you put them, they always think they should be a seed line higher, but
Yes.
they also will always be like, whatever, we'll prove it in the tournament. They
Yeah,
don't get
yeah,
mad
yes,
about
yes,
it.
yes.
Providence fans for the
Yes.
last 3 years have gotten
Yes.
so pissed off because they've been perpetually on the bubble or underseeded in their mind based on their, net RPI, whatever, their Ken Pom ranking, not RPI. I've had a drink.
Well,
But yeah, Providence fans I think have been the most asinine of the group.
just so you know, despite Mr. Hurley's comments, Creighton has a reputation of being the most wine and cheese crowd in the Big East. So but yes, Providence fans. If in the Big East, it would be Providence number one for Providence, and then UConn fans are 1 and 2. But the difference people have described to me, they go, if you go to games at both places, UConn fans will yell something at you. When you go to a Providence game, them yelling at you is the least of your worries. They usually throw things at you. I get back to somebody went the first time Creighton was in the Big East tournament, first Big East tournament they went down, these people, and they had these seats, and they got in there, and like 6 Providence fans, most of them female, by the way, go down there and goes, boy, these effing Creighton fans come in here and they think they own the place, and they're screaming at them and throwing stuff, and I'm like, wow, this is a little rough, we're just here to watch a game,
It's their team. I mean, in Providence, Rhode Island, there's no pro sports.
No.
Same with Albuquerque, New Mexico,
Yes.
and Lexington, Kentucky. So, like, they're big enough metros to be substantial, but not big enough for pro sports, apparently.
Yeah.
And there's, I think, a bitterness maybe that they're not, and then they're like, this is our team, this is our
Well,
sport.
then you sprinkle in the East Coast thing, and
Yeah.
it's all
And-
melded
and-
together.
And Kentucky and New Mexico, like, typically not great football. Kentucky's better now, but, like, they're
Yeah,
still not
right.
Georgia or Alabama, right?
No, it's always going to be basketball in Kentucky. Let's face it.
Always, yes, that's their sport. And I think, this year, I keep waiting for it because it's a team I keep wanting to put higher, and I see kind of, would just be participating in the other shows and doing this with you guys, seeing that, like, and with the past brackets with the other committees, they don't always get seated maybe where I think they should. But this year's team for me, like that Providence year, is South Carolina. I mean, they just keep getting awesome road win after awesome road win. And then when they lose by like 40. So I'm just waiting for the South Carolina fans to just step up out of nowhere and start getting mad about this. But I still haven't found one that really cares that much.
They're watching spring football right now.
But if you put the South Carolina resume in Providence, there'll be an uproar every day about South Carolina's seed.
I'm going to throw a wild card into the mix. It's a rotating Big Ten team every year. Used to be Michigan, used to be Wisconsin, this year it's Nebraska. It's been Iowa in years past. There's always one just pissed off Big Ten fan base.
It's
I don't
Nebraska.
know why. It's definitely Nebraska this year.
I get it from Nebraska every year. So.
Well, you're a Creighton fan, so
Yeah.
you have to get it.
Yeah.
But
It's
we're
that
all
wine and
getting
cheese
it.
thing. There's a disproportionate amount of zippers in this part of the state. They're just not used to that.
I'm legitimately shocked nobody said Memphis yet. I thought Memphis would have come up a long time ago in this
Barely get
conversation.
anything from
Yeah,
Memphis.
never really gotten much from Memphis fans.
Memphis, I'll say this. I talked to a lot of them. They definitely have a ton of passion.
Oh yeah.
The coolest thing about Memphis, in my opinion, is like it seems like they go through some sort of mid-season crisis every year,
Yeah.
especially in the Penny era. This year, maybe the biggest one yet. But every time you turn on a Memphis game, mid-crisis, they're so supportive. They're on their feet.
Yeah.
If they were like an East Coast team, people like
You'd hate
St.
'em.
John's or something, they would be like done with them.
Yeah.
So that's the difference between Memphis and East Coast programs. They are like so they're loving. Maybe it's just Penny's history there, and they're so proud of him. They want him desperately to succeed. Like every time you think they're gonna fall off a cliff, they kind of lift the team back up, the community, and I really love that about them.
Yeah.
Some comments in the chat from people in the chat are saying VCU when they're good, and Wake
VCU
Forest
is pretty
this year.
rabid. Yeah.
Wake
Yeah.
Forest, really.
I've gotten a lot from VCU.
Oh,
fans.
Wake Forest. I'd say the entire ACC actually has
Well, yeah.
been like
The
They've
temperature
really got,
up, and the temperature's rising.
I don't think
you get the Clemson and Pitt example.
Seth
Wake-
Greenberg's been driving a lot of
Wake
it.
wasn't bad until a week ago when the whole Lenardi and Steve Forbes
Yeah.
thing, and then now the court storming, like they feel like it's them against the world. So they have gotten pretty bad.
Well,
recently.
Jeff Capel for 11 minutes yesterday. But I don't blame them
If you would
because
spend that much time putting your schedule together.
I think highly paid college coaches, so Power 5 in this sport, and of course college football, are some of the best salespeople in the world.
Yeah.
And they know a big part of their job is to sell the public on how good their league is. So a big part of that, we're taking it in as real information, or should we factor any of this in? They're just doing their job. They're helping each other out. Anything they can do to help the league and themselves, they're going to do that.
And look what happened when the ACC commissioner didn't defend Florida State for the college football playoff. He came under fire. They were like, why weren't you out there trying to convince the committee that it should be on there? It's like, well, that is the committee's job, But you're right. This is a PR position.
Huge.
When you're in those positions. And the fact that he didn't do that got him under fire. People aren't stupid. You got to go out and advocate, even if it doesn't even mean anything. Who are you talking to? You're talking to your own fan base. They're the ones that are ultimately going to pay the monies as boosters, try to keep you in the position. So, yeah, I totally agree with you.
Dave, who rattles your cage?
Well, I think been mentioned tonight already. But
Say no more. Say no more.
I think generally what I have found over the years is it's not necessarily one group, but when you get those teams around the bubble, they tend to get the most passionate because they realize probably that they actually are in that position, but they don't really want to believe they're in that position. And so there's this pull back and forth of they don't really want to see that that's probably where they are, but deep down they probably know that's where they are. And so or they're trying to compare, there's always the thing, well, we beat them. Or, well, I think we're a little better than them. Or exactly explain to me why we're not ahead of them. And it kind of becomes a vicious circle sometimes, and it can get complicated. So you just try to educate if you can. And fortunately, the conversations, for the most part, have always been pleasant. It's just trying to get them, and sometimes you just have to say, I think we're just going to have to disagree or agree to disagree on this, and that's okay.
We don't care who is ahead of who. We're just trying to do our best to predict.
And I think that's the thing, is trying to say, listen, I'm not saying, I don't have a vote. I'm not on the committee. But based on what we have learned in the past, this is a potential issue, which is why you are where you are.
Which fan base have you had to mute or block the most of? Because it is overwhelmingly Providence for me.
For me, it's been years since it's happened, but North Carolina State.
Yeah.
The year they were top 40 RPI or net, I don't remember which one
When they
it was.
finished 33 in the net,
Is that-
didn't
that's
make
it,
it.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I kept telling the guy, look, man, they're not going to make it. Their strength of schedule, that's all built into the net. Just watch.
All right.
Tim, we've got a question for you real quick from the
Uh-oh.
chat.
Uh-oh.
They want to know, is it true that all Creighton basketball fans are Nebraska football fans?
That is not true. They are called Jayskers.
Jayskers.
Yeah. And they're, I would say, you got to understand, it's a university that's, Nebraska football's been around forever, right? So you grow up here, it's a football state, and obviously, anybody that was 40 and older, Nebraska was a power. It was, perennial power. But I would say probably at least 50%, maybe more. And there's different degrees. There's people that just go to Creighton basketball games and cheer for Creighton and then cheer for Nebraska in every other sport. There's people that just cheer for Nebraska football and then everything else Creighton. So there's different, very degrees of it. And then there's people that just absolutely hate Nebraska in everything. So yeah. By the way, great game going on between Dayton and Loyola. Real barn burner. And by the way, first of all, love the light blue with the red trim Dayton. That is outstanding uniforms. They look great.
Loyola Chicago looks just as good. This is an all-time classic matchup between uniforms.
Loyola is up 72-68, under 2 to go. Boy, this would really hurt Dayton as far as winning the regular A-10, correct?
Yeah, they're already a game out.
Yeah.
Richmond's got a game lead on both teams. Winner into second place by themselves.
Dayton has mastered the art of losing suffering road losses that don't make us instantly penalize them. Like they lost to Richmond, lost to VCU, lost to George Mason. They were all like low
So
quad
would
one, high quad two.
who would have the tiebreaker, Rocco, over Richmond and Loyola if the score holds?
Richmond beat everybody.
So Richmond would almost be penciled in then for us.
I've been saying
That's
that
my
repeatedly.
only note for
So
So
that
that
would-
the big rivalry game tomorrow, the Battle of Richmond against VCU,
Oh, there you
which
go.
is going to be awesome.
So
Always a great game, no matter what their
I mean,
records are.
right now everybody has obviously the loss, but we're not gaining that bubble spot back. Let's put it that way. All right, let's move on. We're going to do maybe one more line here, and then we're going to call it a night. Everybody's traveled today, and it's been a long day, so we're going to rest up for tomorrow because we got to get these boys rested up because they're going to yell loud tomorrow when they go to that Creighton Marquette game.
I'm going to advise media member, no cheering allowed.
You're sitting in regular seats, Joe. It's going to be bad for you, Rocco. I know it's going to
You
be.
call me Joe.
It's going to be
You're a
bad for
regular
you. I understand, Mister. I'm usually at half court, right on press row.
No,
but,
actually, the last time I came here, I sat in the club section and I was telling,
Oh well, whoop-de-doo.
it was awesome. They had like
know.
a butcher in there chopping
Oh
up
yeah,
prime rib.
Yeah, they have a big buffet. It's
It's
very
phenomenal.
expensive. I never eat it. By the way, I'm in the club tomorrow,
So you're bringing us.
so you can sit in. Not exactly.
I don't even need to go to my seat. I just hang out in there.
Yeah,
Okay.
well,
They'll
yeah.
have other games on it. That game's gonna be a blowout.
Well, that's bad because then they don't get in their seats and they're not loud, and that's the big people. It's a big.
Yeah,
don't
two
get me started. It's a big deal. Eric.
One
It's a
person
big
missing is going to
controversy.
make all the difference in the world.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
you,
big
don't you agree
controversy.
my voice is better served here at Let It Fly?
No. All right.
Had to ask.
So,
So
we
our
need
seats
to.
tomorrow are somewhere in 500 section row double Z.
They're in the mezzanine, and I wouldn't trade them for a whirl. And you're gonna like them because you can immediate timeout. You can go to the bathroom, get a beer, and be back in your seat before them.
Sounds like a dare to me.
Yeah, that's how great the seats are. So there we go.
Good time.
So
All
we
right.
need to vote to add teams, right?
Yes, we got to add 8 off that list,
From the
and we are going to. We're not going to
Teams
add 8.
into the field.
I'm sorry. We're going to vote on 8.
Yes.
The top 4 vote getters will join Auburn, Duke, Kentucky, San Diego
let me
State
move some of
for
these
the
lower
next
teams
vote.
up a little bit so everybody can see them.
Excellent. Thank you, Kerry.
Okay, so we are
That's Vanna,
picking,
thank you.
we're picking 8 more from the teams in the field.
Just,
Vanna Miller.
just picking them, and the 4 most picked are going to move on.
Just gonna fully scramble them here just to make it that much more
And
complicated.
somebody better remind me tomorrow. I need to go in here and redo some of these formulas because as the day has gone on, I've screwed them up, and now hardly about 3 or 4 won't work.
Yeah, so we have 24, so we're still good.
So we're still
another
good for
4.
tonight. So then tomorrow we can kick off and do the 6. And, right?
Well, I
We go
think 20 it's still at 8. 14 to 19 you do 6.
okay, so we got one more.
Two more.
Yeah, tonight and then tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
The real question is, how many Guinnesses tomorrow? You got a question? What is the schedule like tomorrow? I would also.
Yes. So let me just discuss that right now. So we will be on live at 10:30 Central Time, 11:30 Eastern. So get up early, and we will go till noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. Short session, but we will probably see 1 or 2 more lines. So we'll get it down to like 7. Then we'll be back with you at 4:30 Central, 5:30 Eastern, and we'll kick it off then. We'll continue to seed until we get down to teams, probably like 9 maybe. And then we'll probably go back into a conversation because at that point, I'm just looking at the board now. At that point, I think Providence game will definitely be over at the Seton Hall. I think Seton Hall plays tomorrow and not Sunday.
They play Sunday.
They do play Sunday. So
Yeah,
then, well, that's irrelevant to us then. Anyway. So yeah, so we can vote on that. The New Mexico game is late tomorrow, though, correct?
It's 7 o'clock Sunday.
New Mexico.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we can revisit it after, and then so then we'll go back and probably do the bubble. We'll probably get all the teams into the field and then go back to bracketing the last 10 seed, 11 seed, so forth. Well, we'll have to stop after we get to 8, right, Kerry? Because then we need some more teams in there. Because we'll only have 8 teams left. That's not enough to.
Yeah.
Providence and Villanova is early in the
Yeah,
morning.
yeah,
so
that'll
that's
be
nice.
on here at Let It Fly.
And Wake Forest at Virginia Tech, key game 4:30 p.m.
Yeah, wow, there we go. That's perfect for us.
One question from the chat is, how would you fix non-conference scheduling? Would you limit the number of non-conference games in Quadrant 4?
No.
Well, sorry if someone was.
No, I just said no. I wouldn't limit anything. I wouldn't force teams to do it. I would just, you got to regulate it by.
Suggesting.
I'd do what they do now, which is punish a bad non-conference
You're right,
schedule.
right. But
That's
they
it.
need to
Just
do
punish it more.
To me, they need to have, a little more emphasis on it. That hey,
We'll see what they do
That's
this
a good
year. I
idea.
think the Big
Yeah.
12 might be a litmus test for how they handle this moving forward.
The broader, bigger answer to that is there needs to be some sort of commissioner or head of college basketball governance for including scheduling, probably for several other reasons as well.
I'll vote for you.
Thank you. Hey, if I've got to be the guy, I'll be the guy. But yeah, no, the idea there is there's nobody in power because these conferences all run as separate entities, and now NCAA is, of course, losing power as time goes by. NIL is the name of the game. So if there's some way that, especially the power leagues, can agree to some sort of governance on scheduling, require everybody to play ideally 2 true road games out of conference, minimum 1, because some teams don't even play 1. And then if we could get more structure, some of these proposals we've seen, unique ideas to get teams out of leagues playing each other more, it's so much better for the sport. You can actually put NIL now around some of these neutral games. So you can build so many benefits into it beyond just, the bracketing. I think the biggest problem in scheduling, in my opinion, is job security. Today, last 5-year average, besides the COVID year, 60 jobs change out of 362. That's the average. That means no matter what level you're at, 1 in every 6 schools will change their coach by next season. And that is the biggest reason why scheduling doesn't get better, because if a coach has control over scheduling, which they all pretty much do, why would you take the risk of getting fired if it's a possible loss? And that is the essence of the problem. And I can't blame them. If I was a new hire, like if Anthony Grant left and I'm the new coach at Dayton, I'm going to schedule a week for the first couple of years. I want to build up those wins.
Something I would personally love to see, which I know would be entirely controversial, I would love to see the primary, and I know this, again, I understand it's controversial, I'd love to see the primary preseason tournaments get an automatic bid to the NCAA tournament attached to them. Like
That's how slow pitch
Invitational.
softball works.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see it. I would love to see it. No, early in the year. If
as the
you can
kids
win
say,
early,
bold move, Cotton.
you're going to the tournament. And I would also love to see them get
That'd be
rid
cool.
of 1 exempt tournament per year. Why can't you play more? I think it would be great if we had teams playing multiple exempt tournaments in the same season.
It would be and it also would help them prepare for the NCAA tournament better. And their conference tournament. Once you play a whole season, I don't care what league you're in, everybody's playing twice a week, whether you're a Thursday, Saturday, or you're in a bigger league and your games are kind of mapped out all over the week, you're pretty much just playing twice a week. With that kind of scenario, you're kind of more comfortable playing back-to-back days and, big time games and get you ready for your conference and national tournament. Maybe better performances, maybe deeper rosters. Because coaches get away with playing 7 guys all the time, like at Gonzaga we talked about. Might not be able to get away with that if their schedule was more like that throughout the year.
Although Kansas usually plays a tough schedule and also usually has a very short rotation, so.
Right.
Always exceptions to the rule. As Alan Banikowski points out, you can't fully limit Q4 because you don't know what quadrant a team will be in. Yeah, to some extent.
Yeah, I think if you
Iowa
buy-
State knew what the hell it was doing when it made its schedule.
Yeah, right. Lindenwood, I had coaches, okay, couple quick fun scheduling notes, but I had coaches calling me begging for the Lindenwood phone number and the Lemoyne phone number as soon as they got announced as T1. That's not an accident.
Yeah.
And I don't know why they thought I was going to get it first, but I appreciate y'all. So anyway, it's a copycat business. Everybody's trying to build up those W's.
While we wait for votes to be tabulated, our boy, oh God, Rocco.
Just those 4?
No, you're picking 8 from these 24 to the top 4 will then join these 4, and then we'll vote on those. But our buddy Tony Schneider asked, I know this is the men's basketball committee, but what do you guys think of Caitlin Clark?
She's good.
I think we're required to talk about Caitlin Clark once a day, apparently.
I mean, obviously, it's like watching Steph Curry when you just see somebody that seems to take the game to a new level that you haven't really seen before. That's how I feel about watching Caitlin Clark.
I have no strong opinions on her. I understand why people love her. I also understand why people are so sick and tired of having Caitlin Clark shoved down their throat by everybody on ESPN. I mean, it is getting a little ridiculous, but she is historically great. Yeah, you don't shoot from the logo unless you're special. Like Pistol Pete, I've been calling her Cannon Kate. Like, she's ridiculous. Did you vote?
Of course I voted.
Who'd you vote for?
I voted for the teams that belong in this discussion.
Wow.
I voted in the Virginia primary or whatever yesterday. I should have worn my I voted sticker
Well,
to this. I wasn't
if you guys
thinking.
want to reconsider, Dayton's about to lose.
Yeah, that's valid.
I've already taken that into consideration.
Me too.
Some of us didn't have Dayton on there anyway, so.
That's an interesting take.
Did I have them? Yeah, I had them.
But those,
I actually did have Dayton on there, but
I was going to say, that's
I
kind
wouldn't
of
have them there now.
I'd be surprised if we had a tie
And
on
there's
this.
still-
There's a lot of different mixes.
This is still, right? So we got 3 seeds. These are theoretically our 4s. Right now we're talking about our 5s and our 6s. Like, Dayton's probably
I
still
think-
on
think
the
it's Mike's
6 conversation.
For me,
we
Dayton
will
can't
have
be a
that
5 seed.
discussion later.
Huh?
We're going to have this discussion.
What discussion?
We want to talk
My
about
national
all the
treasure
best
again?
wins that Dayton
Okay,
has over
somebody.
teams currently in our field. That would be the
da,
discussion.
Dave. Look at your 7th pick.
Okay, mine's coming here.
Oh, never mind. I got it. You've got a. There's a flaw in the formula. I got to fix it.
Tony's apologizing for asking all the questions. Please.
No, we love it,
follow us
Tony.
around, ask all of the questions. You've
Yes,
earned the right.
absolutely.
We love filling dead air with anything other than.
You also,
me drinking
nobody has to
Guinness.
buy us around for us to answer questions, but we really do appreciate it.
Helps.
Yeah.
Tony, the beer's great. Thanks.
is this mic back on?
Yes.
You're good.
Okay.
I will
No,
say
actually,
for
it's
the
not.
Dayton discussion,
I can just hear you.
I'm sure we're going to talk about Dayton even more, but they have 0 wins
Thank
over
you.
a team voted into our field.
I've said that 15 times today. Maybe not on the mic.
Oh, I haven't been listening.
Oh, that's nothing new. Yeah, their best wins, St. John's, Cincinnati, SMU, right? Nothing better than that. And they have mastered the art of losing quad 1, quad 2 games on the road.
Don't forget neutral courts.
They lose
So,
Houston.
Entering today, Loyola Chicago was 96 in net. They won a 5-point
they're-
home game. They're probably still going to be quad 2.
They're getting interesting. All right, here's a fun question.
Well, for
What-
Dayton's results. I think.
From Bram Janvrin. I don't know if I said either of those words correctly. What conference challenges do you wish would be played instead of, ACC Big 10? I guess now it's the ACC Big 12. You got the Big 12 Big East. What would be good?
Some of them out in the West, but I don't know.
I would actually,
Well, no.
I would say, I would love to get rid of conference challenges and replace them with inter-conference
Oh,
leagues.
there you go again.
That's what I would love. I would love for us to be like, hey, you are the projected conference champions of all the power leagues. Play in your own separate league in addition to your regular leagues this year.
Champions League.
A lot
I
of
would love
those,
it. Do
a
a
lot of those
Champions League of
challenges are
college
going away though,
basketball.
like because these conferences are expanding
We
so
just
much.
started the MAC Sun Belt this year.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, I missed that one.
And it was all, at least they did their best. They didn't announce the second leg of matchups until February.
Yeah.
With the post-January net.
I thought that was like
Smart.
it was smart. I didn't even realize it was part of the MAC Sun Belt Challenge. I thought there was just like
Yep.
a new form of bracket busters that came out of nowhere.
you know, the WAC and Big West could do one together. I don't know if that ever will mean a second bid for either league. Probably not. Missouri Valley would love to swing up and get the Atlantic 10 to do one, but they won't. And Atlantic 10 and American could do one, but again, like this year we could have had FAU Dayton, which would have been great. You could have had like Memphis and Richmond, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Just some of these leagues that would be willing to do it, it's sadly just not usually enough to move needles.
I think after all of this season's conference-based debating, we need an ACC Mountain West challenge next year.
Oh gosh, that would be
God,
fantastic content.
That's been nonstop. Oh, the ACC's better than Mountain West.
ACC would complain about that because they would want to play the Big 12, based on all their arguing.
I hope if they did that, I hope they would send like North Carolina to play at Laramie.
They actually yesterday they announced the ACC schedule pairings for next year already.
I saw that. Yeah.
And neither North Carolina or Duke are coming to the Bay Area.
I thought that was really interesting.
It's definitely not a mistake.
Yeah,
They thought about what
It
decision
wasn't an
they-
accident. It was not an accident.
Yeah.
One of them's going to SMU and the other one's not. So I think it's Carolina doesn't go to any of them.
I saw
They
some
said screw that.
funny comments online where people were like, "Wow, why would you make them play both Cal and Stanford on the road?" I'm like, "Because if you're gonna fly to
Yeah,
California,
right. You better
of
play
course
both.
you're gonna play them both. Like,
Yeah, you gotta
why
play
would you make them fly to California and not play them both?"
It's like the bringing in the Pac-12 schedule into the ACC, where you know Colorado and Utah
Travel
basically
partners.
travel together to play
Yeah.
Arizona State. Yeah.
Brendan Anderson asks, "Is Northwestern going to be punished for Dayton's decline, since that's a quality win that Northwestern has?"
I don't think Dayton's going to drop that far.
Yeah, I don't think it hurts the teams that Dayton beat. Like that still looks like an impressive win. It's just it does bring Dayton under more scrutiny.
Well, ironically, I just had a question come in on Twitter, or X, I guess now.
Call it whatever you want. Dave.
Genuine question
Elon's
for
not watching
bracket
us.
experts. Why is Dayton averaging 5.53 on bracket matrix? As we have just kind of pointed out in our discussion, they have 0 wins against a team in the field. From a non-bracketologist, they seem like a bubble team.
They were
They were mentioned by the committee.
And I
they
just,
were mentioned by the committee, and they were
Yeah.
about 2 weeks before the reveal. They were like 8th in the results-based metrics. Like they were Memphis before Memphis completely collapsed and lost 4 consecutive games outside the net top 100. Like the results-based metrics said that they were great, so we like had to believe it, even though we didn't have the support of the quality wins. Like I had Dayton up as we talk about Dayton all the time. Like back in early January, like they were a low 2, high 3 seed potentially.
Okay, we are ready.
Oh, Vanna time.
We have 4 teams in the field with no, as I predicted, no tie.
No tiebreakers.
Illinois, Clemson,
Yep.
BYU,
I'll find them.
Wisconsin.
All right.
Shame on you.
Wisconsin has
Shame
the
on
dozen.
you who did not vote for St. Mary's, whoever that was.
I had St. Mary's.
All right.
Top, middle.
So now we got a discussion of
Grazie.
those.
you know, just a final point, you know, heading into the game tonight, Dayton's result-based metrics average was still about 13, which again seems a little bit like of an oddity to me that their strength of record would be 15. Given that, I think there's probably getting some weight still for Dayton because of those 3 quad 1 wins against St. John's, Cincinnati, and then SMU. Now, right now, none of those teams, St. John's could be close. The other 2 probably are not at-large tournament teams at this point. So that, and, you know, they did have, you know, a 8-5 record against the top 2 quadrants with no bad losses. So it's not like they have this horrible profile. But I think to the person's point, when you're looking at some other teams maybe, you know, their overall strength of schedule was good. So I think those are just a combination of things about why people have had Dayton up where they've been. But the loss to Loyola tonight, it adds another one of those, probably a quad 2. type of thing, maybe quad 1 low, depending on most likely a quad 2. So, yeah, I think Dayton's going to be an interesting discussion point over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, certainly. Anytime you have a non-Power 6 team, you're talking about a team with limited data, usually at least, to compare to Power teams with. But they did play 7 quad 1 games, even though the 3 wins were against probably all bubble out teams. There's a decent amount of data, at least in that area, to look at. And the other explanation for it, I think, there's actually 2. One is, one of the things, the resume metrics that I like about them, especially the SOR, is I can tell when you don't have a bad loss, you get a little extra credit there. Because like if Dayton went out and lost at home to Fordham in their next game, they would I've seen it, it'll plummet like 10 spots. And that never happened to them. So that they're getting extra credit for just never taking that bad loss. No torpedoes.
It's like Ole Miss when they started out 13-0 and they were like 10th in the SOR. It
Yeah.
was like, who the hell
South
did we actually
Carolina
beat?
too.
It's Ole Miss. Ole Miss started the season on Ken Pom. They were 82 preseason Ken Pom metrics. After they were 13-0, they were 82 on the Ken Pom metrics.
That's what happens when you beat for Detroit
Yeah.
Mercy by
beat-
1 point.
They beat absolutely nobody, but they were 10th in the SOR. It was just like so frustrating that we had to put them in.
Yeah.
Now they've suffered enough losses that we don't have to consider them anymore.
And then the other thing is this is kind of fine print stuff here because nobody usually looks too much at quad 4. But in Dayton's quad 4, they only played 2 teams outside the top 224. They're all either close to 200 or inside 200. So like Fordham, Longwood, Rhode Island are all top 200 teams, but in quad 4. And then even the bottom 2 games of their whole profile, SIU, Edwardsville, and Grambling are in the top 290. So they don't have any games against top 300. It's kind of like a mini perfect storm on both ends. Hard to understand what kind of credit they get for that. I don't know.
It's an Alabama-ish schedule.
It turned out that
minus
way.
playing the A10s or the SEC.
Yeah, because in the out of 7 quad 4 games, 4 of them are league games.
Yeah.
So they only had 3 out of league. It's really interesting.
Kind of go into the voting ballot that we have right now. Hint, hint.
Thank you.
No, you don't need to vote right now. We're discussing these teams. Dayton's not even on the board.
I think, we've talked a lot about Duke and Kentucky already. San Diego State, I think, kind of
Yeah, there we go.
naturally slides into that area. But Auburn and Illinois, Clemson, Wisconsin, BYU,
I would like.
see.
Hey, Graham, can we talk about Wisconsin? Because we haven't really talked about them, and they, obviously we're a team that were 4,
They're
3,
15 in the
4. Yeah, and they were right there, and all of a sudden they are leaking oil like nobody's business.
Which we are exactly 3 months away from the Indy 500. Shout out to Dave.
Which is in Indiana, not Wisconsin. But okay, I see it.
You said leaking oil.
Yeah, I know.
A lot of
Well, we
people-
could have had a NASCAR race in there,
I don't know anything about it. but-
That goes back to the previous question about what sports you like.
Yeah, nothing. I have nothing on that front. Yeah, so Wisconsin, classic case. Seems like there's at least one of these every year, where you think they're definitely protected seed. Wisconsin was on the 2 line for weeks, and pretty securely. Not much debate about it. And the free fall has not only begun, but it's been going on for weeks now too. So it's a constant reminder. You just got to go back and look at it as if it all happened, in one lump sum. We have to do this every year with at least somebody.
Yeah, because look at these numbers: 12 wins in Q1 and 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it still
That's
counts.
the crazy thing.
Eighth-
It's only
Counts
10
the same.
losses.
8th strength of schedule in the country.
Right.
I think the most
20th,
the most
actually.
telling numbers,
Oh,
22. They're 5 metrics: 22, 21, 23, 22, 23. So
Exactly.
they're somewhere in that range.
7 wins against the top 50.
To me, they scream 6 seed. Absolutely scream 6 seed to me.
Yeah, you can't. I know people are just want us to put them in 8, 9, but I mean, this is a pretty darn good resume, really. If you just block out of your mind that they've just faded big time.
Right.
Well, again, we pointed out earlier how hard it is to get close to a 100 total, like with your net win average, and Wisconsin's at 103.
Yeah.
And again, it's because they played very few quad 4 games. and well, for this matter, quad 3, they've had 22, right? 22
Yeah.
games against the top 2 quadrants. I think the thing that probably sticks out, that's probably reflective more of where Wisconsin might be from a seeding standpoint, is that their recent losses have been to teams that at least are not probably going to be in the tournament.
Yeah.
Right, so it's
Pretty
not like
horrible losses,
it's
yeah.
not like they have lost to. Okay, they've been on a bit of bin, but their schedule got really tough, and they lost 4 or 5 of them.
Look at in February who they've lost to.
Yeah, I mean it's
Michigan,
Rutgers.
Indiana, Rutgers, and Iowa. 4 teams that are not in the field.
You say that, but they still have 0 Q3 or Q4 losses.
Oh, I know.
Like they
I
were,
know.
That's the crazy thing. They were a 4 seed 2 weeks ago in the reveal. They haven't suffered a Q3 or Q4 loss, so like we can't punish them
And
that
I agree.
much.
I agree.
And with the exception of the Rutgers game, their losses have all been close. It's not like they've been getting blown out of the gym. It's just they've found ways to lose the games that they were always winning earlier in the year.
They were up huge at Nebraska. They were up.
You
big.
know, so I think that's the win over Marquette is probably still their signature moment,
And they swept Michigan State.
and they swept Michigan State. So, Virginia, they pummeled Virginia, but Virginia's. We're still a little unsure exactly with Virginia, but where they're going to end up on the seeding scale. I don't know. To me, like Wisconsin, they're getting to that 10-loss mark, which it gets harder to get somebody like on a 4 line when you start getting 10 losses.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
So you start looking, if they kind of do I think they get Illinois at home tomorrow. They win that game, and then win their other 2. They're
That wouldn't shock me if they
right.
did.
It wouldn't shock me either. So
Yeah.
I'm saying is
Yeah.
then all of a sudden you start thinking, okay,
Yeah.
well maybe if they bring this back,
Yeah. Yeah.
win 3 or 4 down the stretch. Okay, they had a bump in the road late in the season. Maybe you take a little relook, but I think right now they're definitely sliding. So from a seeding standpoint, you have to think of that a little bit. They don't seem to be playing as well as they were.
For this group, I feel like they're, to me, the clear number 8 of the teams that we're considering right now. I can't see them higher than that.
Well, we're at the beginning of our journey.
So let's
That was
say
outstanding.
we talk another team we haven't talked about, but let's talk about Clemson a little
I was
bit.
going to
too
say.
when
I
we're
was
done.
going to say. Let's compare Wisconsin and Clemson because there's been some people that said, "Oh, I don't know about Clemson either." So
How many pieces of gold does Clemson have, Rocco?
A minimum 2.
More than Illinois.
Like heavy pieces of gold. Clemson's got a platinum.
They do. They have truly platinum wins.
They should have beaten Duke.
I mean, the reality is this year's Clemson team did what we've always hoped Clemson would do, which they didn't do in the past, which they were notorious for scheduling poorly, and that really hurt them on many times on the bubble or getting a lower seed. This year they went out and they beat Alabama, Boise State, TCU, South Carolina. I mean, that's a pretty impressive. They had a little bit of a hiccup, there for a little bit in the ACC. Obviously losing to Georgia Tech at home is not particularly a good idea.
Everybody does it though.
But
Why aren't you doing it?
Well,
Carolina and Duke can do it, so can Clemson.
They're 9-6 in the first 2 quads.
you don't get that kind of bracketology analysis everywhere, right there.
so I think that's the part that makes Clemson hard, right? Because they've got all this great, and then you just have a couple of things, and you're like,
I think something
Okay.
that stands out for me for Clemson is that they're 9-6 against the first 2 quadrants, but none of those are in Quad 2B. They just didn't play any Quad 2B. So to me, that win percentage carries even more value, knowing that they avoided the weaker games there.
What are you pointing at?
Quad 2B, they beat Notre Dame.
Huh? We're not seeing anything quad 2B. Notre Dame? Where's that
Oh,
at?
wait. They haven't played them yet.
You're on the future one.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Hence the
when
problem.
we first started our
Dangerous game too.
our podcast 2 months ago, Clemson was in the mix for a 1 seed. Like that's how good
They
they were
earned
in the
it.
non-conference. Like they were very impressive.
If you guys start doing all that Turkey Day gobble gobble holiday season bracketology,
which in my opinion the data is way too immature. But if you did it that early, they would have had to have been. They were
Everybody
like
does it that
900.
early, Rocco. Everybody does
Buddy,
it
I
that
do
early.
July.
Well, and you know,
Well,
you-
everybody's losing to Georgia Tech too.
Somebody get Rocco another beer.
Yeah, he's on fire right now. He's on fire.
These Guinnesses going here.
But,
I just think sometimes it's because they hit a little bit of a rough patch at that one point in the ACC season.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, oh, well, Clemson's fallen apart. Well, they haven't really fallen apart. They bounced back. They won, they just won at North Carolina this month, which is, a pretty big win. So,
massive win.
yes.
Based on where the committee had them on the seed list and just the fact that Carolina's in first anyway. Yeah, I think there's just outliers that makes Clemson a safe choice in this group. Whatever order you put them in, I just think they're definitely one of the top 4 in that 8. Based on that, I think,
Whoa. You think they're in the top 4 of this group?
Oh, I apologize. Never mind. I was thinking of a different group.
Get a little woozy at this point in the evening, but I was like, whoa.
Well, we just voted for 4 other teams below them.
Yeah.
I know.
So I
know.
these groups,
So you thought immediately they won. This is a win right
it's
here.
called
I get it.
it's getting a little cluster F.
Yeah, I know.
But here's the deal: there's a lot to like with the 9-4 away from home record, 5-4 in their 9 strongest high difficulty road games against top 2 quads. Very good marks. I mean, that's better than Illinois by a good margin. That's better than Auburn. Definitely better than San Diego State. So Clemson was the one team on the reveal I was wrong about. San Diego State.
Same.
Yeah. I had Clemson at 16
I
at
think
that
we
point.
mostly
yeah.
all did, yeah. So and there
Not
was
everybody.
not you.
I
had
had
them
South
all
Carolina
right.
in because I didn't
You
think
had
that
San
the
Diego
game against
State.
Auburn was
You
going to
did.
count.
Good call. Yeah. So anyway, I still think they're pretty much where they were a couple weeks ago when we met.
Let me pose a question to the crowd. If that resume said Miami instead of Clemson, would we feel differently about them? I feel like there's a Clemson basketball is never relevant factor that's working into our
I
brains.
personally wouldn't. I feel bad.
Nah, because the wins.
Maybe Miami isn't the best. I don't know.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
yeah.
If it's a Duke, maybe.
Yeah.
Miami got a
Well,
5 seed
sure,
last year.
but-
This is
yeah.
where
That's what I'm saying.
Clemson probably
like, if
is.
Miami, because Miami was successful last year, like they made a run of Clemson ain't done anything like in a long, long time. Like I feel like
they dominated.
we're
So-
naturally more skeptical about
Speaking-
Clemson than we are about most teams.
Speaking of pieces of gold,
Yeah.
how about BYU?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's get there.
the ultimate piece of gold.
So they have a piece of
Kansas.
gold, plus they have 4 top 20
Piece of
wins.
platinum.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting because
This is forget bracketology for that. This is a great story because nobody would have expected this coming into the Big 12 and doing this. I mean, they had a good spot, but I just didn't think they would night
Even when
in,
they were
night out.
12-1 in non-conference play, I was like, well, they're gonna fall apart.
Yeah,
They have to.
yeah,
yeah.
I've been hearing all year.
You see what I'm
how
saying? I mean,
BYU's
like-
overrated.
yeah. I just don't think anybody expected, especially when they didn't play anybody in the non-conference and rolling in. And I mean,
They beat San Diego State.
yeah, but I mean, look at all those quad 4s.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about BYU, of course, with the weak non-conference, is gearing up to become a Big 12 member. They did a hell of a job fundraising and pumping money into NIL, and that's why you see guys like Ali Khalifa, who was an All-American, All-Conference USA player. They weren't in American Conference yet at Charlotte last year. One of my favorites, double machine. He's a killer, and you pick up guys. Dallin Hall was a bloomer. Spencer Johnson's a veteran. Noah Waterman's a veteran. Jackson Robinson's a veteran. So they were already returning a lot, and then they added some great NIL pieces. They're operating with a whole different budget than they were in the WCC. With all that being said, we all know the Big 12's loaded. Everybody has big budgets there. So they still had to go out and prove themselves. And, I thought before the Kansas game, I was on the BYU pregame show, actually. Away from home, top 2 quads, 1-6 team, only win at UCF. Very, very skeptical resume-wise. Of course, power numbers, their metrics darling has been the word I've heard all year. That was starting to slide.
going into that tip-off. And that win at Kansas not only checked a huge box to get a road win against a tournament level team, because in the Big 12 you get a lot of those chances, but not only get that, you got the platinum level road win to boot. So now but you can't argue the record. They're still 2-6 in that category. It's not like they're, world beaters, and they're just 6-6 overall away from Marriott Center. So at least they're average enough, and they've performed at a level overall to be dangerous. And I think that's why from a seeding standpoint, they have a lot of advantages there. But I'm still not 100% sure how good they are.
Yeah. I can't get them for me personally, they're not in the top 4 of this group of 8. I'm impressed with what they've done this year. I don't think they've done enough to break into that top 4 of the 8 we're considering.
I think Auburn versus BYU is interesting.
Yeah, that's what I was where I was
Yeah.
headed with that one.
Because they're the two top net teams, Auburn's 7, BYU's 10, and you just get to a point where, as much as we say it's not your net that matters, it's your opponent's net that matters, you got to have a really good reason to have a team well below its net.
Yeah.
But BYU has 5 quad 1 wins and Auburn has 1.
Right. Obviously, a few more opportunities, but yeah, I think the difficult part with that is BYU's lost more games by 1, and they have a loss at Oklahoma State, where Auburn's had a lot of games like that level of Oklahoma State, and they've pounded everybody.
Yeah.
So that's one little, edge to Auburn, and I think for those types of consistent reasons, Auburn just seems like the more deadlier team, but like you said, without those quad 1 wins, we can't really prove it. So it's a really good argument either way.
I think
They don't
Auburn
have a Kansas
versus
win, though.
Illinois is an interesting
Exactly.
They don't have
comparison.
a Kansas win.
Not a road Kansas win.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly.
I think if you look at Auburn and Illinois, they're both 21-7 overall, 4-5 road record. Strength of schedule is very similar, 57 for Auburn versus 63 for Illinois. I think for me, what I prefer about Illinois is just the fact that they've done a little bit more against quad 1. We can talk about, they won at Ohio State, they won at Maryland. Those aren't great quad 1 wins. Well, look what Auburn did when they went to Appalachian State. It turns out winning any road game in the top 75 is difficult. So, if we want to discount the value of winning in Columbus or the value of winning in College Park, Auburn couldn't get it done in Boone.
Well, there's a couple teams lately that would have killed for a win at Columbus, right?
Yeah.
Right?
True.
I don't know that we're discounting a win over Ohio State so much as we're asking them to have just one damn Q1A win if we're going to put you this high.
Right.
We ready to vote?
Of course, I didn't
I'm
think
ready,
Illinois
yeah.
had
Yeah.
any business being in this top 16 reveal, and
I
they're
just-
at 13 or whatever.
Yeah, my only issue.
I do feel resigned to putting Auburn in the 4 seed, and I don't want to, and I'm looking for a reason not to.
Oddly, I
Yeah,
think
they're just kind of sitting there
I
for
think
somebody to leave.
Kentucky
on,
is
but
the reason
You
not
gotta
to.
earn it. You
Yeah, I
gotta
know
earn your leap.
I know it.
I will just say this for Illinois. I think that, while they haven't had that Q1A win, they've been close in those games. But this is one of those things where does their metrics if you're in a close thing and people watch them play and they're scoring all these points and their metrics are telling you this, if you got 2 teams that are like, okay, well, how are we going to divide these apart? I don't know. I'm wondering if that's where the committee went with Illinois, because they don't,
Yes.
at least Auburn has
I
the
think
win
so.
over Alabama. Right? I realize it was at home, but,
Well, Illinois has 3 home wins against the field, right?
and then they have the win against FAU, obviously, in
That's
New
their
York.
only one away from home. Yeah.
That would currently be
More than
in the
that,
field,
or
yes.
Auburn's got.
Auburn and Illinois have a very similar net SOS on
Ole Miss
both
fell out.
ends.
Yeah,
Very similar record, so they're really a good comparison.
The biggest difference, obviously, Illinois has that,
Both
that
very talented teams.
hiccup
too.
they gave up to Penn State late, which, how they managed to lose that game is,
I would bring up Shannon, but Kerry was way too smart for me and told me that they actually won a lot of games when he wasn't playing, so I'm not going to bring that up.
They beat Northwestern by 30 when Terrence Shannon was out. So if you're going to discount their losses, you better discount the wins too.
And then they went to Purdue without him, right? And then that was a dogfight.
Yeah, only lost by like 6.
Yeah.
Now, I will say this, in that Illinois-Purdue game, that game was not close.
The one
Until-
at Purdue was.
Well, it ended up close.
Okay.
Illinois was
It looked
down like
ugly
25
early, yeah.
points
And rallied.
in the first half.
Okay.
And they went on
been a while.
a gangbuster, like from about under 12, 14 to go. They went on something like a 22-4 run or
What I'm hearing
22-6
is
run.
they absolutely dominated Purdue for an extended period of time.
I mean,
I would
And the
full
committee
court
appreciated
press
that.
Purdue 40 minutes. I don't care what your team makeup is. They just seem to not be able to consistently handle it.
right, I'm just saying they went on this flurry, and then all of a sudden they made a bunch of shots late and got the game down to a one-possession game, and then Purdue made a couple free throws. But it was never really in doubt.
Yeah.
Because by the time they got it back, there was under 30 seconds to go, and there just wasn't any time.
I'm just personally bothered with Auburn that they don't have a single win over a net top 65 team away from home.
Don't take it personal.
That's just, I can't get past it. It's like, what have you done? Like, really, what have you done?
But this is a great example of the two
And losing
teams
against it.
whose resumes in a lot of ways are very similar.
The
They
difference
are.
would be
Illinois has more 2-1
Illinois got the
wins.
double the top 50 wins than Auburn does.
Yeah.
Right.
Now they've got they got a nice neutral win against FAU too.
Yeah, and I think with Illinois, big picture, they needed to get at least one of these high quad wins, and they fell short in all 4. And then, there's just not enough umph in the wins to overcome that. You can't give them credit for losing in overtime at Northwestern. You can't give them credit for that crazy Purdue rally. It's already built. I think a lot of that's already built into the Ken Palm number and probably a lot of the net number. So they are getting credit somehow, keeping them. They were 15 on the reveal.
And again, they're a good basketball team. It's just we're
They
trying to
just need
split
that-
hairs.
They need that cornerstone win.
So here's the thing, they get Wisconsin tomorrow at Wisconsin,
That'll
and
be
then
easily
they
their
get a
best
home
win if they
date.
win.
They get a home date with Purdue, and then they got to go to Iowa.
Yeah,
So if
So
depending
for
on how you go, Iowa would be a quad 1 win. So would Wisconsin.
So would Purdue.
So
and
a win-
obviously beating Purdue at home
Right.
gives you
Beat
the
Purdue
really
and-
elite win.
Yeah.
So
right,
let's,
exactly.
we may need to, depending on how the vote goes, revisit this tomorrow
Yeah.
evening and go, now Illinois' got that piece of gold, and another one.
If they don't beat
Early
Wisconsin
game, too.
or Purdue, and then they're
Good,
0-6 against Q1A, then it becomes even more of a problem.
Yeah, in terms of being potentially up at that, you're not going to be a top 4 seed with that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think.
Well, I wouldn't think they'd be there right now with what they're looking at, but
Who's that?
Auburn,
Auburn, okay.
Nevada 56,
Thought we were talking
Fresno
about
44.
Illinois.
too.
All right,
Lower,
there we
lower
go.
right.
There we go.
I don't know about you all, but I think I'm
Ready
pretty
to
well
vote?
set on how to vote at this
I think we
point.
can vote.
Yeah, thank you.
I am also
Let's
ready.
open the voting. That was a quick one, guys.
Did you already send yours?
Oh, yeah. I had my list ready to go.
Ooh, that was a
Somebody's
beautiful
not
shot.
partaking in the conversation.
Yeah, Graham, come on, participate.
We're just sending- we're just
just a
sending-
little. That's all we're asking.
We're just sending you 4 teams, right? Or all 8 in order?
All 8 in order.
Okay, cool.
You got questions?
Yeah. When it comes to bracketing, how far down the bracket do you try to balance seating when possible? Are you looking at it at the 9 to 10 lines if possible, 13, 14, or beyond? For me personally, I just try to balance the top 4 seed lines, and once I get that balance, then I just try to assign the closest
And I think that's all the
geographical
committee
pop.
does, unless there's a 50-50 deal, then they will try and balance it,
Right. Well, from then on is geography.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, right, right.
Let's see what else we got in the chat. amazing that people get together and do these mock committees. Imagine anyone doing this 20 or 30 years ago. Yeah. 20, 30 years ago, it was just Joe Lunardi and Jerry Paul meeting for coffee and doing it.
When I started it, I was in high school. Okay. So, I mean, there wasn't no bracketology, but I was just like, it'd be interesting to, see how these teams, So I remember going down to like the drugstore, had the Sporting News came out Tuesday, had all the schedules and all the results, and that's what I did. And it was, they had the Sagarin ratings in there,
That's
and
right.
it was wildly inaccurate, but it was like, it was a lot of
Stuff to look
fun.
at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you had it all right there on one page. You just, way before computers.
I used to do bracketology in high school, just using like the AP poll, and obviously I had no idea what I was doing.
Tony Schneider asks, can you guys end the rumor that the committee tries to make made-for-TV matchups?
Yes.
Yes.
I will say, in all honesty, so often I'll put together a bracket, and it doesn't even occur to me that there's a good storyline until somebody chimes in the comments
Right.
like, oh, I can't believe you put blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Never even occurred to me that
The
those teams
local
were gonna
local
play.
columnist came up to me at a Creighton practice. Goes, "Oh my God, you got Nebraska and Omaha," and I'm like, I didn't even realize.
I will say this,
Yeah.
because I agree, it's almost impossible to do that. But when you get the way the 11 seed line breaks with the play-in games, typically you have 6 11 seeds. And the one year when Michigan State played UCLA, it almost felt too good to be true. And at that point, you had 6 to choose from. It's a bubble tournament. That tournament was more about TV than any other tournament because nobody could go. That was the one where I thought if they ever put a matchup together, that was the one because you had those 11 seeds to play with. But there was still probably some bracketing issues. Maybe
And
for the
Drake
others.
versus Wichita State was the
Yeah.
other game.
Right, but that they actually by the seed list did it right
Yeah.
because the seed list says the last 2 in the field are supposed to face each other, and
Well,
then the next
I mean,
2
if
above.
that was the way the seed list worked out, UCLA, Michigan
Right,
State
so it
could
could've
have
been-
in the stands.
Yeah, and for the record, if committee members are watching, I'm sure it was all legit. I'm just saying it seemed
They're
like
not
that was
watching.
too good to be true, and if there was ever a chance to maybe tweak one thing, that could have been tweaked, only because you have 6 options instead of the usual 4 for every other seed line except for 16 seeds.
I mean, with none of us ever being in the room, there's no way to know for
No way to
sure
know.
whether they get discussed if they're putting like 13s on there. Hey, well, Akron was a 13, and we could match them up with Illinois, for example,
Yeah.
right? We don't know, but generally
That's true.
no. There are so many things to get to that point between avoiding first round rematches if they played and not
And
trying
now
to get
the
them to play in the
second
second
round
round
rematch is the
if
real
they,
killer.
if they can be
That
avoided.
knocks out a bunch of stuff.
I mean,
A
it's
ton of matchups
it's
get
not a
taken
hard
off
and
the
fast
schedule.
rule, but they try to avoid it. So between
I'm
that
glad they did that.
and everything else, it gets very hard for somebody to just say, "Oh, well, let's put these 2 teams together." Now, I will say this: it could still happen if the seed list goes where their only other option is a conference opponent. Right across, sometimes you get teams bunched like in a 7 to 10 or 8 and 9. Where you can't. If you got 2 or 3 teams, sometimes you're going to have a rematch, and there's nothing they can do about it.
All right, we got it.
I haven't sent mine yet.
Oh, haven't you? Oh, okay.
In that case,
I thought
who
you
would
were
have
on here.
known it
I'm
would
sorry.
be Rocco that had not yet sent a...
I
thought I
had
I-
2 times during this session where I was first, so
A few more where you were last.
I learned a long time ago if you're not first, you're last.
What is one non-conference game that the group wishes was scheduled this year?
Dayton UNLV.
You vote.
Fine, but I have a million things to say about that.
If that Dayton UNLV game had not got, I'm not saying they shouldn't have canceled it because of a shooting on campus, but that would have been massive for Dayton's resume and massive for UNLV's case.
I would have liked to have seen Houston go up against Purdue.
What was we could have gotten UConn Purdue in Maui, right?
I'll send it anyway.
No.
So you have it.
That's what. Are you? What
No,
was
I'm
the?
just saying I would have liked to have seen that. Marquette was in Maui with Purdue.
Yeah. Was it? I guess it was Kansas Purdue that I would have wanted to see.
Oh yeah, that could
Yeah.
happen in the final.
All right, let's see what else we have in here.
Rocco was late to vote. I am shocked.
Who said that?
Tony Schneider.
Come on, Tone. Thought we were boys. Yeah, I would just say I would have loved to see any bubble team currently against any other bubble team currently, like James Madison.
Send that again, would you? I did not get that.
Send it again.
I would love to see James Madison play Indiana State, or Princeton play Wake Forest. That'd be a good one. Princeton, Wake Forest, Madison Square Garden. That'd have been awesome.
Brendan Anderson asks if
I sent it to
Kentucky's
the
a
wrong
4 or a 5, and we will know very shortly what the answer to that is.
Can't multitask. That's a proven fact. There you go. Now you have it.
Rocco just sent his wife his vote. I'm sure she's very impressed.
Did you really?
No, it wasn't. It's not true.
Are you even married?
I sent it to the wrong person.
Where's your ring, man? I thought that was like an actual alarm for a second.
It's the song. So who do we end up with?
Bring back Bracket Busters, question mark. Abso-freaking-lutely.
I would make it even more general. It's I think the Bracket Busters was a great first step. I think just leaving things even more open than that would be fantastic.
I thought it was great when it was like 20 teams, and then they expanded it to like 100 teams, and it was just too much, and nobody cared.
Well, you also didn't know who was going to end up being the great team, so they tried to make it so much bigger.
Right.
But at the same time, you then end up with a bunch of matchups. I was like, well, none of these needed to be played, right?
Yeah. Oh, the other non-conference one I had in mind, they were both in the ESPN Events Invitational, but Florida Atlantic never played Iowa State because Iowa State lost early.
Mm-hmm.
That would have helped us a lot with both teams. But they never played.
Well, and I guess that's the inherent danger of like in a tournament like that.
Yeah.
You can put your two best teams, but if somebody has an off game early in the season, then
Right.
We have our winners.
We have a winner.
We have our winners.
Winner.
Hey, here we go. All right.
In this order: Duke,
Duke.
Kentucky,
Ew.
San Diego State,
And Auburn.
and Auburn. Barely beat out Illinois.
Despite Graham's protest.
Graham and myself were pushing hard, and we just got shot down, Graham.
I
I do
appreciate
want to
that,
shout out to Anthony Schneider. Not only great chats tonight, but giving us a little beer money. Plus, he had an interesting way of helping us out with the Venmo. He gave us $16 for the reveal, for one team in the reveal, and then followed that up with $68 for the 68 teams we're picking today. So,
Thank
great
you.
job, Anthony. Thank you very much. He's today's fan of our session today.
Earned it.
By the way, Rocco had a better idea for you tomorrow, Anthony, and that was to put in $362.
$62 to represent each Division I school.
Yeah, so I think that's a great goal for you to have tomorrow, Anthony.
It's a great goal for the entire
If you do that, Anthony,
It's not specific to Anthony.
yeah, right. Whoever does that will get one of our fabulous
Our t-shirts.
2024 mock bracket
$362
T-shirt. Yeah,
t-shirt?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
If we get enough $362 donations, we might start getting direct flights to Omaha.
Yes, which would be very difficult. Rocco would have to work with the airport authority to make that happen, which could be, another.
He's got juice.
We need to build a PowerPoint out of this, and the more $362 donations, the better our
Yes.
presentation is going to sound.
And not only that, as Rocco would see with the torn up airport, it's going to be several years before they're able to get a direct flight in here from San Francisco. So there we
Which
go.
is ridiculous. I used to have one before COVID, and it never came.
You
never
know,
came back.
we had to change things after that. I don't know if you know this.
I
Yeah,
noticed.
okay. Well, that's it for tonight. So we kind of reached our goal. We wanted to get those first four lines up there. So again, we're going to scrub. We mentioned a couple, examples. Illinois was one that probably is going to get in on the five. We can't speculate, but they have a great shot at getting in on the 5 line, and they could move up depending on outcomes tomorrow. I don't know if one game is going to swing it, but it could in this particular case because it's a high win for them if they were on the road. There could be some other different ones. I would certainly be open to Duke, Kentucky if they, things fell the way they might. So, and certainly we have some of the top seeds, like the twos too, are all in action. So we'll take a look at that tomorrow. And tomorrow morning we'll be right back here at 10:30, 11:30 Eastern, 10:30 Central. We will kick right off and do some more seed lines. Hopefully get through to seed line 6 before we take another break, go to the game, come back, and then we'll knock out a couple more, and then we'll dig into those bubblies. We've got about.
Yeah, and real quick, for anybody who missed it, we were so busy watching us. We had Dayton lose at Loyola Chicago, which is going to affect our teams in field board potentially, as well as right now, currently, Utah State only up 9, started the second half against Air Force. 9's a decent lead, but if they somehow lost, that would be a huge blow to Utah State. Nevada on their way to another victory, 64-47 with 7 minutes to go against Fresno State.
Excellent.
Excellent.
What? I'm excellent. That was excellent reporting right there by Rocco.
I am also tired, Tim.
And we had very limited action tonight. Tomorrow we'll have a bunch of games on. Kicking it off over there, big, huge bubble game. Villanova at Providence. That's huge.
I'm going to be
Bubble out, in my opinion.
And then at
Supremely
6
distracted.
o'clock, New Mexico at Boise State, which is going to affect a lot. Oh, and then
Nobody
there's
gets-
that Gonzaga game too.
Yeah, Gonzaga St.
Who do they
Louis.
play?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Should be a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Take care.